The series name is What If Naruto Was Sent into the Fate Stay Night. So let's start the series. Most kids my age would be outside, playing together or simply hanging out. But here I am, mopping, thought 9-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, sighing as he mopped the deck of his family's home. For as long as Naruto could remember, his parents had kept him sheltered from the outside world, never letting him go anywhere or let him play with other kids his age. The most Naruto's ever gone outside was to complete his chores, and even then, it was limited to only the backyard, though Naruto could partially understand the secrecy, given they were a Magus family, with all Magus families being known for their secrecy and hardly interact with outside world, or other people that aren't in the know. But with the lengths that his parents went, Naruto felt they took the secrecy way too far and were close to reaching the point of isolationism, with how out of the way they are from towns and cities, along with the boundary fields his parents have set up around the house. The only reason they weren't complete isolationists, like the Einsborn family, was that his parents still left the manor at times. But here I am, unable to leave, Naruto thought, a little annoyed that while his parents could still leave if they wanted to, he was stuck staying home no matter how many times he asked if he could leave. Sighing and shaking his head, Naruto soon finished before going back inside, deciding not to focus on such thoughts for the time being, before he went to go find his parents so he can continue his magecraft training, knowing he'll eventually be able to finally leave and learn at the clock tower. Walking through the manor, Naruto soon found his parents in the living room, but before he could approach them, the Uzumaki stopped when he heard them talking. I don't like this. He was so excited to be able to go to the clock tower, said Kushina as she looked at Minato in worry, with the man sighing and shaking his head. I know, but it just seems like the safer option to have him be homeschooled, rather than attending the clock tower, Minato replied, while Naruto's eyes widened from where he was hiding at hearing this. They're not going to let me go to the clock tower? They're going to just keep me here? Thought Naruto, not believing that his parents were now taking away his one chance to finally go out into the world and interact with people. Part of Naruto wanted to reveal himself and finally demand answers on why his parents were basically keeping him locked up in his own home, refusing to let it go, now that they were considering having him homeschooled, even willing to threaten to find a way to sneak out, if that's what it took to get some answers. But another part stopped him from doing anything rash and kept listening, wanting to see if he'd get some answers by listening to what they're saying. I don't like this. We're basically turning our son into a prisoner in his own home. How will he even know how to interact with other people, when he can't even get the chance to meet anyone? What if he starts hating us for keeping him locked away? Kushina said while looking ready to start crying at the idea of Naruto hating them for keeping him inside and hidden away, with Minato putting a hand on his wife's shoulder. I know, I don't like it either, but it's for the best. If other Magus families or the Mages Association find out about him, there's no telling what they'll do, for his own safety. No one can find out about Naruto, said Minato, as Naruto grew confused and worried when he heard that. No one can find out about me? Naruto thought, not understanding what his parents meant by that, since while he knew they didn't let him go outside and interact with people, he always assumed that it was known they had a son. But now apparently, they weren't just keeping him inside, they were keeping his entire existence a secret from everyone. But why though? He hasn't done anything bad. He's used to magecraft and possessed magic circuits, so why would his parents want to keep his existence a secret? And why would the other Magus families or the Mages Association care about learning about him? Naruto knew there wasn't anything different about him than other Magus children. Could I have really been adopted? Is that why? Naruto thought worriedly, since that's really the only thing he could think, knowing how Magus families and the Mages Association preferred keeping the supernatural a secret from the rest of the world. Maybe that's why, and they wouldn't like it if his parents adopted a child with no connection to the supernatural and awoke his magic circuits, as opposed to having a child of their own, or adopting a child from another Magus family. Naruto wasn't sure what the reason was, or why his parents chose to keep his existence a secret, but he was determined to try and find out. Time skip 8 years. 8 years have passed since Naruto learned that his parents had been keeping his existence a secret from the rest of the world, with Uzumaki having since begun trying to find out just what they had been keeping from him, though knowing he had to be careful with his searching, otherwise his parents would keep a closer eye on him than they already did, leading Naruto to wait for whenever his parents left the manor, giving him the time he needed to begin searching everywhere for any clue as to what they're keeping from him, while making sure to put everything back the way it was, when he was finished and before they returned home, as to not arouse their suspicions. It took Naruto nearly 2 years, but eventually, he had finally managed to discover just what his parents had been keeping from him, and why they were keeping his existence a secret. And when he finally did find out why, Naruto really wished he hadn't, as now he could barely even look at his parents the same way. While they still loved and cared about him, Naruto had trouble being around them after knowing what he did now, something his parents seemed to pick up on, making them believe that Naruto was actually starting to hate them for keeping him inside and homeschooling him, making them start doing everything they could to make him feel more comfortable at having to stay home, getting several different things to have some hobbies and activities, such as manga, anime, and video games, with Minato and Kushina not minding the use of technology, like most Magi families, since it made Naruto happy, along with being some of the more progressive Magi that were willing to advance themselves, rather than become stagnant. It did help Naruto get closer with his parents again, as he and his mother both developed a fondness and enjoyment with manga and anime, while he and Minato both enjoyed some modern sports, with Naruto especially enjoying martial arts, this leading to Naruto wanting to learn mixed martial arts and close-quarters combat, wanting to be able to fight enemies up close with either his fists, or with any weapons he had, something his parents allowed him to start learning. And thanks to Naruto playing video games, and learning about important figures in the supernatural world, he's also shown interest in learning to use firearms, like the Magus killer Kiritsugu Amiya. After learning about the man and how he was feared by dozens of experienced Magi, with everyone being relieved when news spread of his death, knowing they wouldn't have to fear him coming after them, making Naruto wish to learn to use guns like Kiritsugu, knowing they'll definitely be useful against other Magi, especially if they believe another Magus killer is appearing, though he'd also have his own moral code and sense of honor, given how the Magus killer was also known to kill anyone that got in his way of his target, along with not caring for the collateral damage as long as the mission was complete. The other weapons he used included a katana and twin wakizashi for his CQC fighting style, along with his guns, with him having also learned some ancient and rare forms of martial arts, as a means for him to have something unexpected and unpredictable to fall back on, as well. But while Naruto had started bonding more with his parents again, it was still hard for him to interact with them now that he knew the truth, though things soon changed. The day that they all saw the command seals appear on the back of Naruto's right hand, knowing what they meant, Naruto had been chosen as a master for the 5th Holy Grail War, which will soon be taking place in just a few months. Currently, Naruto stood in the attic of the manor, standing in front of a summoning circle, along with the catalyst he was using to summon his servant, a fragment of the Round Table itself. Knowing such a thing would guarantee him summoning a Knight of the Round Table, perhaps even King Arthur himself. Naruto, knowing his parents were hoping he summoned Saber, regarded as the strongest servant class, giving him better protection from the other masters and servants, he personally just hoped that whatever servant he summoned, it would be one he could work well with. Shaking his head, Naruto clenched his fist and held it up, before he started the summoning chant. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. The summoning circle glowing in response to Naruto's words as energy began arcing around it. Let red be the color I pay tribute to. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Soon enough, the glowing of the summoning circle began to become more intense, soon turning into a bright light emanating at the center, as the servant began manifesting. Start with their feet. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3-forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Let it be declared now, your flesh shall serve under me, and my fate shall be with your sword. More and more of the servant's body manifested, with its legs and waist already formed, while its torso began manifesting as well. Submit to the beckoning of the Holy Grail. Answer if you would submit to this will and this truth. An oath shall be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. With those words, the majority of the servant's body had soon manifested, before the entire area was engulfed in a bright white light. From the 7th heaven, attended to by 3 great words of power, come forth from the ring of restraint, protector of the holy balance. When the light faded, Naruto looked at the servant he had summoned, seeing they were wearing heavy steel-plated armor with red accents, a horned helmet, and wielding a large broadsword with a matching color scheme. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, unable to recognize who this knight was, but could obviously tell they were in fact Saber. "I am Mordred Pendragon, son of the King of Knights. Now I ask of you," said the now revealed Mordred before their helmet folded back, revealing to Naruto's shock a young teenage girl with her pale blonde hair held up in a ponytail, and with 2 braids tied on either side of her head, bangs framing her face, bright green eyes, and a smirk on her face. "Are you worthy to be my master?" Mordred said, as Naruto looked at her with wide eyes. "But you're a girl," said Naruto, confused and shocked that the Knight of Treachery was in fact a girl, yet referred to herself as King Arthur's son, though Naruto soon found a sword pointed at his neck, as Mordred glared murderously at him at the mention of her gender. "If you value your life, you will not say anything about my sex ever again," Mordred threatened, abhorring any mention of her gender, and anyone bringing it up around her, with Naruto being momentarily stunned at the sudden threat and attack, having not expected it, before he smiled teasingly at the knight. "Alright, I won't say anything about your sex, Mordred-chan," said Naruto, making Mordred narrow her eyes in rage at him. "You have 5 seconds to beg for mercy, before I cut off your head," said Mordred, now even more pissed off. "Why? I didn't say anything about your gender, I just called you Mordred-chan, since that's clearly what you are, Mordred-chan," Naruto replied teasingly, with the girl's eye twitching rapidly. "Do you even realize I could kill you before you even blink, with one arm tied behind my back?" Mordred demanded while wondering if her master is simply insane. "Yeah, but you won't, since I am your master, and it'd be nice if we could be friends, Mordred-chan," said Naruto, making Mordred scowl since she had to admit he was right. She can't kill him since he is her master, and her only link to the living world. Plus, her own status as a knight prevents her from striking him down, no matter how annoying he is. "Fine, I can't kill you, but that doesn't I can't leave you in a crippled and vegetative state, since I only really need you supplying me with magical energy. Nothing about you needing to be responsive," retorted Mordred with a dark smile, while Naruto remained unfazed, having seen through her bluff. But then we wouldn't get to hang out and get to know each other. Besides, it'd be pretty boring if you had to go and do all the work alone, and that wouldn't be very fun now, would it, Mordred-chan?" Naruto said, sounding genuinely upset, while the saber-class servant's frustration was reaching its peak before she lowered her sword. "Be thankful, since if I was any other servant, I would have killed you already. Consequences be damned," Mordred said, knowing that other servants wouldn't have hesitated to kill Naruto for such disrespect, though the Knight of Treachery was silently starting to begrudgingly respect her new master, since he had to be very brave to tease her like that. With Mordred taking the moment to get a good look at her new master, Naruto had spiky dual-colored blonde and red hair, with it being red around the edges of his hair and blonde on the inside, pale skin, dark blue eyes, and 3 unique whisker marks on his cheeks, reminding Mordred of a fox, wearing black, red, and white sneakers, black pants with a red and black belt with a silver circular buckle, a dark blue shirt, and a burgundy red jacket with a black collar. "Then I couldn't have asked for a better servant, and don't worry, I'll only call you that in private, so no one finds out who you are. I'll just call you Saber-chan when we're around others," said Naruto, smiling at his servant, while Mordred took a deep breath before her helmet folded up around her head. "Let's just go," Mordred muttered, wishing to find some other servants that she can take her aggression out on. Nodding, Naruto and Mordred headed downstairs, with the whiskered boy tensing slightly at seeing his parents, with Minato and Kushina looking at their son, seeing him also accompanied by his new servant. "So, this is your servant?" Minato asked rhetorically, with Naruto nodding nervously. Why yeah, this is Saber. I'd tell you their name, but they're kind of private about it," replied Naruto, with Mordred looking at him with a raised brow at the unexpected nervous tone in his voice and the rather insecure expression on his face. A far cry from how he was unfazed by her threats and happily teased her as if she wasn't holding her blade to his throat. "Naruto, are you really sure you want to compete in the Holy Grail War? There's no telling who else will be masters in it, or what other servants will be summoned," said Kushina, worried for her son, especially with how the last Holy Grail War turned out and the destruction that followed at the end of it. "Why yes, I want to do this. I'll be as sure to stay safe. Besides, I can handle myself and will have Saber," Naruto said. "Seriously, what is up with him?" Mordred thought while looking at Naruto, wondering how someone brave enough to tease her to her face could suddenly turn into someone who looks like they'd be afraid of their own shadow, as she knew it definitely wasn't pre-war jitters, since Mordred could see from his physique that her master wasn't lying about being able to handle himself. If you're sure, then all we can do is say, good luck and do your best, Naruto, Minato said, with Naruto nodding hesitantly. Thanks, and I will. ANIPR promise to bring the Holy Grail tea to the Uzumaki family, replied Naruto before waving to his parents, as he and Mordred quickly left the manor to begin making their way to Fuyuki, where the 5th Holy Grail War would be held in a few months. Once the two had left, Kushina started crying with Minato wrapping an arm around her shoulder to comfort her. We knew he'd be leaving the manor, eventually. Him being chosen as a master only sped it up sooner than we expected, and we did our best to prepare him for the outside world, before he was chosen as well. Plus, Naruto can handle himself against other masters and he summoned Saber, so he won't have to worry about the other servants either, Minato said. It's not Naruto being killed from enemy masters or servants I'm worried about, but what if any of the Magi in Fuyuki learn about his origins and it gets back to the clock tower, said Kushina, knowing the extreme methods that some Magi take to reach the root, the source of all events and phenomena in the universe, a goal that all Magi have been working towards all their lives, with some taking more extreme measures than others to reach it, with the Holy Grail War being proof of that. We just need to hope that things will work out, Minato stated, knowing that's all they could. Later with Naruto and Mordred. It wasn't long before Naruto and Mordred arrived in town, with the first thing that they did was get Mordred some normal clothes, since the knight refused to stay in her spirit form the entire time, and she only had her attire that she was summoned in, so they had gone to a store to get her some modern attire. With Mordred now wearing black ankle boots, black short shorts with a red and white waistband while leaving her legs exposed, a fishnet crop top exposing her midriff, and a short, red hoodie that with black bands around the upper arms and left the bottom part of her top and breasts exposed. Ah, these clothes are amazing, master, Mordred said, pleased at her new attire and that she didn't have to stay in her spirit form and could walk freely, while Naruto looked at her with a raised brow. You know, for someone who doesn't like their gender being brought up, you don't seem to mind wearing something that's revealing and clearly shows you're a girl, stated Naruto, with the knight giving him an annoyed look. It has nothing to do with my gender, it's simply easier to fight in clothing like this. Besides, I'd look good in anything, Mordred retorted while crossing her arms under her bust, with a smirk on her face. Right, Naruto muttered, seeing that while Mordred didn't like her gender being brought up, she certainly had less qualms about showing off. Now, this Holy Grail War, it's different from others? Questioned Mordred, with Naruto nodding in response. While a normal Holy Grail War usually consisted of 7 masters and servants, this one was different in that no one was sure how many masters and servants there would be. No one knows what could have caused this, but many have come to the conclusion that it may have something to do with how the 4th Holy Grail War ended. Yeah, we don't even know the exact number of masters and servants there will be, could still be 7, could be 70 for all we know, so it'll definitely be more dangerous than usual, Naruto replied, with Mordred nodding in agreement. And there will be a chance that other sabers will appear, right? Mordred asked. Most likely there will be some other servants that have the same class, so there's a chance we'll encounter other sabers, answered Naruto, with the knight smirking wickedly at this. Good to know, Mordred said, hoping she'll get the chance to encounter the only other saber that she's interested in, and then crush them. Though Naruto soon looked around in awe, when they reached the train station, taking in the sights and sounds of everything around him. Something Mordred noticed. You're acting like such a child, master, acting like everything is the most amazing thing you'll see. What? Never seen a train station? Mordred said tauntingly, deciding to get some payback for his earlier teasing. You'd be the same, if the Holy Grail didn't upload information of the modern world to you, Saber-chan. Maybe you'd try fighting a train, thinking it was a dangerous beast if you didn't, Naruto replied teasingly, with Mordred fighting the urge to strangle him, only to stop when he gained a solemn expression on his face. This is actually my first time going outside of my home, my entire life. My parents kept me locked away, not letting me interact with people, go outside, or even attend the clock tower, so yeah, everything I'm seeing now, I'm seeing it all for the first time rather than just hearing about it or seeing it through pictures, Naruto said. making Mordred flinch lightly at seeing how tactless her previous remark was, along with feeling empathy for Naruto, knowing what that's like. I was raised by my mother, my entire life, in secret, never even knowing who my father was. All I knew was because of her, and that I had to keep my identity hidden from everyone and not let anyone see me. Even when I became a Knight of the Round Table, I still had to hide who I was, never being able to remove my helmet or armor, having to be the perfect knight for the perfect king. So, I can understand the feeling of not getting a normal childhood and being locked away by a controlling parent, Mordred admitted, making Naruto look at her in surprise before he smiled at her. I guess I really did get the best servant I could have asked for, stated Naruto, making Mordred smirk. Of course I'm the best, and you are an adequate master, replied Mordred, with the whiskered teen laughing lightly. The two soon entered the train station, waiting for the train that'll take them to Fuyuki, knowing once they get there, then it won't be long before the war begins. It wasn't long before the train arrived, with Naruto and Mordred boarding it, as it soon pulled out of the station and headed for Fuyuki, the two finding a room for themselves, before Naruto used some magecraft to make sure no one could eavesdrop, overhear, or spy on them through the doors and walls. So you grew up isolated from the rest of the world, master? Why's that? Mordred asked, curious to learn more about her master, after learning how similar their childhoods were. Yes, the only times I was able to go outside was to do my chores. Other than that, this is the first time I've really left home, so everything is just new for me, replied Naruto as he looked out the window of the train car. Any particular reason why? Mordred asked while raising a brow, since she had been kept isolated due to being identical to her father, and her mother being Morgan. I tried asking why they didn't let me interact with people, but they never gave me an answer. But they still tried making sure I had a semi-normal and happy life, getting me things that other Magus family wouldn't let their children near, like video games, modern weapons, and other things that are normally looked down on, Naruto answered, while steering the conversation away from the original topic, with Mordred perking up at the mention of him knowing how to use weapons. You know how to use weapons? Mordred questioned, liking the idea of her master knowing how to fight, rather than just having her do all the work. Yeah, I use a katana and twin wakizashi, along with various firearms, since magi don't normally use guns, with the most notable example being the Magus Killer. I started using them after learning about him. Seeing a chance to make the other masters paranoid of another Magus Killer appearing, I also have my own personal sword to use as well, said Naruto, making the knight smirk at hearing this, and agreeing with him using psychological warfare, and especially eager at hearing he used the sword. First chance we get, we're seeing just how good you are at using a blade, stated Mordred, wanting to see just how good he is, and perhaps enjoy some payback for his accursed nicknames. Sure, but don't be too upset if you lose, Mordred-chan, Naruto replied teasingly, the servant's eye twitching, while mentally swearing retribution will be had. But what about you? Besides your parents, did you have any other family? Asked Naruto, also curious to know more about Mordred, only for the girl's eyes to narrow before crossing her arms under her bust. I had 4 half-siblings, 3 brothers and a sister, Sir Gawain, Sir Agravain, Sir Gaheris, and Sir Gareth, all of them being natural spawns of the witch and members of the Round Table. Agravain, Gaheris, and Gareth were all killed by Lancelot in his attempt to save Guinevere, and I killed Gawain at Camlin, Mordred said, making Naruto look at her in surprise. You killed your own brother? Why? Naruto said, knowing about the legend and the Battle of Camlin, but didn't think Mordred would go so far to get to Arthur to kill her own brother, half-brother, and he was in my way. He might have lived if he hadn't kept Lancelot from the battle, but he did and got himself and his king killed, stated Mordred, not really having any sympathy for her deceased siblings, both due to her hatred for her parents, along with her despising and having envy for normal humans, due to her own lifespan as a homunculus. Plus, she never really bonded with her fellow knights anyway, preferring to do everything she could to prove herself as the perfect, most chivalrous, and honorable knight. Didn't you ever wonder what your life could have been like, if things had been different? If Morgan didn't keep you hidden away, if you had been raised by the king? Questioned Naruto, knowing Mordred had a lot of potential to be different than how she's remembered, if things had just been a little different. I used to, before being knighted, if my mother allowed me to be a normal child, but I eventually realized how foolish that was, that I couldn't change my life. All I could do was try and prove myself. And look how well that turned out, Mordred answered, having once dreamed how her life would have been if her father knew of her existence earlier and took her in, raising her as her son and heir, before realizing that even if such a thing happened, Artoria still never would have given her throne, all because she was the child of Morgan Le Fay. The idea having only served to enrage the knight further at knowing no matter how things turned out, she still would have been rejected by her father. Naruto frowned at her answer, since it wasn't one that he had been hoping to hear, but he could also understand it, given everything Mordred's been through, and their similar childhoods, having thought of his own what-ifs, but soon knew that they wouldn't change anything. So, do you have a plan for when the war begins? Or do we just kill any servants in our way, until we're standing at the top? Mordred asked while smirking, unknowingly pulling Naruto from his thoughts. Well, I was going over the previous war, after my command seals appeared, to see what strategies I could come up with, depending on what servant class I summoned, and given how you're a saber-class servant, things should be relatively easy if we play it right, said Naruto, making Mordred gain a prideful smirk. Of course. Hell, even if I wasn't a saber, any opponents would still fall before my power, Mordred confidently, having felt even more powerful than she expected to feel when she was summoned. I have greater magical circuits than most magi, which means I produce very powerful and potent magical energy for you to use and be empowered by, and a lot of it, which resulted in your parameters going up, as well, revealed Naruto, while looking at Mordred's stats, seeing they were far greater than he expected. Interesting, and I do feel stronger than I should be, but that'll just make it more fun, said Mordred, smirking, clenching and unclenching her hand, as she felt the power coursing through her. Don't get cocky, since we still don't know what other servants will be summoned, anyway. One strategy would first be hanging back to first observe the other servants and masters to see what we'll be up against, along with letting them take each other down while conserving our own strength, Naruto said, making the knight groan in annoyance. That sounds so boring. Just let me take care of anyone we find and save ourselves the trouble of fighting them later, Mordred said, not interested in hiding away and just watching the battles. This is about more than just power. We need to play this smart, since we won't have 6 other masters and servants to compete against. It will be a lot more. So, if we want to win the Grail, we can't afford to do things recklessly. By the way, what do you even want to wish for from the Grail? Asked Naruto, wondering what wish Mordred wanted granted. I wish to challenge my father for the right to draw Caliban from the stone, to have undisputable proof of my kingship, that not even my father can deny, Mordred answered, refusing to simply wish she was king, instead wanting to show her father proof of her right to rule, and the only way to do that is to draw Caliban herself. What about you, master? What wish do you want? Questioned Mordred, only to raise brow when the whiskered blonde suddenly became rather nervous. Well, most magi would wish to find the root, which is supposedly the source of everything in the universe. But the wish I want to make, it doesn't really involve the root and could probably be seen as selfish and just brushed off, maybe even considered pointless by some, replied Naruto, as the servant looked at him with a raised brow. Honestly, what is up with him? Mordred wondered, seeing Naruto was acting the same way as he did when talking to his parents, with this also making her curious of what his wish could be, though she decided not to mention it, not wanting to make him more uncomfortable by pushing the issue. Well, whatever it is, I doubt it'd be pointless if you're risking your life in a Holy Grail war to have it fulfilled, Mordred said, making Naruto nod to her thankfully. Later, the train soon pulled into Fuyuki Station, with Naruto and Mordred exiting, while gathering their stuff and heading for their temporary base of operation. So, where exactly will we be staying for the duration of the war? Mordred asked as they exited the station. We'll be staying at a condo in Mayama town, which will also be near the Tosaka residence and Matu residence, as it's practically guaranteed that every Grail war, there will be a Tosaka master, a Matu master, and an Ainsburn master participating. Even if the Matu family's magecraft has dwindled over the years, they still had a master in the last war, so it's likely they'll have one this time as well, replied Naruto, making the blonde girl smirk, pleased to hear this. Wonderful idea, master. The position should allow us to keep a close eye on the enemies that we'll be aware of, Mordred said, pleased to know Naruto's making sure they can start gather information the moment the war begins. That's right, I'm also hoping for the possibility of forming an alliance with the Tosaka Master, Naruto said, with Mordred now looking at him in confusion and slight annoyance. You're trying to form an alliance in a war with only one winner? And what exactly would stop them from betraying us, either when it's convenient, or when we're the last two left? Demanded the knight, with the Uzumaki sighing and nodding at her words. I'm aware of the possibility of them betraying us, but it'd also be ideal for us and the Tosaka Master to have an alliance, given the nature of this Holy Grail war and the servants we may end up encountering. Plus, it helps that the Tosaka family suffered serious casualties during the Fourth Holy Grail War. Even I don't like the idea of taking advantage of it, with Tokiomi Tosaka being killed, his wife suffering from mental deterioration from the events of the Fourth Holy Grail War, as well as the majority of their wealth and finances being lost, leaving only the Tosaka heiress left, who I believe is around my age, Naruto answered, with Mordred now looking at him in surprise. Was the Fourth War really that bad? Mordred asked, knowing that Holy Grail wars can be deadly and result in deaths. She didn't think one would end that badly. It was worse. The only masters that survived are the current Lord Almaloy Waver Velvet, Tokiomi's student Kirai Koto Mine, and Kiritsugu Amiya the Magus Killer, and even he ended up dying only a few years after, due to injuries that he received during it. So, while the Tosaka heiress may be reluctant, she'll also see the benefits that the both of us will have from creating an alliance. Plus, she's also our best bet on having someone that won't instantly betray us, said Naruto, knowing the Tosaka Master was their best bet, given that regardless of whoever the Mato Master is, Zoken will be the one really pulling the strings, even if it's a Magus that was hired to represent them. And while they did have a chance at forming an alliance with the Ainsburn Master, he wasn't sure how willing they'd be to having outside help, especially since the time they hired Kiritsugu to represent them in the Fourth Holy Grail War didn't work out very well for them. And what about the other potential masters? Mordred asked. The Mato Master would just be a puppet controlled by Zoken Mato, someone you really don't want to mess with, from what my parents told me about him. And while the Ainsburn Master may be open to an alliance, the last time they got outside help, it ended up backfiring on them. Plus, there is another reason why the Ainsburn Master would be such a wild card, said Naruto, while muttering the latter part to himself. What was that? Mordred asked, not hearing that last part clearly. Nothing you need to worry about, Saber-chan, just me thinking out loud, replied Naruto as they continued making their way to Miyama Town, while Mordred's eye twitched at the nickname. The two soon arriving at the condo and started getting settled in, before heading to the living room. Also, both of us will be enrolling in the high school division of Hamirahara Academy, Naruto revealed, causing Mordred to trip over herself before scowling at her master. Hell no! I'm only here to fight and win the Grail. There was no part about me attending school, said Mordred, adamantly refusing to attend school. Well, in this day and age, people in our age range have to attend school. If we didn't, it'd only draw attention to ourselves, Naruto stated. I'm over hundreds of years old, and have the knowledge of the entire world uploaded into my head, Mordred argued. And yet you still look like a cute 17-year-old, Mordred-chan, Naruto replied while smiling teasingly, with Mordred holding her hands out, wanting nothing more than to wrap them around his neck. Besides, this'll give us a chance to get a good feel for the Tosaka Master, and see what she's like, along with the potential Mato Master as well. Given that Zoken's grandchildren will also be attending the academy, really, it's the best setting for us to gather information on any potential enemies, Naruto added, with the knight's eye twitching rapidly as she tried coming with an argument to avoid having to attend school, but couldn't think of anything. Fine. I'll attend the stupid school, no matter how humiliating such a thing would be, muttered Mordred, knowing if her father, mother, or any of the other knights of the Round Table found out about this, they'd never let her live it down. Her, the feared and hated Knight of Treachery, being forced to attend school. It actually made the Saber-class servant mentally pray that none of them were summoned, no matter how badly she'd like the chance to crush her father. Aya, don't be like, I'm sure you'll look adorable in the uniforms they have there, Miso-nichan, teased Naruto, as Mordred froze and slowly turned to look at him, with her eyes glowing red. What did you just call me? Mordred demanded in a disturbingly calm voice, while Naruto simply smiled at her. Miso-nichan, as that's what you are, at least on the papers we have to fill out to enroll in the academy, since we can't exactly call you by your real name, or have you called Saber. So instead you now get to be my new sister. Isn't that great? Naruto asked while smiling at his servant, as the knight slowly shook in rage while her face turned red in embarrassment. But don't worry, I'll still call you Mordred-chan when we're alone and Saber-chan around others, just so you never forget that I care, added Naruto. Mordred was now beginning rethink not killing her infuriating master, or at least beating his stupid face in. Time skip 1 week. After getting themselves settled into their temporary home and becoming familiar with the neighborhood and Fuyuki, Naruto and Mordred were now attending their first day at Hamurahara Academy. Having already filled out all the necessary paperwork and forging Mordred's identity as Miso Uzumaki, something that still embarrassed the blonde girl to no end, especially when it seemed like Naruto went out of his way to call her that, just to get a reaction, with both of them wearing the Hamurahara uniform, which only served to further embarrass Mordred at having to wear a skirt, something she absolutely loathed. While Naruto created some synthetic skin using alchemy to cover up his command seals, they've also learned the name of the Tosaka heiress, Rin Tosaka, and were attending the same class as her and having the same schedule, with the help of some subtle hypnosis, to ensure this would happen, giving them plenty of time to meet Rin and get to know her. Class, I'd like you all to meet our new students, Naruto Uzumaki and his sister Miso Uzumaki. Please make them both feel welcomed here at Hamurahara, said the teacher. Once Naruto and Mordred entered the class, bowing slightly to the other students before they went and took their seats, with Naruto seeing that his seat just so happened to be right next to Rin herself, allowing him to get a good look at her. Rin has aqua-colored eyes, fair skin, and long wavy brown hair in a two-side-up hairstyle, which consists of part of her hair being made into twin tails tied with black ribbons, while the majority hangs loose, with the Tosaka heiress wearing the standard Hamurahara girl's uniform. Wow, Naruto thought upon seeing how beautiful Rin was, before he quickly smiled and held out his hand to her. Hello, it's nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto introduced, with Rin regarding him warily before putting on a polite smile. A pleasure to meet you, Naruto, and welcome to Hamurahara Academy. I'm Rin Tosaka, replied Rin, having no doubt he already knew her name, just like she knew his last name. Nice to meet you as well, Rin, said Naruto. I'm sure it is, Rin thought while narrowing her eyes at him when he wasn't looking, before she glanced at Miso, who looked like she wanted to be anywhere else but here. She knew that Miso was really a servant, and a powerful one from what Rin was sensing, making her mentally curse that a saber has already been summoned by a potential enemy, even more so by one that she had absolutely no information on either, with the Tosaka heiress knowing that she'll need to find out more about them. Later, lunchtime soon rolled around, with Naruto and Mordred heading up to the rooftop, soon being joined by Rin as well, not surprising either of them since they knew she'd likely confront them. Nice to see you again, Rin. Did you want to join me and Miso-nichan for lunch? Naruto asked while smiling at the brunette, making both girls narrow their eyes at him for different reasons. How about we save ourselves the trouble and not keep pretending? We both know that isn't your sister, she's your servant, a saber I'd wager from her power, said Rin, not wanting to waste time, while regarding them warily. Guilty as charged, and yes, she's really a saber, isn't that right, Saber-chan? Naruto said, making Mordred growl in annoyance, while Rin was momentarily surprised at the nickname before she shook it off. What are you doing in Fuyuki, much less at Hamurahara Academy? The Holy Grail War isn't for several months, unless you're planning to take out the competition before it begins, said Rin, narrowing her eyes while some jewels appeared in her hand, just in case that was their intentions. Relax, Rin-chan, we aren't here to hurt anyone, especially since you haven't summoned your own servant yet, Naruto replied, making Rin blush in embarrassment at being called out like that on not having her own servant yet, along with the suffix that he added to her name. What makes you think I don't have my own servant yet? And who gave you permission to refer to me in such a familiar manner? Besides, maybe they're just in their spirit form and you can't see them, and I could be covering up my command seals like you are, retorted Rin, smirking as she regained her cool. Don't worry, you'll get used to it, especially since he'll make it a habit now, after seeing the reaction it got out of you, Mordred muttered in a dry tone, with Rin not being sure on how to feel about that. That's true, and I'm sure I'd believe that, if not for the fact that Saber-chan here hasn't already forced them to reveal themselves, Naruto stated, as Mordred nodded. Yeah, if you had a servant, I'd be able to sense them, regardless of if they're in spirit form or not, and force them to come out, Unless you have assassin, but that still wouldn't do you any good, since they're usually the weakest of the servant classes, outside of a few notable exceptions. But if you do have assassin, then by all means call them out, since I could use a punching bag right now, said Mordred while smirking wickedly, as she punched her fist into her hand, wanting to relieve some stress by ripping another servant apart, their words causing Rin's embarrassment to come back full force at her bluff being called. Fine, I don't have my own servant yet, Rin admitted while dropping her guard and all forms of resistance, knowing it'd be suicide if she instigated a confrontation between them, especially given the time of day and where they were. Someone was bound to see them. See, there's no need for us to fight. In fact, I'm hoping we can be friends, Rin-chan, said Naruto as smiled at the girl, who continued regarding them warily. Are you really part of the Uzumaki family? As while my family lost most of our contacts at the clock tower, I do know that Kushina Uzumaki is unable to have children, nor have I heard anything about her and her husband adopting a child from a Magus family that had an extra heir, Rin stated, skeptical of Naruto's ties to the Uzumaki family, only for her and Mordred to be surprised when Naruto's smile vanished and was replaced by an icy glare. That isn't really any of your business, now is it? Naruto retorted coldly, catching both girls off guard at the tone in his voice, while Mordred was further intrigued at this information regarding her master and his family. You keep getting more and more interesting, master, thought Mordred, desiring to solve the mystery that is her master. Sorry, I said Rin, wanting to apologize, especially since she didn't want to antagonize Naruto and his servant, while Naruto sighed and stopped her. No, I'm sorry, you didn't know, and it's understandable that you'd be skeptical. It's just a sore spot for me, said Naruto. Anyway, I'll be honest, I wanted to propose an alliance between us. Given the nature of the Fifth Holy Grail War and not knowing just how many masters and servants there will be, I thought it'd be best if we work together to give ourselves a better chance at surviving and defeating the other competitors, Naruto said, cutting to the chase, while Rin frowned at the idea of forming an alliance with someone she didn't know, but she also couldn't deny that he was right. This Holy Grail War wasn't going to be like the others, so there's no telling how many masters and servants there'll be, so it would be best to have an ally to watch her back, and something told Rin that Naruto wouldn't be the type to betray her. But given how her father made an alliance with Kirai in the Fourth Holy Grail War, and yet still ended up dead, while her mother might as well be brain dead, Rin was rather skeptical and hesitant at forming an alliance. If you don't want to form an alliance, then how about we at least agree that we don't fight each other until most of the other competitors are already taken care of, added Naruto, figuring if they couldn't get an alliance, the least they could do is hold off on fighting each other. This surprised Rin, but also made her frown, before eventually she nodded. All right, we'll have an alliance. Meet me at the Tosaka residence after school, so I can summon my own servant, Rin replied, knowing it'd be in her best interest to form an alliance with someone that she believed she could trust. And while she initially was going to wait to summon her servant until it was closer to the war, she figured it'd be better to summon them now, especially with these current events. She might as well take advantage of the time they still have to form a proper strategy. Summoning her servant now will certainly make that easier, since it will give them time to know how hers and Naruto's own servants will work together. Great, glad that we'll be watching each other's backs, Rin-chan, said Naruto as he smiled at the brunette, while she nodded in response before looking at Mordred. So, what's your real name? Since we're going to be working together, we should know the strengths and weaknesses of each other's servants, said Rin, only for Mordred to smirk. Nice try, but you'll just have to wait and see what I'm capable of when the fighting starts, Mordred replied, making the girl sigh but nodding, having at least had to try to get information. Okay, then come on Naruto, Miso. I'll show you both around and introduce you to some of the other potential competitors that also go here, said Rin before motioning them to follow her to show them around the academy. As they explored the academy, Rin and Mordred couldn't help but be amused at Naruto, who was looking around at everything in amazement at everything they saw. The Tosaka heiress never thinking she'd see someone look so amazed at being in school. You seem rather amazed at the academy. Most other students are only excited when they finally get to leave at the end of the day, Rin stated while looking at Naruto with the corners of her mouth twitching up. I don't see why someone wouldn't be amazed at this place. It's so much bigger than I thought it would be, replied Naruto, given how this is his first time at a school. If only all the students showed such enthusiasm, someone said, getting the three's attention. the voice belonging to a male, wearing a standard Hamurahara boy's uniform and glasses over his eyes, while having grayish-black, almost blue, neatly combed hair. Issei Ryudu, I am the student body president. You are the new students, correct? Issei said, with Naruto and Mordred nodding in response. Yeah, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and this is my sister Miso. Rin was just showing us around, replied Naruto, with the boy nodding while narrowing his eyes at Rin, who returned the look with a kind, sweet smile that Issei knew was fake. I see. Well, if either of you have any questions, then feel free to come and ask me. Enjoy the rest of your lunch, Issei said before taking his leave. That was Issei, like he said, he's the student body president. He and his family also live in Ryuda Temple on the outskirts of Miyama, said Rin, with the two nodding before they continued the tour, only for them to not get far when Rin suddenly growled in annoyance, confusing them before they saw the brunette glaring straight ahead. Looking, they saw another girl approaching them, who was gladly returning Rin's glare. The girl had long golden blonde hair styled entirely in large coils, with blue ribbons in her hair, similar to Rin's own black ones, fair skin, and golden brown eyes, while wearing the girl's uniform as well. What surprised Naruto and Mordred was the strong resemblance the girl had with Rin as well. What's this, Rin Tosaka actually being accompanied by a boy? Oh wait, it's the new guy. I guess you finally realized that no guy here would want to hang out with a stuck-up, arrogant, prideful little girl like you, the girl taunted, making Rin's glare darken before she smiled mockingly. Olivia, I'm so proud of you, you're finally being honest about what kind of person you are. But you also forgot that you're also a bumbling, childish, whining, prissy airhead, retorted Rin, surprising Naruto and Mordred at the bite in her voice. Wow, I actually almost felt that. Rin, been practicing in the mirror? You know what you'll feel, my servant crushing yours when the war starts. Livia growled before she looked at Naruto and Mordred with a smile on her face. A pleasure to meet a fellow upcoming master. I am Livia Gelata Edelfelt, heiress of the Edelfelt family. But please call me Livia. I look forward to competing against you both in the war, and perhaps, once you get tired of the child, we can see about making an actual alliance with each other. I'm sure we'll get along famously, Livia said while winking at Naruto. Nice to meet you, Livia. I'm Naruto Uzumaki and this is my sister Miso, replied Naruto. You both as well. I hope to see both again soon, Naruto. And be careful around this one, she might not be the safest company to have, said Livia as she and Rin glared at each other. Enjoy being a master while you can, because I'll make sure you won't last a single night. Rin growled. Oh please, I won't even need to try against you and whatever sorry excuse for a servant you summon, if you even can summon that is, said a smirking Livia before taking her leave, leaving a fuming Rin, while Naruto and Mordred just looked baffled at the confrontation. Mind sharing who that was and what just happened? Mordred asked, completely confused. Livia Gelata Edelfelt, heiress of the Edelfelt family, along with being a spoiled, stuck-up, arrogant, rich brat who we are going to destroy, said Rin while chuckling wickedly as she imagined crushing Livia and whatever servant she summons. Alright, I did notice that you both kind of look similar to each other. Are you related by any chance? Naruto asked warily, with the brunette growling at him for saying such a thing. There are speculations that the younger Edelfelt sister from the Third Holy Grail War may have married into the Tosaka family. It better not be true though, as I'd never willingly be related to that brat, Rin said, hating the idea of her and Livia being related. Are you sure you aren't both tsunderas for each other? Naruto asked while tilting his head, as Rin froze in horror and looked at him with wide eyes. What? Shouted Rin, mortified that he'd even asked that. Well, it seems obvious, since despite you both looking like you hate each other, Livia went out of her way to speak with you, and rather than walk away, you kept speaking with her, and it'd make sense, since Livia's really pretty and you're really beautiful, so it'd make sense if you liked each other, Naruto said, only to yelp when Rin started smacking him repeatedly, while blushing in embarrassment, both at him insinuating she liked anything about Livia and being called beautiful. Idiot, 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 idiot. Rin yelled as she hit Naruto repeatedly. Yes, yes. Suffer for your crimes. Mordred thought, enjoying the sight of her master being attacked, feeling that it was retribution for him calling her those damn nicknames. Later, after Rin stopped her assault on Naruto, the trio continued exploring the academy, soon heading outside where Rin showed them the archery dojo. finding 4 other girls there already, 3 students and a teacher. The teacher was a woman with short light brown hair and eyes. She wears a green dress with a yellow and black striped shirt and white shoes. The first girl had shoulder-length reddish-brown hair, fair skin, and matching eyes. The second girl had violet hair, which she styles with a red-pink ribbon on the left side, and violet eyes. And the third girl had long, messy auburn hair kept in a ponytail, and golden-brown eyes. With the 3 girls currently practicing their archery, while the teacher stood off to the side and observed them, before she took notice of the 3 entering and smiled at them. "Rin! What are you doing here? Finally deciding to join the archery club?" the woman asked, with Rin smiling politely and shaking her head. "No, I'm just showing Naruto and Miso here around. This is Taiga Fujimura, the English teacher here at Hamirahara," Rin introduced, as Taiga smiled at the 2 and shook their hands. "Nice to meet you both. I haven't seen you in my class yet, but I'm looking forward to having you there," said Taiga. "Thank you, and it's nice to meet you as well. Also, Taiga's an interesting name. Is it supposed to be for tiger?" Naruto asked, only for Taiga to immediately scowl. "No, it's not for tiger. My name is not Tiger, it's Taiga." "Why does everyone keep calling me Tiger?" said Taiga as she started crying partway through her shouting, startling Naruto and Mordred while Rin sighed, while the crying got the attention of the 3 girls. "Rin! Did you call her Tiger?" the first girl asked while walking over. "No, he did. This is Ayako Mitsuzuri, captain of the archery team. Ayako, these are Naruto and Miso Uzumaki," Rin introduced, as Ayako looked them up and down, before leaning in close to Naruto, making him slightly uncomfortable, before grinning brightly. "You've certainly gotten yourself a keeper, Rin. Just look at those adorable whisker marks," Ayako said, much to Rin's embarrassment and Naruto's confusion. "He's not my boyfriend," stuttered Rin. "I'm not?" Naruto asked, confused at hearing this. "Oh, of course not," Rin said. "But we're friends, aren't we?" said Naruto. "Why, yes, I suppose," replied Rin while nodding slowly, guessing they were friends. "So, doesn't that make me your boyfriend? Since I'm your friend and a boy?" Naruto asked, much to the disbelief of the girls that he actually asked that, before Ayako grinned mischievously. "Yes. Yes, that does make you Rin's boyfriend," said Ayako while smirking at her friend, who glared daggers at her. "And no, it doesn't. Don't listen to her," Rin said quickly, while silently wondering just how sheltered Naruto's upbringing could have been, with him being amazed at everything and some of the remarks and questions he's asked. "Anyway, these are Shiruko Amiya and Sakura Matu," introduced Rin while motioning to the other 2 girls. "Hi, it's nice to meet you both. I'm Naruto Uzumaki and this is my sister Miso," Naruto said as he smiled at them, while mentally wondering how this place could have so many beautiful girls attending, only for Shiruko and Sakura to simply nod, with Sakura looking at Rin with an almost dead expression. "Hello," greeted Shiruko shortly and neutrally, before taking notice of Naruto staring at her. "Is something wrong?" Shiruko asked. "Nothing's wrong, I just noticed your beautiful hair is, right away," Naruto said while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Oh, thanks," Shiruko muttered with a light blush on her face, having been caught off by the sudden compliment. "Man, Rin, it seems like we have a real lady killer here," Ayako said with a smirk, while Rin couldn't help but facepalm at how forward Naruto had unknowingly acted. "Why would I want to kill ladies?" Naruto asked, causing everyone to look at him like he grew a second head. "What?" Naruto said, not understanding why everyone was looking at him like that. "Why, you were given the talk, right, bro?" Mordred asked, while playing the role of Miso Uzumaki, as she and Rin refused to believe that he was that sheltered. "Yeah, what does that have to do with this?" Naruto replied, still not getting what the point of this was. "I hope that you plan to teach him about slang and street smarts as well," Ayako said, as the Tosaka heiress and Mordred couldn't help but facepalm as they cried waterfall tears. "Why me?" both Rin and Mordred thought, despite taking solace in that they didn't have to have a very awkward conversation with Naruto. Thankfully, the awkward atmosphere was soon lifted, when Sakura reminded everyone of her presence. "Rin," Sakura stated, getting the others' attention, with Naruto and Mordred seeing the way Sakura looked at Rin, while the brunette fidgeted nervously. Hello Sakura, you look good and your archery seems to be improving," said Rin. "Yes, Shiro-senpai has been helping me. It's nice to have her by my side," replied Sakura, with the Tosaka heiress giving a slight flinch. Well, we should get going, since I still have to show them the rest of the academy. Bye. Rin said quickly, before practically dragging Naruto and Mordred out of the archery dojo and back to the academy. Unfortunately, they just barely avoid running into another student. The student being a boy with curly blue hair and gray-blue eyes and wearing the standard Hamirahara uniform. My dear Rin, have you finally come to your senses and are now running into my arms? Said the boy while smirking arrogantly, making Rin scowl while Naruto and Mordred both frowning, already not liking this guy. The only reason girls would be running towards you, Shinji, is so they could run right past and away from you, Rin retorted, making the now-named Shinji glare at her, before sneering at Naruto and Mordred. Humph. Well, at least I know how to keep better company than trash like these two, honestly. Here I thought you had some pride in yourself, but I guess you lost that like everything else, taunted Shinji, making the girl glare murderously at him, but refrained from attacking. At least I'll have something you never will. Power. What exactly do you have besides your massive ego and inferiority complex? Rin demanded, making Shinji falter before scowling and pushing past the trio. Who was that asshole? Mordred asked, wanting nothing more than to summon Clarent and decapitate the bastard. Shinji Matu, Sakura's brother and the former heir of the Matu family, answered Rin, making Naruto frown. If he ends up as the Matu master, I won't be surprised if he's the first causality, Naruto muttered, getting the feeling that Shinji is the type of person who's better at making enemies than allies. Nor would he be a competent master. Oh, trust me, master, if he's chosen, I'm gonna kill him the first chance I get, stated Mordred, refusing to deal with someone like that during the Grail War, or risk the off chance of him actually winning. I wouldn't worry too much about Shinji being a master. It was a miracle the Matu family was able to get a master for the last Grail War, and like I said, he doesn't even have any magical circuits, so it's unlikely he'll be participating, Rin said, skeptical of the Matu participating. And what about your sister? Mordred questioned, making Rin tense and look at her with wide eyes. How did you know that? Demanded Rin, wanting to know how they knew Sakura was her sister, former sister she told herself. Well, you two look very similar, even more similar than you and Livia do, while Sakura and Shinji look nothing alike. Plus with the way you both talk to each other, you both seem to have a deeper relationship than just being friends. Plus the Matu family's magical energy has become basically non-existent, yet Sakura seemed to be overflowing with it, so it wasn't that hard to figure out. And with you being the Tosaka heiress, I'm guessing Sakura was sent away to prevent any potential conflict. And it'd be obvious the Matu family would want a child from such a magically powerful family, though I have to question what Tokiomi had to be thinking, giving his own daughter to a shady family like the Matu, especially someone like Zoken, said Naruto, only to be cut off when Rin finally snapped. Shut up. You don't know anything about my family or my father. He loved me and Sakura, and she's better off as a Matu than she ever was as a Tosaka, Rin screamed while glaring at him, with her once again telling herself that Sakura was better off where she was, something she's long since convinced herself was true. Sorry if I overstepped, Naruto apologized, with Rin taking a moment to calm down. It's fine, you weren't aware of how sensitive the subject was, and I already gathered that you are rather socially awkward, said Rin, along figuring she kind of had it coming by touching such a topic with him. Still, I'm sorry, but have you at least tried staying in touch with Sakura? Naruto asked, only for Rin to shake her head. No, I can't have any contact with Sakura or act like we're sisters, since we're not anymore. I was told it was better to just pretend I never had a sister at all, replied Rin as she looked away with a saddened expression. Well, you should at least try to talk to her, stated Naruto, making the brunette look at him in surprise. I can't, Rin argued, only for Mordred to cut her off. That's bullshit and you know it. She's your sister, your little sister, and you just treat her like a complete stranger. And what about how she feels, knowing that you never even tried to make an attempt to contact her? Said Mordred, not liking that Rin seemingly just cut Sakura out of her life, remembering when she first learned who her father was and revealed herself to her, and how she just cut her out. Rin, even if it's frowned upon, you still could have been there for Sakura as a friend and colleague, if not as a sister. You both deserve that much at least. And can you really handle just cutting your sister out of your life, when she's in such close reach? Naruto asked, making Rin look away with a conflicted expression. as they unknowingly struck the conflict Rin has had going on inside her for years, the self-imposed burden of being a magus, as well as living up to the legacy of her father and restoring her family's honor, conflicting against her desire to still be there for Sakura, but believing she's already failed her sister and doesn't deserve to be in her life anymore. Let's just get to class, Rin muttered, not wanting to talk about this anymore. Later, Tosaka residence. After school got out, Naruto, Mordred, and Rin had headed to the Tosaka residence, with Rin prepping her father's old study for the summoning ritual. Do you have a catalyst? Mordred asked, now back in her armor, with her helmet on, not wanting the servant that's summoned to see who she is. No, my father left me one, but it was shattered when I found it, and is no longer usable, answered Rin, while being mentally thankful of Naruto pointing out the hour difference on her clocks. With his cell phone. Seriously, what kind of magus uses a cell phone? Rin couldn't help but think in annoyance at having been corrected by technology, not only due to her magus upbringing, but also because of how terrible she is with technology, overall. Well, that can be a good thing and probably for the best, as it'll give you a better chance to summon a servant that's compatible with you, Naruto stated, given how he used a generic catalyst to summon Mordred, meaning that out of all the Knights of the Round Table, she was the most compatible servant for him. Once everything was ready, Rin took a breath as she held up her right hand as her own command seals began appearing. Heed my words, my will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call, and obey my will and reason, then answer my summoning. The summoning circle lit up with a bright light, as Rin continued chanting while Naruto and Mordred watched on. I hereby swear that I shall be all the good in the world, that I shall defeat all evil in the world. The circle grew brighter and began emitting blue electricity, actually forcing Naruto and Mordred to cover their eyes, while Rin's eyes narrowed to shield them from the light. Seventh heaven clad, and the great words of power, come forth from the circle of bindings, guardian of scales. With a final flash of light, a cloud of smoke emerged from the circle, as the three looked through the smoke to see what servant Rin had summoned, only for them to be shocked at what they saw. Naruto, Rin, and Mordred looked on in shock as the smoke cleared, revealing the servant that Rin had summoned, though Mordred's shock soon began fading and was replaced by a burning rage, as standing in the summoning circle was a young woman in her late teens, with a slender physique, soft skin, emerald green eyes, and finely textured blonde hair that looked to be sprinkled with gold dust. Her attire consisted of shining armor with an old-style dress, made from old-fashioned blue cloth, underneath. Oh no, Naruto thought, realizing just who this was from just the resemblance she had with Mordred, along with wearing attire a knight would wear, before quickly glancing at his own servant to see her shaking in rage, while Rin was shocked at seeing how similar her servant looked to Miso, wondering if it's possible they may be related. Tell me, are you worthy of being my master? The girl asked, only to tense with her eyes widening when she took notice of Naruto and Mordred, while Knight's anger finally reached its limit. I'm gonna kill you! Shouted Mordred while summoning Clarent and swinging to take her father's head off, with Artoria quickly summoning Excalibur, being covered by a sheath of wind to hide its appearance and her true identity, blocking Mordred's strike and pushing her son back. Saber, stop! Naruto said, getting in front of Mordred to stop her from attacking again. You have 5 seconds to get the hell out of my way, or I'll go through you, master, said Mordred, only to stop when Naruto held up his fist. I don't want to do it, but I will use a command seal if I have to. I'm asking you, calm down, now, Naruto said, not wanting to force Mordred to obey him, but he will if she didn't stop. Mordred only grew angrier at hearing this, that he'd actually use a command seal to force her to obey him, knowing if anyone else made such a threat to her, she would have killed them already. So, the knight reluctantly dismissed Clarent but still glared murderously at her father, with Artoria still having her blade out, while watching her warily. Don't look so surprised, father, it's unbefitting of a king, spat Mordred as her helmet unfolded and glared at her fellow Saber, while Rin began piecing together just who they both were. Dressed as knights, she's a king and Miso called her father, wielding a sword that can't be seen, thought Rin, before her eyes widened in realization and excitement at just who she had summoned. You're King Arthur. And you're Mordred, Rin said, not believing she not only succeeded in summoning a saber, but potentially the strongest one there is. So much for that secret identity, muttered Naruto, sighing in resignation, but was thankful that only Rin knew his servant's identity. Yes, master, now if I may ask, why exactly are an enemy master and servant here? Artoria asked, not taking her eyes off Mordred, while the brunette shook off her excitement and got serious again. Saber, lower your weapon now. Naruto and his own servant are our allies, said Rin, with Artoria looking at her in disbelief. That is a rather unwise choice, master. How do we know they will not betray us at the first opportunity? Said Artoria, with Mordred growling and stepped forward, only for Naruto to stop her. You'd know all about betrayal, wouldn't you, King of Knights? Mordred growled, with Artoria narrowing her eyes. You aren't doing anything to disprove my point, Mordred, Artoria stated, before looking at Rin. Master, if you are insistent on having allies in this Holy Grail war, it would be best to find them elsewhere. Otherwise it would be better to work alone, said Artoria, confident she would be enough to face any other servants summoned, along with her pride refusing to have such assistance. I made my choice, Saber. We will be allied with Naruto and his servant for the duration of the Grail War. You can either accept it, or I can make you accept it, Rin replied, narrowing her eyes, and raising her fist, since she wasn't going to have Artoria picking a fight with Mordred, while the King of Knights narrowed her eyes for a moment, before eventually lowering her guard and dismissing Excalibur. Very well, as my master commands, Artoria said with a slight bow, swallowing her pride and backing down, even if she didn't like it. Naruto and Rin both mentally sighed in relief that their servants weren't going to end up killing each other, for now at least. The two masters now only hoping that they'll be able to keep it that way for the rest of the war, or at least have them focused on fighting the other servants rather than each other. Okay, so we both have our servants. I'm guessing now we get registered for the war at the church, Naruto said looking at Rin, who nodded in response. That's right, but since the church is neutral territory, that means our servants will have to wait outside, together, replied Rin, knowing how awkward and dangerous that will be, but knew there's nothing they could do about it. Both of them just hoped that it won't take long to get registered. Later, it wasn't long before the four arrived at the church, with Naruto and Rin heading inside to meet the priest and overseer of the Fifth Holy Grail War, and Rin's legal guardian, Kirai Kotomine. Rin having noted how Kirai's appearance hadn't changed much from when she saw him before the Fourth Holy Grail War, with him simply being taller with his hair growing down to his shoulders, wearing a black version of his normal attire, a gold cross necklace, and a dark blue cassock, along with still having that same vacant and dead expression on his face. Rin, I am surprised to see you here at this hour. Who is this? Kirai asked, looking at Naruto, who couldn't help but look at the priest warily. There's something off about him, thought Naruto, getting the feeling he should watch his back around Kirai. This is Naruto Uzumaki, a new student at my school, along with a fellow master for the Fifth Holy Grail War. We came here to register for the Holy Grail War, as we've both summoned our servants, Rin replied, as they showed their command seals. I see, and your servants' classes? Kirai questioned. We both summoned saber-class servants, answered Naruto, with the priest not giving any reaction at hearing two sabers have been summoned. Very well, I shall have you both registered, though be aware, Rin, that as of this moment, you are now a master and will not receive any favoritism from me. From here on out, I will treat you like any other master in the Grail War, said Kirai, with the Tosaka heiress nodding in response. I understand, meaning nothing will really change, Rin said, while thinking the latter part, not upset, or planning to lose any sleep over no longer having to interact with Kirai anymore, outside of official Grail War business, given how she never even really liked Kirai, and only tolerated him due to being her father's student, as well as her legal guardian, with how her mother was no longer being able to fulfill that role. Due to her mental deterioration, Rin was actually thankful she summoned her servant sooner, knowing it now limited the amount of time she had to interact with Kirai. Does he seem off to you? Naruto asked, once they were outside the church, wanting to know if Rin felt uneasy around Kirai like he did. Of course there's something off about him. Anyone can see that. I didn't trust or like Kirai. Even when I was a little girl, I've only tolerated him for guidance without my parents around. Though I did accept him enough to learn Bijikun from him. But I still hate him. And I know he's done bad things before. I just don't have any proof. But I know he's done them, replied Rin, with the whiskered teen nodding slowly, before glancing back at the church. Do you think he may be a problem or planning something? Questioned Naruto, feeling like Kirai wasn't the type to just be a normal mediator, an overseer for the Grail War. I'd be shocked if he wasn't, but just be careful around him. He's much stronger than he looks, along with being more resilient as well, Rin warned, knowing Kirai isn't someone to underestimate, with Naruto nodding in response. Once they reached Mordred and Artoria, standing several feet away from each other, Naruto and Rin were relieved to see no signs of a fight. Thank Kami, you two didn't kill each other, stated Naruto, only to receive dry stares from the two knights, while Rin couldn't help but facepalm. Let's just get back to my home and we can start discussing strategy, Rin said, now that they both had their servants, and know their identities. They can begin working on a plan for when the war starts. Church. Back in the church, Kirai waited until Naruto and Rin had left, before looking to the front pew as a shower of golden sparkles appeared and began converging together into a person. The person in question was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, with lightly tanned skin, long golden blonde hair, blood-red eyes with slit pupils, possessing a perfect, proportioned body with high D-cup breasts. Her attire consisted of a black crop top with long sleeves and a collar, while leaving the bottom half of her breasts and her midsection exposed, showing the numerous red tattoos she possessed, matching black leggings that hugged her hips and ass nicely, and golden armor on her right arm and legs, with a red cape attached to the back of her legs. This was Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, who had previously been summoned in the Fourth Holy Grail War, ironically by Rin's own father Tokiomi Tosaka, though she hadn't obeyed Tokiomi's orders unless forced to by his command seals, with her not really interested in winning the war, since she already had possession of the Holy Grail. Even if it wasn't directly in her possession, Gilgamesh had, however, been interested in Kirai after sensing his true nature and desired to have him embrace it, eventually leading to her forming a contract with him, allowing her to stay in the mortal world. So, that mongrel Tokiomi's child has summoned her own servant already, Gilgamesh stated, smirking, while Kirai nodded. So it would seem in having summoned a saber as well, with that boy also summoning a saber, this only proved this Grail War will not be like the others. If two sabers have already been summoned, said Kirai. Yes, but it doesn't matter how many servants are summoned, what class they are, or how strong they believe themselves to be, they will all still be crushed before the one true and sole king there is, said Gilgamesh, not worried what other servants will be summoned, knowing they'll all fall before her power. Though she was pleased after getting a look at Naruto and Rin's servants, seeing one of them was her dear king of knights that she became smitten with. Kirai only nodded in response before he prepared to take his leave, only for his phone to ring, causing the defective priest to answer it. Hello, you're here already? No, merely surprised. Very well, I will have a room prepared, Kirai said, before hanging up and looked to the king of heroes. Karen has arrived sooner than I expected. I'm sure you don't need a reminder that she's not to know about our plans, said Kirai, not wanting his daughter involved in their plans or to get caught up in them, making Gilgamesh smirk and nod. I suppose even someone as twisted and warped as you can have that one person you care for, Gilgamesh thought, having only been further intrigued to learn Kirai, while not a loving or caring father, did have a degree of protectiveness for Karen. Of course, the girl will not be touched. But I do hope you remember that Karen's presence may throw a wrench into our own plans for that woman, Bizet, Gilgamesh replied, with Kirai nodding in response, since he planned to kill Bizet and usurp control of her own servant from her. I'm aware. But I believe it no longer matters anyway. We have already strayed far from the original path with these current circumstances alone, and there is still no telling how many more masters will appear, said Kirai, knowing their original plan was practically gone by this point. Luckily, they also still had plenty of time before the Fifth Holy Grail War officially begins to work around these new circumstances. Later Tosaka residence. Meanwhile, Naruto, Rin, Mordred, and Artoria had soon arrived back at the Tosaka residence to begin planning for the war. I believe the first thing to do is informing you, Saber, that you'll be attending school along with me, Naruto, and Mordred, Rin said, with Artoria going still and looking at her with wide eyes. What? Master, there is really no need for that. I am perfectly content with remaining here when you are not available, said Artoria, momentarily caught off guard before regaining her cool. Ironically, in another set of timelines, she would have been adamant with being by her master's side at all times. Granted, there was no mentioning of her having to attend school in those timelines, so it isn't really all that surprising. Actually, there is a need for that, Due to you looking to be in our age range, it's required for you to attend school, and I'd prefer us sticking together as much as possible, rather than being separated, given the chance of other servants being summoned before the war begins, and them attacking any of us if we're alone, Rin replied, with Artoria desperately trying to come up with a valid argument, since she couldn't go to school. She was the king of knights, not a student. Face it, father, you have to obey your master's orders, stated a smirking Mordred, while taking pleasure in the fact that her father was being forced to attend school as well. You're going as well, Artoria retorted, giving her son an annoyed expression before looking back at Rin. Master, I would be more than willing to simply follow you in my spirit form, allowing me to remain by your side while hiding myself from enemy masters and servants, said Artoria, only for Rin to shake her head. It's preferable if you were visible the entire time, ensuring you'd be able to react at a moment's notice if it comes to that, rather than having to wait to exit your spirit form, Rin replied, not budging on the issue, with the king trying to think of something else to say. Fine, very well, master, I will attend school, Artoria said in resignation, with Mordred mentally cackling in glee. We could also dig a tunnel between our two homes, making it so any enemy masters or servants spying on us wouldn't know when or where we'd be meeting each other, along with a means to quickly escape if either of our homes are attacked or compromised, said Naruto. Excellent idea. We'd also need to put a boundary field over it, to ensure it's not discovered, said Rin, pleased at the idea, knowing it'd be helpful to have such a tunnel. Fantastic. Now how do we deal with the other masters and servants? Mordred said, now desiring to get this war done with as quickly as possible, so she won't have to be around her father longer than necessary. This made Naruto and Rin frown, since they still weren't sure just how many more masters and servants will be summoned, or how many will be the same class, and while they're already off to a good start, with having 2 powerhouse servants as the strongest servant class, that still wasn't enough. I'm not quite sure. I believe one thing to do is discovering all the potential masters that could be chosen to enter the Holy Grail War and finding out their strengths and weaknesses, said Rin, with Naruto nodding in agreement, along with finding out what they're like as people, in the event none of them use a catalyst to summon a servant, and instead get one they're compatible with. But for those that do use a catalyst, they'll likely aim for the strongest servants they could get, Naruto added, knowing no matter what class a servant was, masters always tried summoning the ones they believed would guarantee them victory. Rin couldn't help but sigh and nod in agreement, knowing for how powerful Artoria and Mordred are, there are still certainly a number of servants more powerful than them that could be summoned. Perhaps it would be a good idea of expanding our alliance, but only with masters we know are trustworthy, said Rin, not liking the idea of expanding their alliance, since it just increased the risk of someone betraying them. Yeah, while I don't like it, we're going to need all the allies we can get, replied Naruto, having similar thoughts to Rin, but knowing with how different this Grail War was, they were going to need the help. Are you kidding me? We don't need any allies. That's just inviting someone to betray us. And who needs allies when you have one of the strongest servants there is? And her too, I guess, Mordred said while pointing at Artoria, not wanting to include more allies since she already didn't like having to work with her father. While blunt, I must agree with Mordred, us alone are more than capable of handling enemy servants. It does seem rather foolish to bring in more masters. That would likely betray us to remove the competition and chance of facing either of us, said Artoria, willing to admit Mordred was a powerful servant, given what she sensed from her. There's no denying you both are very powerful, but power isn't going to be what wins this Grail War. Maybe if it was a normal one, then the strongest servant would be the deciding factor. But now it's about taking out the competition with all the other masters and servants we'll be up against, and who's to say the other competitors won't eventually learn your identities, and some of them won't work together to take down 2 powerful servants, like the both of you, Naruto said, knowing it was a possibility for their identities to eventually be exposed, especially if they used their noble phantasms. Naruto's right, and I said trustworthy masters, we won't make an alliance with just anyone. Only those we know won't betray us at the first opportunity. It probably won't be many, but even just one more master and servant could make the difference between winning and losing. Do you both really want to take the chance of us being attacked and overwhelmed, simply because we didn't have more help? Said Rin, raising a brow at them, with Artoria frowning while Mordred scowled in annoyance. I suppose it would be useful, when it is put like that, Artoria muttered, still not liking it, but relenting to her master's logic. Fine. We'll get more damn allies, but I swear if one of them summons the witch, I'm killing them both and you can't stop me, said Mordred, relenting as well, but knowing if any of the allies they have somehow summoned Morgan, then nothing will stop her from ending them. She's already being forced to work with her father. Mordred absolutely refused to work with her mother as well. Unknown location. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a man stood over the dead body of a teenage girl lying in a summoning circle. The man had short straw-colored hair, pale skin, and red-framed glasses over his green eyes, his attire consisting of white dress shoes, a white pinstripe suit with black buttons and a pocket on his right breast, a black turtleneck underneath, and white gloves. This was Ernest Gravehill, a magus from a well-known, prestigious family in London, and unknown to the Mages Association, he was also a skilled and inhumane necromancer. Currently, Ernest had just finished the preparation for his ritual to summon his own servant for the Fifth Holy Grail War, but rather than summoning an actual heroic spirit, he was going to summon one and attach it to the body of the deceased girl, Tachi, having found her after she died in the Fuyuki fire 10 years ago, and now was going to turn her into a demi-servant, as a means to save magical power from summoning a true servant. Everything is set and complete, now to summon and attach Galahad's heroic spirit to the girl's body, Ernest thought, smirking as he held out his hand. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let purple be the color I pay tribute to. The summoning circle lit up with a purple light, while Tachi's body began glowing. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3-forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Tachi's body began transforming as a black bodysuit began forming around her. Let it be declared now, your flesh shall serve under me, and my fate shall be with your sword. Submit to the beckoning of the Holy Grail. Answer if you would submit to this will and this truth. Tachi was soon fully covered in her new attire before she began floating up until she was now standing in the center of the summoning circle. An oath shall be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. Ernest smirked as he saw Tachi's body began twitching and moving. From the 7th heaven, attended to by 3 great words of power, come forth from the ring of restraint, protector of the holy balance. The moment the chant was complete, Tachi's eyes flew open, revealing their now red color, before the demi-servant knelt before her master. How may I serve, master? Tachi asked robotically, making the magus smirk at seeing his ritual had worked. Now, it was just a matter of time to take care of the other masters and servants. Meanwhile in France, a young girl named Laetitia was kneeling beside her bed with her hands clasped together as she prayed. I accept this responsibility. I accept this burden. I accept the request to become your vessel ruler, Laetitia said, raising her head as a red glow appeared on her back as numerous command seals in the form of wings appeared. Before she stood up and opened her eyes, though rather than Laetitia being in control, it was now the ruler-class servant, Jeanne d'Arc, having been summoned by the Holy Grail to act as a mediator for the upcoming 5th Holy Grail War. I need to start packing. It will be a while before I'm able to make it to Fuyuki, and the Grail War will be starting soon, Jeanne thought as she moved to get changed and grab a suitcase. Rouen Place du Vieux Marquet. Though unknown to Jeanne, at the location where she had been burned at the stake, a summoning circle appeared with another servant soon forming at the center of it. With the servant looking identical to Jeanne herself, only possessing a paler complexion, pale yellow eyes with slit pupils, long, flowing white blonde hair, and wearing a darker, more revealing version of Jeanne's armor. This was Jeanne Alter, or Jalter, a darker version of Jeanne that was created by Gilles de Rais using the Holy Grail in an attempt to resurrect Jeanne, only to instead create his version of her. A Jeanne that had none of her compassion, mercy, or kindness and only a desire for revenge against those that burned her. Jalta rolled her neck and shoulders before looking around, scowling when she saw where she was, not liking the fact that she had been summoned at the very place she had been burned at, along with the memories she had from when she was summoned before by Gilles, giving her the chance to take her revenge and burn France to the ground, along with the servants she summoned and corrupted into the Berserker-class servants, only for it to all be stopped by that annoying master and their servants. Well, I suppose this just means I'll have another chance at my revenge, Jalta said, smirking eagerly for getting another chance to destroy France. And what do you know, just like before, I've been summoned as both Avenger and Ruler. That just makes it all the more fun, said Jalta, pleased to know that just like before, She had the powers and abilities of both an Avenger-class servant and ruler-class servant. I wonder if my other half was summoned as a ruler as well. If so, then I'll finally have the chance to surpass her. Jalter thought as she began walking and making her plans on what to do with this unique and interesting Holy Grail war. With Jean. Back with Jean, the Saint had now changed into more casual clothes, consisting of black Mary Janes, thigh-high navy blue socks, navy blue short shorts, a white collared shirt that left her back exposed, and a navy blue tie, the servant glancing at her reflection in the mirror and the command seals on her back, before pulling on a uniform-style jacket and closing her suitcase. This Holy Grail war, it's different than the ones that came before. I can already feel the number of servants have exceeded more than 7, and some even possess the same class. Jean thought while exiting the room, knowing that this Grail war won't be like the rest, and that something must have happened to cause this sudden change. Not to mention, how she didn't have a body created and instead had to take Laetitia as a vessel. I may need some backup when I get to Fuyuki. I'll need to summon some servants of my own as guards to help keep the masters and other servants from breaking the rules, thought Jean, before hailing a taxi to take her to the airport, planning to summon some servants once she arrives in Fuyuki and gets settled in. Though Jean also couldn't help but feel that the competitors and their servants will soon become the least of her problems. Time skip one day, Fuyuki. The next day, after Rin summoned Artoria with her and Naruto then getting registered as masters, they had managed to get the King of Knights enrolled into Hamirahara Academy. Having her registered as Naruto and Miso's cousin, given anything else would have been met with suspicions, with how Mordred and Artoria could nearly pass as twins, aside from a few differences in their appearances. Currently, the group was meeting on the roof to discuss possible masters to include in their alliance. Okay, any suggestions, Naruto? Rin asked, looking at the whiskered boy. What about Luvia? She did offer an alliance yesterday, and I'm sure she'll summon a powerful servant, said Naruto, knowing the Edelfelt heiress would be a great ally to have. Absolutely not. She'd betray us at the first opportunity, or tell the other masters what servants we summoned to get us eliminated, said Rin, refusing to even consider working with Luvia. Who is this Luvia? Artoria asked, not being caught up on the potential masters that they're already aware of. Rin's rival and potential cousin, with them absolutely hating each other, answered Mordred with a bored expression from her spot of leaning against the wall. I also think they may beat Sundra for each other, since they still interact with each other despite saying they hate the other, Naruto added, making Rin blush in embarrassment and anger. We are not Sundra for each other. And we are not making an alliance with that conniving, evil, spoiled, arrogant, stuck-up princess, said Rin, annoyed that Naruto still seemed to believe she and Luvia were Sundra for each other, even though she'd sooner admit to trusting Kirai than ever see Luvia like that. Rin, we don't exactly have a lot of options for allies at the moment, even less for ones we'd be able to trust to not betray us. Now, is Luvia the type to stab someone in back or betray them? Naruto asked, knowing the Tosaka heiress's main reason for not wanting to ally with Luvia was their rivalry. And no, said Rin reluctantly, knowing that Luvia isn't the type to betray someone. But that doesn't mean she'll make an alliance with us. Rin added, as even if Luvia didn't betray them, that didn't mean she'd agree to an alliance either. Then look at it this way, by working together to take out the competition, both of you would have a better chance at letting your servants fight each other, without any interruptions, said Naruto. Since he knew both Rin and Luvia wanted to defeat the other, and they'd have a better chance at doing so if they worked together to take out the competition. The Uzumaki being oblivious to Mordred and Artoria taking note of his words before the knights glared at each other with lightning sparking between them, the message being clear for both of them. Once the majority of the competition was taken care of, they'd settle things once and for all. True, that would be nice to finally show her who's the better magus and master, without worry of anyone interrupting. But Luvia will need a really good reason to form an alliance with me. Besides the appeal of a one-on-one match, Rin stated, liking the idea of facing Luvia without any interruptions, but also knew the Edelfelt heiress would need more than that to work with her. We'll have plenty of time to think of a good enough reason to convince her, especially once the war starts, and she sees just what kind of odds we'll be against, Naruto replied, with the brunette nodding in agreement. Afterwards, the four left the roof and returned to the rest of the academy, only to stop when they spotted a student they didn't recognize. She had long, wavy light gray hair, pale skin, and golden eyes, while wearing the Hamirahara girl's uniform. Rin groaned at the sight of the girl, getting the attention of Naruto, Mordred, and Artoria. Is there a problem, Rin? Mordred asked, seeing the girl's annoyed expression. I know who that girl is, Karen Hortensia, Kirai's daughter, said Rin, surprising the trio. That guy has a daughter? Said Naruto in disbelief, not expecting someone like Kirai to have a child. Yeah, I've never met her before, only hearing about her a few times, but going by her appearance, and what I've heard, that's definitely Karen, Rin replied, before Karen caught sight of them and walked over. Hello Rin, it is nice to finally meet you, Karen said neutrally, making the brunette narrow her eyes. You know who I am? Questioned Rin. Of course, my father is your guardian, it's only natural I've heard of you, and it seems the description is rather accurate. I can see you do have a short temper, don't think before acting, and I can only guess that you're terrible with technology, as I heard you blew up a Blu-ray player when you couldn't figure out how it works, Karen said, her expression never once faltering, while Rin's annoyance slowly grew with each comment. Well, I've only heard about you a few times, and already I don't like you, growled Rin, making gray-haired girl tilt her head. That's rather rude to say to a friend, stated Karen. We aren't friends, we literally just met, Rin retorted, but from how much I've heard about you, I feel like we've been friends for years. But if this how you treat your friends, then I believe it'd be better if we were not friends any longer, said Karen while crossing her arms and looking away. We were never friends to begin with, shouted Rin in frustration and annoyance, before Karen then grabbed her hands. Don't worry, Rin, even if I don't want to be friends with you any longer, I will still pray for your safety and health, Karen assured, with the Tosaka heiress slowly getting the urge to strangle the girl. Thankfully, the tension was cut by the arrival of Shiruko running up to them. Hey Shiruko, Naruto said, smiling at the redhead, along with another potential ally he thought they could recruit, though didn't bring it up since he figured he's pushing things by suggesting Livia and would wait to suggest Shiruko as a potential ally. Regardless of if she's a master or not, it would prove beneficial to have the daughter of the Magus killer on their side. Hey Naruto, Miso, Rin, who's this? Asked Shiruko, while looking at Artoria. This is Elise Uzumaki, Naruto and Miso's cousin. She's just enrolled in school today, and we were showing her around, Rin replied, glad for the distraction and excuse to ignore Karen's existence. It's a pleasure to meet you, Artoria said with a short bow, while looking at Shiruko curiously as she sensed something familiar about her. You as well, and I'm actually showing Karen here around, since she just transferred as well and is in my class, though then she just wandered off. Why did you do that, Karen? Said Shiruko as she looking at her new classmate, having been running around trying to find her. You have apologies, Shiruko, but I promise I had a very good reason for my wandering off, Karen said. Which is? Shiruko asked, raising a brow as Karen leaned in close. I was bored, Karen stated as if it was obvious, making the group's sweat drop. But I assure you, it had nothing to do with you. I actually find you rather interesting and much kinder than Rin. Perhaps you would like to take her place as my new friend, as she's proven to be rather rude and I find no desire to remain friends with her, added Karen, with the brunette fuming and glaring daggers at her. We were never, Rin said before taking a deep breath and settled for glaring at her. Do you see what I mean? So rude. It's a shame we can no longer be friends, Rin, but my prayers will always have you in them. Come Shiruko, Karen said before taking Shiruko's arm and dragging the confused redhead away. I feel sorry for Shiruko, Naruto thought, offer his condolences to Shiruko at being stuck with Karen. That poor girl, thought Rin, shaking her head in sympathy for Shiruko, knowing she's now stuck with Karen, given she's too nice to get upset or angry at the gray-haired girl. Though unknown to the duo, along with Naruto, Rin, Mordred, and Artoria, they were followed by something. After that, Naruto and Mordred split off from Rin and Artoria, the two pairs going their separate ways. If I may, Master, did you have any suggestions for allies? Artoria asked, as while she didn't like the idea of them having more allies, she knew she had to accept that it was going to happen. Rin frowned at the question, as she hadn't actually thought of any potential allies since they still weren't sure who would be participating in the Grail War, and how many of them they'd be able to trust, given some could easily deceive them into getting in the alliance, and then betray them. Though there was one person Rin had considered, but she wasn't even sure if they'd talk to. Rin was pulled from her thoughts at hearing her name, only to be surprised at see Sakura standing in front of her. Oh, hello Sakura, sorry I didn't see you there, Rin said nervously, which got Artoria's attention at seeing her confident and prideful master now suddenly doing a complete 180. It's fine, it's nothing new, replied Sakura, making the brunette flinch before seeing the purplet walking past her. Sakura, wait! Rin said quickly, not wanting her sister to walk away, while Sakura stopped and looked at her. Yes? Sakura asked, with Rin trying to think of something, anything, to say to get her to stay longer or an excuse to hang out with her. Rin said, with Sakura raising a brow at her. If you have nothing to say, I have to get to archery practice, said Sakura while turning to leave again. Could you teach me? Could you teach me archery? Rin said, seeing a chance, with the Mato heiress looking at her again with a raised brow. You want to learn archery? Questioned Sakura with doubt lacing her words, making the Tosaka heiress fidget. And no, not really, admitted Rin as she looked away. Just who is this girl? Artoria thought, looking between them, wondering who Sakura was to make her master act like this. Then why did you ask? Sakura said, starting to get a little annoyed. I wanted to spend time with you, Rin answered, catching herself from calling Sakura her sister, doubting she had that right anymore, while the purplet was now surprised to hear this. You want to spend time with me? Sakura asked, with the brunette nodding. Yes, I know I messed up, but I do want to be part of your life or at least be able to spend time together occasionally. But I'll understand if you don't want to, replied Rin, as Sakura looked at her neutrally for a few moments. I suppose you could come and watch me practice, and if you did want to learn, I could teach you some things, said Sakura, surprising Rin that she'd actually agreed before smiling. Thank you, Rin said before following after her sister as they headed for the archery dojo, with Naruto and Mordred. Meanwhile, Naruto and Mordred were heading to the exit of the academy, only to stop when they spotted Livia. Livia! Naruto called out, getting the blonde girl's attention, as she looked and smirked when she saw them. Hello Naruto, Miso, have you decided to take up my offer of an alliance? Finally getting tired of dealing with little Miss Know-It-All? Asked Livia. Actually, I want to ask if you'd be willing to join an alliance with me and Rin. At least hear me out, Naruto asked, when Livia scoffed at the idea of allying with Rin but looked at him to see what he had to say, as she would like the chance to make an alliance with Naruto, given the magical power she could sense from him. If you and Rin work together to take out the competition, then it'd give both of you the chance to have a one-on-one fight between your servants, without worry of it being interrupted. Plus it would benefit you to have allies since you'd have someone watching your back, and I promise neither Rin nor I will betray you, explained Naruto, with the Edo-felt heiress now looking intrigued, since he was right in that it'd be good if she had allies to watch her back. And despite their rivalry, Livia knew Rin wouldn't be the type to betray someone or stab them in the back, while she could tell that Naruto isn't the deceiving type. And it'd also give both of you a chance to learn more about each other and your abilities, which could help you get on top of Rin, Naruto added, snapping Livia from her thoughts as she looked at him with wide eyes. What? Livia said, not believing he actually just said that. I said it could help you get on top of Rin or Rin on top of you, and you both could knock each other up, said Naruto, not sure if he wasn't clear enough, while the blonde girl's face slowly turned bright red in embarrassment, with Mordred covering her face and shaking her head. Of all the masters I could have had, I had to get the socially awkward one, Mordred thought. What? Screamed Livia, with Naruto tilting his head in confusion. I said, Naruto said, only for Livia to cover his mouth. I heard what you said. Do you even know what you just said? Livia demanded, with Naruto blinking in confusion. Yes, if you and Rin work together, you'll both learn more about how each other fights, which would make it so you could improve yourselves against each other, Naruto replied, as Livia looked at him with wide eyes as she slowly began realizing what he meant, which helped lessen her embarrassment, but it was still there at how casually Naruto said it. Oh, of course, said Livia. What did you think I meant? Naruto asked. And nothing. And nothing at all, Biba Naruto. I think you meant to say that Rin and I could get one over the other and beat each other down, Livia said, correcting his words, knowing how bad it'd be if he said that to anyone else. That too, since I think you would need to pin each other to the ground to make the other submit, stated Naruto, much to her embarrassment and disbelief that Naruto didn't seem to understand the double meaning his words had. Right, I'll think about the alliance idea. Alright Naruto, though I'll have to see what other servants pop up for the Grail War, before making any final decisions, said Livia, making the whiskered boy smile at her. Great! And I hope you accept, Livia. I think we could really be in heat working together, Naruto said, which only served to further embarrass her. Why, you mean we would be on fire, Livia said, Naruto tilting his head in confusion. Why would we be on fire? Asked Naruto. Okay, we should get going now, bro, Mordred said, grabbing Naruto and dragging him away so they could return home, and before he could butcher any more slang sayings, with Livia being relieved that she didn't have to explain the sayings to Naruto, while wondering just how sheltered he must have been growing up. Shaking her head, Livia left Hamurahara as well, only to be tackled and hugged by a familiar young girl. Nei-chan, said the girl, hugging Livia tightly, making the older girl smile and return the hug. Well, it's certainly good to see as well, Miyu-chan, Livia said, as the now named Miyu smiled up at her. Miyu is a young girl with black hair tied in low pigtails, and golden brown eyes. She wears the standard uniform of her elementary school, consisting of brown Mary Janes with long black knee socks, a black, short skirt, and a white dress shirt with a brown and gold bow, with her usual attire being various outfits that Livia picks out for her, which she knew her adopted little sister would look adorable in. Livia remembered when her father had adopted Miyu, after he met with Kiritsugu Amiya, not long after the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War, which was also when Livia had met Shiruko as well, as she had been the one to save Miyu before they were both saved by Kiritsugu. It also led to Livia moving to Fuyuki, so Miyu could stay close to both of her big sisters, which had also ended up saving Livia's life, as it wasn't long after they moved to Fuyuki that her parents had been assassinated by Magi at the clock tower. She wasn't sure how or why it happened, but was able to get bits and pieces of the conversation her father and Kiritsugu had when he showed up, leading the Edo-felt heiress to know it had to do with her father's decision to dismantle the Holy Grail, which obviously didn't sit well with other Magi. The only thing Livia was missing was why he made this decision, only that Kiritsugu found out something about the Holy Grail, which is also why she refused to have Miyu become a master alongside her. Through the ore scales, since Livia wasn't participating in the Grail War to win, outside of one-upping that stuck-up Tosaka, she's entering to find out what warranted her father to move to have the Heavens Feel ritual discontinued. One thing's for sure though, Livia had every intention of making sure Miyu was safe from anything that would hurt her. Later with Naruto and Mordred, after arriving back at their condo, Naruto had begun working on battle plans that he, Rin, and any allies they make could use in the Grail War, though so far, it's limited to only him and Rin, given they don't have any confirmed allies nor has anyone else summoned their servants, at least as far as they knew. You know you could help, since you lead a successful rebellion against one of the most famous kingdoms in history and killed the King of Knights, Naruto said while looking at Mordred, who was sitting in front of the TV watching an episode of One Piece and eating Pocky. And I seem to remember that I had a giant lance stabbed through my chest as well, and while I understand the need for a good battle plan, it was your idea to play it safe and ally us with other masters, so you get to make the plans, while I get to hit stuff once the war starts, replied Mordred, since she's still not interested in having an alliance with other masters, while still being angry at having to work with her father. Yeah, well, Naruto retorted, only to stop as he started coughing while feeling lightheaded, causing Mordred to rush to him in concern. Master, are you? Said Mordred, only to stop when she sniffed the air, finding it was being laced with poison. Cursing, Mordred quickly grabbed a gas mask, never knowing when you could be too careful, and put it over Naruto's face, allowing the Uzumaki breathe more easily. We gotta get out of here, said Naruto, realizing an enemy master and servant must be attacking them, with Mordred nodding in agreement as she summoned her armor and helmet, with the two rushing to open a window and grab their stuff, only for them to be stopped when they saw an enemy servant standing on the balcony. It was a young girl, with short white hair, greenish-yellow eyes with slit pupils, and stitched-up scars on her face, with her attire being a black vest, black panties, and black stockings with pink shoes, while both her arms are bandaged, with only her left hand wearing a glove. She also has a purple oval-shaped O on each of her shoulders, and at the small of her back, she carries a number of sheaths that held her knives. Assassin, said Mordred while summoning Clarent, using it to deflect a knife thrown by Assassin. No time, we need to move, Naruto said, knowing they couldn't stay here any longer, making the knight scowl. but nod in agreement before throwing some furniture at Assassin to cover their escape. The two rushing out into the hallway, seeing several people lying dead in the hallways from the poisonous mist. "I'm really grateful, you masked me when you did," stated Naruto, with the saber-class servant nodding in response. "Thank me when we get out of here," Mordred replied before looking back and deflecting another knife from Assassin, only to curse when she could barely swing her sword in such an enclosed space. Luckily the two soon arrived at the elevators, giving Mordred more space to fight as she turned to face Assassin, only to see she'd suddenly vanished. "Where'd she go?" said Mordred, looking around for where Assassin could have gone, with Naruto reaching for one of his guns only to grunt at a sudden weight on his back. "I'm here," Assassin stated, holding a knife to Naruto's throat, causing the knight to turn and point her sword at her. "Let my master go, or so help me, I'll make sure to take you down with me," threatened Mordred, but didn't make a move in case Assassin cut Naruto's neck. "I'm sorry, I don't hate you, but Mommy told me to take care of you both and I don't want to disappoint Mommy," Assassin said, surprising Naruto but also making him sympathize with the servant, despite the circumstances of his relationship with his own mother, along with how she was just a kid. "It's fine, I'm not angry nor do I hate you, you're just doing what your mommy wants. There's nothing wrong with that," said Naruto, making both Mordred look at him in disbelief and Assassin look at him in surprise that he didn't hate her for being ordered to kill him. Assassin said while sniffing Naruto. "You smell nice, like mommy," stated Assassin, confusing the Uzumaki for a moment, while he slowly reached for some flash bombs. "Thank you? Before you do anything, just one more thing, Saber, cover your eyes," Naruto shouted before throwing down the flash bombs, with Mordred covering her eyes while Assassin let out a yelp as she was temporarily blinded, Mordred taking advantage of this to close the distance between them, slamming his armored fist into Assassin's face, knocking her off Naruto before pulling her master back. "Tear open the elevator doors and let's get out of here," said Naruto, with the knight nodding in agreement before prying open one of the elevators. "Get on," Mordred said, motioning for Naruto to hold onto her back, with the whiskered boy doing so before Mordred jumped down the elevator shaft, though Assassin soon regained her sight and jumped down after them, leading to Naruto pulling out one of his guns and aimed at her, the Uzumaki feeling some guilt at pulling a gun on a little girl, even if she was a servant. "I'm really sorry about this," said Naruto before opening fire at Assassin, who blocked most of the bullets with her knives, one to grunt in pain when two of the bullets managed to graze her cheek and her shoulder, while the bullets she deflected with her knives were able to force her back, leading to Mordred turning around and pointing Clarent up at Assassin while her helmet unfolded. "Crimson lightning!" Mordred shouted, releasing a powerful mana burst of crimson lightning at Assassin, forcing the enemy servant to duck into one of the elevator doors to avoid the blast, with it shooting up through the ceiling and roof, into the air, this giving Naruto and Mordred enough time to land at the basement level, with the knight tearing open the doors again before forcing them shut, as they made a break for the tunnel, knowing Mordred's attack will definitely have drawn plenty of attention, with Assassin soon diving down after them, cutting open the doors with her knives prepared to continue the chase. "That's enough, Assassin, come back home, sweetheart." Stopping at the voice of her master, Assassin nodded in response. "Okay, mommy," replied Assassin before giving one last glance to where Naruto ran off to, before she vanished, while with Naruto and Mordred, the two soon arrived at the Tosaka residence, being greeted by Rin and Artoria. "What happened?" Artoria said with the invisible Excalibur in hand, having sensed and seen Mordred's attack, guessing they were ambushed by another servant. "What happened? Was that not all masters are just going to sit back and wait for this damn war to start?" said Mordred, annoyed that they had to run from Assassin of all servants. "We were attacked by an assassin, not sure of who she could be, only that she referred to her master as mommy," Naruto said, surprising Rin before she cursed. "Damn, I'd hoped we'd have more time before we had to deal with any other servants and masters," said Rin, knowing if there are other servants around, then things just got a lot more difficult. "Yeah, and seeing Assassin knew where we were staying, it may be best if we all stick together in a single base," said Naruto, getting nods of agreement from the girls. "Agreed, and since my home is already protected and more easily defended, it'd be best if we use the manor as our base. Come on, I'll show you both to your rooms," Rin replied, before leading them upstairs to their rooms. "I'd better call my parents and let them know I'm alright," Naruto thought, knowing they'll definitely be worried once the attack on the condos reaches the news, with Assassin. Meanwhile, Assassin reappeared in her master's room and walked up to her. "I'm home, Mommy," Assassin said, getting on the bed beside her master and resting her head on her lap. "Welcome home, Jack," said Karen, looking at her servant while running her fingers through her hair. When her command seals appeared, Karen had been surprised that she was chosen as a master, but decided to keep her status a secret, once she learned that she'd be helping her father as the mediator. And honestly, she didn't even care about winning the Holy Grail, but she did see it as a chance to have fun with the other masters and make the Holy Grail War more interesting, along with being pleased that her summoned servant was none other than Jack the Ripper, with Karen being unable to deny the little girl was very adorable and loved her calling her Mommy. "Are you alright, Jackie?" Karen asked, touching the spots when Naruto's bullets grazed her, with Jack nodding sleepily. "Yes, Mommy, I got some snacks before leaving," replied Jack, having eaten some of the hearts of the deceased at the condos to heal her injuries, especially the ones with magical potential. And what did you think of Naruto?" questioned Karen, having sent Jack to get a feel for Naruto and what he's like. "He smelled nice, just like you, Mommy, and he didn't hate me for attacking him. He even said sorry for hurting me. I like him," Jack answered, making the gray-haired girl nod while intrigued to hear this, since that's definitely not something any other master would do. He was rather cute with those whiskers, Karen thought, intrigued to learn more about Naruto. Soon Jack fell asleep with her head on Karen's lap, with the priestess rubbing her servant's head the entire time, eager to see what other fun she can have. The crowd cheered as the king and the knights rode back towards the castle, the king riding at the front, accompanied by Merlin, Sir Lancelot, Sir Gawain, and Sir Tristan. "Arthur, our king, Arthur Pendragon, the promised king, bring peace to Britain." Though while this was happening, hidden in an alleyway was a young girl with a cloak covering her body and a hood pulled up, the girl watching the king and the knights ride by in amazement, but having her eyes solely on the king. "That's Arthur, the king of knights," the girl said, amazed at seeing the king in person and being so close to them. "Yes, the hero you should aim to become, and the enemy that you must defeat," said a woman that appeared right behind the girl, surprising her at her sudden appearance before seeing it was just her mother. Before the girl looked back at the king, feeling uneasy and concerned, wondering how she could ever defeat someone so perfect, so stunning, and why would she seek to destroy the king, believing it would be better to serve as their sword, to eliminate all who opposed them. Real world. Naruto's eyes opened up in surprise at the dream he just had, knowing he never had a dream like that before. Was it even a dream? That girl in the alley, that must have been Mordred, along with Artoria, who she was watching, and the ones that were with her, those were the Knights of the Round Table and Merlin. Could that have been a memory from Mordred? Naruto thought, amazed at getting to see Camelot and the Knights of the Round Table, before remembering the woman that also appeared behind Mordred, knowing who that must have been. Morgan Le Fay, Naruto muttered, knowing that was Mordred's mother and Artoria's sister. Shaking his head the dream/memory, Naruto got out of the bed and headed for one of the bathroom in the Tosaka residence, with him and Mordred having gotten settled in for the past couple of days, after the condo was attacked by Assassin. Thinking about that made Naruto groan as he remembered the phone call he had with his parents, after the attack to let them know he was okay. Flashback. What do you mean you were attacked? Are you alright? Who attacked you? Was it another magi? What about a servant? Do you need us to come help you? Kushina asked frantically after Naruto called them to tell them about the attack, with Naruto holding the phone away from his ear with how loud his mother was being, which also allowed Rin, Mordred, and Artoria to hear what was being said, the former two smirking in amusement at Naruto's expression with his mother's questions, while Artoria remained stone-faced. I'm fine, Ka-san, really, nothing bad happened thanks to Saber. As for who attacked us, it was another servant, Assassin. Apparently their master sent them after us, replied Naruto, only to realize his mistake too late. They were sent after you? They knew where you lived and sent Assassin after you? Who are they? Could you see who Assassin was? Do you need us there to help you? Said Kushina, even more worried that an unknown master knew where Naruto had been staying and sent their servant after him. No, you guys don't need to come here, everything was handled. Saber and I managed to escape, while Assassin either retreated or was summoned back by their master, Naruto said quickly, not wanting his parents to come here. Are you sure? We could help set up some protections for you, in case another master tries again or if assassin comes back. We may even be able to find out where they are, so we can see why they were targeting you specifically. Are you really sure we shouldn't just come to Fuyuki? Questioned Kushina, attempting to persuade her son to let them come to Fuyuki. Yes, I'm sure, and I doubt they'll send assassin after us again. They were probably just trying to get a feel for the competition, since we summoned our servants before the war is even close to beginning, said Naruto, knowing his mother would look for any excuse for her and his father to come to Fuyuki with how overprotective she can be. Well, if you're sure, but where are you staying now? Kushina asked, wanting to know where Naruto was staying now, after the condo was attacked. Saber and I are staying with a classmate from school. They're magi, so they know about the Grail War. We even managed to make an alliance with them for when the war begins, and don't worry, they can be trusted, Naruto answered, not wanting to tell her that he's staying with the Tosaka heiress, knowing how she'd react to him staying with a girl. Oh, well, that's good, I'm glad you're alright, and if there's anything you need, anything at all, said Kushina, with Naruto nodding at her words. Yeah, I know, I'll call if I need anything and let you know if anything happens, by Ka-sen, replied Naruto before hanging up and looking at the girls, with Rin and Mordred still looking at him with smirks on their faces. Well, she certainly sounds lively, Rin stated, making Naruto sigh, and put his phone in his pocket. She's just worried, since the war hasn't even begun yet, and we've already been attacked by another servant, Naruto said, before looking at Mordred in annoyance, when she ruffled his hair. Yeah, she's just worried about her little baby boy. But don't worry, the big strong Saber is here to keep the baby safe, said Mordred in a mocking baby voice, reveling in the chance to get some payback against her master for all his previous teasing and nicknames. They seem very attached and protective of you for a Magus family, Artoria said, not expecting Naruto's parents to be that overprotective of him, going by her past experiences in dealing with magi. With Rin and Mordred losing their smirks and nodding in agreement, seeing how different Naruto's family was to their own. Yeah, they don't seem to act like typical magi families. Most parents tend to be rather hands-off with their children, instead letting them figure things out on their own. But yours sound like they'd rather be participating in this war, rather than having you be in it, added Rin, while hiding her envy at how close Naruto's parents were to him. While she did care about her parents and respected them, while knowing that they cared about her and Sakura as well, after hearing how worried and concerned Naruto's own were for him after one attack, Rin couldn't deny that she felt envious with how different Naruto's family was to the regular Magus family, especially with what happened with Sakura, while Mordred and Artoria were pointedly not looking at each other, given their own familial issues. Yeah, given how I didn't have a normal childhood, even by the standards of a Magus, they did everything they could to make me feel comfortable and happy, making them act less like typical magi and more like just regular parents, though I don't know how they compare to other magi parents, since I've never met any others before, Naruto replied with a shrug, since he never thought much about how protective his parents were of him, having lived with it his entire life. End flashback. At least I was able to convince them not to come here, Naruto thought, knowing that would have only caused more problems and potentially encourage any other masters that have summoned their servants already to attack them. After that, he and Mordred had gotten settled into the Tosaka residence, and things continued as normal, with the addition of the four of them now being more on guard, in the event they're attacked again, along with keeping an eye out for anyone who could have been following them to send assassin after them. Today's Sunday, so that could give us a chance to explore the city and be on the lookout for any other masters we'll encounter, along with getting more familiar with the layout and locations, to see if there are any places to use as battlegrounds when the war starts, thought Naruto, knowing there's no school today, giving them plenty of free time to plan out what they'll do. Reaching the bathroom, Naruto opened the door only to immediately freeze when he saw Artoria in the bath, completely naked, the Uzumaki's face slowly turning red at seeing the servant's naked body, while the King of Knights merely looked at him blankly. I was under the impression that it was customary to knock before entering a room, Artoria said, not fazed or embarrassed at Naruto seeing her naked. Sorry. I didn't he hear you, stuttered Naruto before hastily closing the door, while Artoria shrugged, not seeing why he got so embarrassed before she finished and got out. Going downstairs, Naruto saw Rin and Mordred were already up and dressed, with them soon taking notice of his presence along with his red face. What happened to you? questioned Rin, looking at him with a raised brow. I accidentally walked in on Artoria in the bath, Naruto said nervously in embarrassment, only for Rin and Mordred to look at him in confusion. And? Mordred asked, having expected it was something important, while Naruto looked at her with wide eyes. And? She's a girl, and I just her naked, said Naruto, wondering why they didn't see the problem. Naruto, you do remember that both of them are servants, right? They also don't seem to really like being treated as females, Rin said, with Mordred nodding in agreement. Yeah, so don't worry about seeing us naked or bathing, we don't really care, stated Mordred with a shrug. You're both still girls. Just because you don't care, doesn't mean it's alright if I see either of you like that, Naruto said, not wanting to be seen as a pervert or creep by just walking in on them naked. Naruto, seriously, just relax. They're servants, so they aren't even technically alive, you might as well be looking at a naked picture or statue, no offense, said Rin while rolling her eyes, before directing the last part to Mordred, who merely shrugged, not feeling offended, especially since she was a homunculus to begin with. Yes, they are alive, Naruto shouted, making them look at him with wide eyes, seeing the angry expression on his face, while Artoria also froze on the stairs after she got dressed. It doesn't matter if they're servants, they're still living people. They had their own lives before they died, and when they're summoned, they're given new bodies and another chance at life. Whether they're people like you or me, it doesn't matter, because they sleep, eat, and bleed just like everyone else. And that makes them real, living people, said Naruto, angry at Rin comparing Mordred and Artoria to pictures or statues, when they had their own lives before and now they're alive again. Whether they're servants or not, it didn't matter to him as they were real people, no matter what anyone said. Oh, okay, Rin said in surprise and intrigue at how Naruto defended their servants, along with being further intrigued at him and how unpredictable he can be, with Mordred and Artoria also intrigued at Naruto's defense of them, his words leaving a bit of an impression on both saber-class servants, finding themselves stunned and intrigued as well, with Mordred's own intrigue growing. You certainly become more interesting each day, Master, Mordred thought, finding her curiosity and intrigue growing, along with being curious of how insistent he's being of her and Artoria being real people. The knight feeling like there was more to that, but decided to hold off on asking or figuring it out when they had less problems to worry about. Later, after that, Naruto had went to take a shower before getting dressed, with him then coming back downstairs and began fixing a large breakfast, given he had a big appetite. Along with the Pendragon girls eating as well, he made sure to make a lot of food. Once everything was ready, the 4 teens sat down and began eating, with Naruto taking notice of the attire Artoria was wearing, since it wasn't her usual blue dress and armor, with the servant now wearing a blue, knee-length skirt, black tights underneath, a white shirt with a blue string tie, and brown boots. They say they don't like being treated as girls, but they have no problem wearing girls' clothes, Naruto thought, seeing how both Mordred and Artoria were dressed, though would admit both looked good in their attire. So it'd be best that we took the time to explore the city and get you all familiar with it, as well as the layout, perhaps even see if we can sense or locate any other servants that have been summoned, along with any potential masters, as well as finding any locations that will serve as suitable battlegrounds that we can investigate and have the advantage, if we use them, said Rin, getting the others' attention and pulling Naruto from his thoughts. A sound strategy, Master, giving us ample time to explore the layout of the city and suitable locations for battle. We'll be more than prepared for when the Grail War starts, Artoria said, nodding in agreement. I say that we also set up traps in the locations that we choose as our go-to battlegrounds, since it'd certainly be a nasty surprise for the other servants and masters that we fight there. Even better if they go investigate those places themselves and trigger them, hopefully taking care of some of the competition sooner, rather than later, added Mordred with an eager smirk, much to Artoria's annoyance that she'd want to pull such tricks. I'm not sure that'd work, at least not until we see what other servants are summoned, since most of them could probably brush off any traps that we set, said Naruto, knowing how durable many servants can be, so any traps that they set up may end up being little more than bug bites to them. I also had another person that could be a potential ally for us, even if they end up not becoming a master, Shiruko, Naruto added, wanting to share his suggestion of Shiruko being their ally. Absolutely not, said Rin immediately, refusing to consider bringing Shiruko into their alliance, or getting her involved in the Holy Grail War, especially with how much she means to Sakura. And the last thing Rin wanted to do was cause her sister even more pain than she already has. The archery girl? Why would you suggest her to be an ally? Questioned Mordred, having not sensed anything of significance from Shiruko. I have to ask as well, if she doesn't become a master, then what benefit would it be to ally with her? Artoria asked, remembering when they saw Shiruko and the familiar feeling she got from the auburn-haired girl, but couldn't quite place what it was that was familiar. Because I believe that she's the daughter of the Magus killer, Kiritsugu Amiya. Given they both have the same last name, and Shiruko does seem to possess some magic circuits inside of her, revealed Naruto, much to the shock of Rin and Artoria, with the latter tensing slightly at the mention of Kiritsugu. You've mentioned this guy a couple times before and everyone seems terrified of him, with the way you talk about him. Who exactly is this Magus killer? Mordred asked, wanting to know who the Magus killer is to have a reputation that seems to terrify people. He was a notorious assassin, deadlier than even the most experienced magi, who he killed as a profession. Every magi was terrified of him, knowing if he came after you, then you couldn't run or hide, since you were already dead the moment you entered his sight, Rin said, knowing Kiritsugu Amiya had been one of the most dangerous men on the planet. What made him really dangerous was his use of firearms, something no Magus is prepared for, and that he'd do anything to complete his goal, anything, whether it was fighting dirty or simply shooting a target from a distance, added Naruto, none of them noticing Artoria clench her hands under the table, while Mordred whistled in amazement. Damn, this guy sounds like a badass, and you think Shiruko is his daughter? Said Mordred, seeing why Naruto would use guns and make people think there's another Magus killer in the making. Yeah, and he must have trained her before he died, so, whether she becomes a master or not, Shiruko would still be a great ally to have, Naruto replied, knowing Shiruko could have been trained in magecraft and how to fight by Kiritsugu, making her a dangerous and powerful ally. Well, if she's half as good as you're making her father out to be, then I'm all for recruiting her, Mordred stated eagerly, wanting to see how strong Shiruko could be. While yes, Shiruko could potentially be a great ally, I still refuse to bring her into this as she's shown no inclination of being a fighter, nor any knowledge of magecraft. Given if she is in fact Amiya's daughter, it would be better to not draw attention to her if no one else has figured that out, said Rin, willing to admit that Shiruko could be a good ally, but refused to risk her being hurt or dying, taking away Sakura's closest friend. I agree with Master, the way you speak of this Magus killer. How do we know his daughter didn't inherit the same dishonorable traits and would betray us, should she also become a master? Artoria added, absolutely refusing to ally herself with another Amiya. Not after dealing with her cold and unfeeling father as her master. She refused to go through that again. Fine, we'll hold off on deciding if Shiruko will be brought in or not. But even if she isn't, it'd still be good to look after her, since who knows if anyone else will figure out that she is Kiritsugu's daughter and would want to get revenge against him through her, said Naruto, since the Magus killer did make plenty of enemies before he died, enemies that could target Shiruko in revenge, his words making Rin falter slightly, but remained steadfast with her decision, while Artoria didn't waver and simply resumed eating. Church. Meanwhile at the church, Kirai and Karen were both present as they just gotten word of someone else arriving today, Kirai's stepbrother, Shiro Kotomine. Not a moment later, the doors opened and Shiro himself walked in. Despite technically being Kirai's older brother, Shiro is a tan-skinned youth with white hair like silver and with dark ageless golden eyes. He wears the vestments of a priest and a golden cross around his neck. His vestment is a type of a red holy shroud and he wore a red stole over his cassock. Shiro, Kirai greeted neutrally, while Shiro smiled at his brother and niece. Kirai, it's good to see you again, brother, and it's always a pleasure to see Karen. Tell me, how have you settled into Fuyuki? Asked Shiro. I have settled just fine, uncle. I've recently enrolled into the nearby academy, Karen replied, with Shiro nodding at this, though despite his friendly appearance, there was an underlying tension between the three of them, given Shiro could sense Kirai's warped nature, which he could tell has only gotten worse since the last time they met, making him even more weary of his stepbrother, while Kirai could sense Shiro's own malicious side, knowing behind his smile and kindness, he was a master manipulator that could snap someone's neck just as easily as he could. So, are you here as another overseer or as a master? Questioned Kirai, with Shiro holding up his fist showing his command seals. A master it would seem, I've already summoned my servant, assassin, Shiro replied, something Kirai and Karen both found rather ironic. Given whether by blood or adoption, all the Kodomines seem to always summon assassin in the Grail Wars. Very well, I'll have you registered. I wish you luck in the coming war, said Kirai, with Shiro nodding in response. There's no need for luck. I've already taken the liberty of making some allies to assist me in the war, as well as coming in their stead to register their own servants. There is Berserker, Rider, and Archer, Shiro revealed, while internally smirking at having made his allies unknown location. Meanwhile at Shiro's base, his allies were seated and under the effects of his own servant's poison, leaving them helpless and ensuring they can't get in his way. While guarding the base were both Berserker and Rider. Berserker, lovely young girl, with long reddish-pink hair, clad in a white dress with empty eyes, the right being green and the left being blue, along with carrying a giant mace. Her eyes are covered by her long hair and only peek between the gaps. While Rider was a massive servant, and looked to be more beast than human, with glowing blue-white cracks lining his body and converging on a hole in the center of his chest, large tusks on either side of his head, jagged spikes protruding from his arms and legs, while wearing a conical helmet, a dark blue cape, and a matching battle skirt, while carrying a large golden staff. With Archer, while Archer was currently jumping across buildings and getting a layout of the city, along with scouting the competition that they'll be competing against in the Grail War. Archer is a huntress who wears beautiful green clothing, clad in verdant green with her cold, sharp eyes containing a beastly glint. Her hair is stretched out long and unkempt, while being green at her bangs before transitioning to a golden brown, before turning white at the ends, with her most noticeable features being the lion ears and tail she has. Church. I see, I shall have them registered as well then, Kirai stated, with Shiro nodding before taking his leave, with Karen watching him leave. Jack, follow Uncle Shiro and find where his base is, along with how powerful these other servants are. Do not engage though, and make sure to keep your distance on the off chance that could sense you. Despite your presence concealment, Karen thought while mentally contacting her servant, knowing the information will be useful if her uncle tries something. Yes, Mommy, Jack replied before doing as her master ordered and followed Shiro and his own assassin. Later, with Naruto, Rin, Mordred, and Artoria. Once they finished their breakfast, Naruto, Rin, Mordred, and Artoria headed out to get a better layout of the town. Master, does Fuyuki have any locations that would be useful battlegrounds? Such as docks, warehouses, or abandoned buildings and construction sites, as those would seem like the best places to use to fight other servants, Artoria said while looking at Rin, with the brunette thinking about it before nodding. There are some docks down by the water. It's a shipping yard filled with shipping crates and warehouses. It's usually empty at night, so that'd be a great place to use. And after the Fuyuki fire, there are plenty of abandoned buildings and construction sites we could use. There's also the graveyard as well, which is always empty, replied Rin, the king nodding at this, pleased that it seemed not much has changed since the Fourth Grail War. Then those will be excellent locations to scout out, and draw enemy servants there to fight them, Artoria stated. Good idea. With locations like that, Artoria, in fact, you would be really useful in the shipping yard, Mordred. If that lightning attack you did acts like real lightning, then you could use it on multiple servants at once by getting them in the water to hit them at the same time, said Naruto, looking at his own servant, who smirked at the idea. That'll certainly be fun, taking out plenty of opponents at once, even better if they get back up and can keep fighting. Good idea, Master, Mordred replied. Thanks, though I doubt I would have thought of seeing if there were docks here, if Artoria didn't mention them, Naruto stated, with Artoria waving it off. It's nothing, I was merely considering any type of location that would be present here in the city that we could use, said Artoria, hiding the fact she's already been here before and knows many locations here. Still, good thinking on suggesting those kinds of places, Naruto said, with the king nodding at his words, while Mordred looked at her suspiciously. Yeah, good thinking, and very specific thinking at that, thought Mordred, wondering why her father suggested those locations specifically, plus her annoyance at Naruto and Rin praising Artoria as well. Another location, while it may sound strange, could be the school. Given how it's empty at night and we're already familiar with its layout, it'd be the perfect place to fight other servants. Plus, given with how many Magus family heirs are going there, it'd also make sense that it'd be a target for other masters to take out the competition, or use the students as batteries to feed their servants magical energy, added Naruto, surprising Rin at the suggestion, before thinking about it and saw he was right. That would make sense, as it'd certainly empower any servant with how many students would be there, combined with the Magi present as well, even more so with our servants being there, too, and it would be a good location to use, since we are familiar with it. Good suggestion, Naruto, Rin said while nodding at him. No problem, it just seemed obvious, so I'm sure any of you would have suggested it eventually, Naruto replied, knowing the three of them are smart, and could have figured it out themselves. As the four of them continued walking, the Uzumaki suddenly spotted someone sitting at a cake cafe, before taking notice of the fact they were a little girl sitting by themselves. Wait, that's... Naruto thought, when the little girl looked up at feeling eyes on her and looked at Naruto with crimson eyes. The girl, who couldn't be older than 12 years old, has pale skin, crimson eyes, and long white hair, with her wearing a collared purple long-sleeved shirt with a light purple scarf to match, a long white skirt, and purple boots, while wearing a dark purple coat and matching hat. The Ainsburn Master, thought Naruto, recognizing the girl as a member of the Ainsburn family. And if she's here, then that means she's their master. Thankfully, Naruto was pulled from his staring when he heard Rin groaning. What is it? Naruto asked, only to see her looking ahead with an annoyed expression, with Naruto seeing Livia and Miyu. Hey, it's Livia, but who's the girl with her? Wondered Naruto, not recognizing the young girl. That's Miyu, her little sister, revealed Rin, surprising Naruto at hearing this. Well, since she's here, then maybe we can get her answer on whether she'll ally with us for the Holy Grail War, Naruto suggested, making Rin groan again, still not liking the idea of allying with Livia. Fine, let's get this over with. Saber, you and Mordred can continue exploring the city while we deal with the spoiled brat, said Rin before grabbing Naruto and dragging him towards where Livia and Miyu were going, with Artoria and Mordred nodding in at this before going off to continue getting a layout of the city. None of them seeing the Ainsburn Master looking at them curiously. That was Tusan's Saber. But I thought Wunshin would have summoned her, not the Tosaka Master. And who was that other servant that looked like her and the other master? Wondered Ilia, having arrived in Fuyuki only a few days ago with her caretakers, Sella and Lacerit, who she also sent to the church to register her and Berserker for the Grail War, while she was getting familiar with the city, along with finding the best places to encounter Shiruko at, as well as the perfect spot to ambush her in, once the Holy Grail War begins, only to be surprised when she saw Saber, having expected her to be summoned by Shiruko, due to her most likely having Avalon. Now I'm curious of what servant Wunshin will summon if she doesn't get Saber, Ilia thought, wondering who Shiruko will summon now that Saber is already taken, though the young girl was also curious about that other master with the Tosaka heiress. When she looked into his eyes it wasn't long, but she thought she felt something familiar from him, though she couldn't place what it was. Maybe I just heard about him before, and ended up forgetting, thought Ilia with a shrug, knowing she might have forgotten some stuff, to instead focus on her revenge and winning the Holy Grail War, with Naruto and Rin. Hey Livia! Naruto said, after they caught up with Livia and Miyu, with the sisters stopping and turning to Naruto and Rin. Ah Naruto, how wonderful to see you again. And I suppose it's necessary to see you, Rin, with you being allies and all, said Livia while smiling at Naruto, before looking at Rin boredly, making the brunette growl in annoyance. And I suppose I couldn't go a day without having to see that fat head of yours, Rin retorted, as both girls glared at each other, before Livia smiled at Naruto again. Where are my manners? This is my little sister Miyu. Miyu, this is Naruto Uzumaki, a fellow master and classmate, introduced Livia, with Naruto smiling at Miyu who looked at him blankly. It's nice to meet you, Miyu, Naruto said, while Miyu's expression didn't falter. Livia said you were rather ignorant. She didn't say anything about you looking flaky, stated Miyu coldly, not being open with anyone besides Livia and Shiruko. Right. Anyway, we wanted to see if you decided on whether you wanted to join our alliance, said Naruto, after looking back at Livia. I've considered the offer and while it does have merit, I'd like to wait before I give you my final answer. I'll give it to you after the war starts, in order to first see who and what we'll be up against. Livia replied, wanting to wait and see what other servants will be summoned, while Naruto nodded at her response. Nei-chan is going to win anyway, so it seems pointless for you both to try and ally with her, when she doesn't need help, especially since she'll crush your servants when she summons hers, Miyu said, doubting they'll be able to beat Livia, no matter what servants they have. And what makes you think she'll stand a chance against us? Demanded Rin while looking at Miyu in annoyance. Just that it's true, since her servant will be the strongest one that no one would have a chance of defeating, including whichever ones you both summon, Miyu replied. Given Livia already had a servant in mind to summon, and with who it was, then no one will stand a chance against her. You must really like your sister to have that much faith in her, Naruto said, smiling at Miyu, who regarded him coldly. It's the truth, Flaky, stated Miyu, making Naruto falter again. Well, if that's all, then we'll be on our way, said Livia before they turned to leave. Actually, Rin and I were exploring the city to get a better layout of it. You two could join us, since we're also looking for places to go down on, Naruto said before Rin quickly covered his mouth, knowing what he was about to say. He means look for places where we can battle when the war begins, Rin said quickly, much to Livia's relief, having an idea of what Naruto was going to say. I suppose that would be fine, and a good idea, Livia replied, not seeing the harm in joining them, since it would also help her as well, with Mordred and Artoria. Meanwhile, the father and son were exploring the city in silence, neither of them having anything to say to each other, though Artoria could still see Mordred looking at her with narrowed eyes. Every once in a while, if you have something to say, then say it, Artoria stated while looking at her son. Alright, you're hiding something. The way you asked about locations, where we can fight the other servants and masters, you may have phrased it as a question, but you listed specific locations as if you already knew they were here and where they are, and this morning, while Master was suggesting we bring Shiruko into the alliance, you immediately refused the moment he mentioned her father. Now here, you aren't even really looking around. Sure, you may be glancing at everything, but you're not taking note of anything that'd be useful. So, what are hiding, father? Mordred demanded, looking at her with narrowed eyes. I'm not hiding anything, Mordred. I merely suggested those locations as they'd seem like obvious ones to use in a city this big. I refused the idea of Shiruko joining us, because I don't like the idea of allying with someone who could potentially be just as dishonorable as her father, from the way our masters talked about him. And I am taking note of our surroundings and locations. I'm just not doing so in a way that would be obvious, retorted Artoria, which only angered Mordred. You really can't do it, can you? You can't just give me an honest answer for once in your damn life? You just have to keep lying? Said Mordred, angry that even now, her father was lying to her and refusing to tell her the truth. Remembering how she rejected her as her son, refused to give her the throne that rightfully belonged to her, and even at the very end still rejected her, now she's doing the same again. Which further angered and hurt Mordred, that even now, her father would still push her away. I don't know what you want from me, Mordred, but that is the truth. Whether you accept it or not is your problem, not mine, Artoria said stubbornly, before Mordred grabbed her by the collar and glared at her. And you wonder why I rebelled and destroyed Camelot? Maybe you should wonder why someone didn't do it sooner with that damned attitude of yours. It's a miracle that Camelot wasn't destroyed by a civil war, long before I showed up, Mordred hissed scathingly, with it being more scathing than she knew, given what Artoria wanted to wish for with the Holy Grail. Don't you ever mention Camelot like that again, Artoria ordered while trying to control her emotions at remembering how she failed her kingdom, and wanting to fix things. Mordred glared at her, before scoffing to hide the hurt she felt at being pushed away again. Gladly, King of Knights, retorted Mordred before turning and walking away, with Artoria watching her go. Naruto and Rin, along with Livia and Miyu, went to meet back up with Artoria and Mordred, or as Livia knew them as Miso and Elise. So, I take it that Miso and Elise are going to be participating in the tournament, Livia said, while keeping things vague to ensure that should someone unaware of the moonlit overhear them, they won't learn about the Holy Grail War. Yep, and don't worry, they're very strong combatants, Naruto said, knowing that Mordred and Artoria are two of the stronger servants in the upcoming Holy Grail War. Doesn't matter, they still won't be enough to defeat my sister, stated Miyu, making Livia sigh at her sister's attitude. Sorry about Miyu's attitude, she's really a sweet and kind girl, but aside from myself and Shiruko, she acts this way with everyone else, said Livia, knowing with what Miyu's been through. She didn't really like or care for anyone outside of her and Shiruko. She knows Shiruko? Questioned Rin, intrigued at this information, as she's never heard any mention of Miyu nor seen her with Shiruko before. Yes, Shiruko saved her life during the fire that devastated Fuyuki at the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War, with them having been saved and taken to the hospital by a man named Kiritsugu, with him having adopted Shiruko while my family adopted Miyu, with Miyu having come to see Shiruko as an older sister, Livia replied, surprising Naruto and Rin at hearing this, along with interested at the name of the man who saved them. Kiritsugu? As in Kiritsugu Emiya, the Magus killer? He's the one that saved Shiruko and Miyu? Naruto asked, wanting confirmation that it's the same Kiritsugu, while also being glad that despite his reputation and actions, his hero was a good person deep down. Yes, he is the same Kiritsugu. Given he was a participant in the Fourth Holy Grail War, he'd been near the epicenter of the fire and was able to find Shiruko and Miyu, Livia reluctantly revealed, knowing how Shiruko and Miyu would be seen if their connection to the Magus killer was exposed. Well, I suppose you were right, Rin said, looking at Naruto upon seeing he was right, that Shiruko is Kiritsugu's daughter. Wait, what? Livia said, looking between the two, wondering what that meant. I suspected that Shiruko could be the Magus killer's daughter, given they both have the same last name, and I figured that Shiruko could also be a great ally in the Grail War, whether she's a master or not. If she'd been trained by Kiritsugu, replied Naruto, surprising Livia that they'd want Shiruko to join them in the Grail War. You suspected that she was the Magus killer's daughter, but still considered her as an ally? Questioned Livia, surprised and relieved to hear this, that they already suspected of Shiruko being Kiritsugu's daughter, but didn't care. Yeah, since like I said, if she was trained then she'd be a great ally, though if we know about Shiruko being his adopted daughter, who else could know? Naruto asked, concerned that others could have already figured out who Shiruko is, and target her. Thankfully, no, since outside of me, Miyu, our late parents, you two, and I'm guessing Miso and Elise, no one else knows that Shiruko is the adopted daughter of the Magus killer. Given that after the Fourth Holy Grail War, Kiritsugu left the moonlit world, allowing Shiruko to hide the fact she's his daughter in plain sight, Livia replied, much to their relief. Good, that's good, stated Rin, relieved that no one else has figured it out, something she worried about and how it'd affect Sakura if she lost Shiruko. But with the Fifth Holy Grail War coming up soon, it might not be long until other masters begin arriving, masters that may be able to put the pieces together, which would put a target on Shiruko's back, either from those with a grudge against Kiritsugu or wanting to prevent the rise of another Magus killer. It wasn't long before they met back up with Artoria, only to see that Mordred wasn't anywhere in sight. Elise, where's Miso? Rin asked with frown, knowing it wouldn't be good for either of them to go off on their own, where they could be attacked by enemy masters and servants. She stormed off after we had a disagreement, replied Artoria, with Naruto not being amused by this. A disagreement? Repeated Naruto. She was making accusations, and got angry when my answers weren't to her liking. She then left before things could escalate further, Artoria said, making Naruto mentally curse. Damn it! Why did I think it'd be good to leave them alone, together? Naruto thought, seeing that in hindsight, leaving both knights alone together was going to end badly, with them only being lucky that they didn't really start fighting. I'll go find her and make sure she's alright, said Naruto, knowing that Mordred will likely still be angry over whatever happened between her and Artoria, so it'd be better if only he went to find her. Luckily, it didn't take long for Naruto to find Mordred, thanks to their bond as master and servant, finding her at Fuyuki Central Park, though the moment Naruto stepped foot into the park, he stumbled as he was hit with a massive wave of negative emotions. What the hell? What was that? Naruto thought, feeling dizzy at the sheer negativity he was feeling emanating from this place, as if the entire park was full of hate, spite, and grudges. It actually started making Naruto feel sick at how powerful the negative emotions were. This must have been where it happened, the fire from the Fourth Holy Grail War, thought Naruto, looking around the barren park, before spotting Mordred sitting on a bench and brooding. The saber-class servant was brooding over the anger and hurt she was feeling at once again being rejected and pushed away by her father, though just like in her original life, Mordred was hiding the hurt she felt so well, that she's only seeing it as more anger. Hey Mordred, it's probably a stupid question, but are you alright? Naruto asked, managing to push past the negative emotions and approach his servant, only for Mordred to glare at him coldly. If you know what's good for you, you'll get the hell away from me right now, retorted Mordred, not interested in anything he had to say. Along with being affected by the grudges and strong negative feelings in the park, due to her emotional state and status as a servant. With Naruto frowning at her words, but didn't make a move to leave, not wanting to leave her alone here and like the way she is. I'm not sure what exactly happened between you and Artoria, but I am here if you want to talk, Naruto said, only for Mordred to get up and glare at him. No! I don't want to talk about it, especially not with you. And don't ever say that name around me again if you value your pathetic life, Mordred shouted, angry that he wouldn't leave her alone and that he'd mention her father. Okay, you don't have to talk to me, but if you want, you can simply say what's bothering you and I'll just listen, if that'll help, replied Naruto, wanting to help her, which only seemed to anger Mordred further. You wanna help? Then hold still, said Mordred before slamming her fist into Naruto's face, sending him flying back, with the Uzumaki grunting at the hit before he quickly rolled out of the way. When Mordred tried stomping her foot on top of him. If you wanna fight Mordred then fine, but don't expect me to attack you, Naruto stated, willing to let Mordred attack him if it'd help her vent her frustration, but he wasn't going to hit her back. Why not? You always seemed to enjoy provoking me, ever since summoning me to fight in this damn war. And you said you could fight, or was that just more talk? That's all you seem to do is talk, and talk, never knowing when to shut up, because I just had to be stuck with you as a master. Mordred yelled, kicking her leg out at Naruto, who blocked it and moved back as the servant continued advancing on him. Naruto grunting as he blocked another punch from Mordred as he began using reinforcement on himself to block most of her attacks. And it's not just that I'm stuck dealing with you. No, you had to go and make an alliance with the master of that bastard king of knights, even daring to get in my way when I was going to put her back in the damn ground. You even apologized and hesitated when Assassin came to kill you, as if you don't even realize that's the whole fucking point of this war, to kill the enemies and win. But instead, you just want to make friends with everyone, like you don't even care to try, shouted Mordred, throwing her fist forward, with Naruto blocking it again with his arms before she then slammed her foot into his stomach, knocking him back. And I'm expected to fight in this damn Grail war when I didn't even choose to be summoned to be anyone's servant, to just keep being traded around as a weapon for other people to use and then tossed aside when I'm no longer useful. First the witch, then the king of knights, and now you. That's why I even exist at all, to be a weapon used by others. And no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try, I'm always rejected when I'm no longer useful. That's why you want this damn alliance so badly, everyone always running to serve their precious king. Mordred screamed as she sent Naruto flying back with a powerful punch to the face. Groaning at the hit, Naruto got up and looked at Mordred before seeing the tears of rage and anger streaming down her face, though he could tell that there was also a hint of sadness and hurt in them. Seeing that behind her power and attitude, Mordred was still just a teenage girl that simply wanted to be accepted by her father, and be seen as more than what she was created to be, while the only thing she ever really knew was fighting and killing her enemies. So, when Mordred rushed him again, Naruto was ready and dodged her next attack, before getting behind the knight and slamming his elbow into the back of her head, sending her stumbling back. Okay, if you want to fight that badly, then I'll give you a fight, stated Naruto, seeing that Mordred may need this to help her vent her anger, and it may also help them bond and understand each other better. Mordred didn't respond to his words, merely scowling as she turned and rushed Naruto again, throwing another punch at him, which the Uzumaki ducked under, before he quickly had to raise his arms above his head, blocking an axe kick from Mordred, with Naruto then pushing his arms up, sending Mordred stumbling back from being knocked off balance. The saber-class servant then grunting in pain when Naruto slammed his fist into her stomach, making her double over from the wind being knocked out of her, only for her to recover just as quickly and immediately lifted her head up right into Naruto's face, knocking him back this time. Damn it! She really hits hard, Naruto thought, feeling the impact actually broke his nose, before he began using some healing to fix it, before he had to use flash air to trade places with a nearby log, when Mordred jumped up and brought her fist down on him, only for her to hit the log and shatter it, with Naruto reappearing behind her and kicked Mordred's legs out from under her, before punching her in the face, sending her flying back where she crashed into a tree. I told I could handle myself, Naruto stated, as Mordred got up and glared at him, before holding out her hand as she summoned Clarent. Let's see how you handle this, then, shouted Mordred, charging Naruto and bringing her sword down on him, making Naruto's eyes widen that she's now using her sword. Mentally cursing, Naruto reached into his belt bag, which was actually a mystic code that he commissioned to use as a storage space, along with reinforcing it with his family's runes and magecraft to make it better and stronger, though it had a limited amount of space, with it still being big enough to store his katana inside, should he need a weapon, with Naruto pulling it out and using reinforcement to strengthen the blade, just as Mordred's sword clashed against it, with his own blade thankfully holding, before he managed to push Mordred back to get some distance between them, knowing the fight just got more difficult. Though as the master and servant fought, their fighting had also gotten the attention of Rin, Artoria, Livia, and Miyu, who had arrived after sensing the magecraft being used and the power being released, with them being greeted to the sight of Naruto and Mordred fighting each other. "What are they doing?" Rin said in disbelief that they were fighting each other. "It's obvious, she's betrayed us and is now trying to kill him," stated Artoria, believing Mordred was betraying them, and went to stop her as she was about to summon Excalibur, only for Livia to stop her. "Wait, she isn't betraying any of you. Look at the way they're fighting. Naruto isn't really trying to hurt Miso and she isn't aiming to kill, only to injure. This may just be Naruto helping her to blow off some steam and vent any frustration she has. Plus, this place may also be affecting her," Livia said, looking around the park and sensing the negative feelings and grudges it held, something Artoria soon felt now that it was brought to her attention. "This place," Artoria thought, looking around with wide eyes, feeling it was familiar to her, before she soon realized that this was where the Fourth Holy Grail War ended, making her wonder what exactly happened after she was forced to destroy the Grail. If they aren't really trying to kill each other, then let's just get a boundary field up, so nobody else shows up and sees anything they shouldn't, and let's at least be ready to jump in and stop them if things begin to escalate," said Rin, with Livia nodding in agreement before the three magi got to work on setting up a boundary field, ensuring that no one could stumble upon the fighting and expose them. Though unknown to them, the fight had already drawn the attention of a few spectators, with one of them being Jean, who had sensed the fighting and quickly went to see what was happening, and intervene if she needed to. The ruler-class servant also being accompanied by two cloak-wearing servants, these two being the guards she summoned to ensure the rules of the Grail War were followed, with the two she summoned being of the Rider and Lancer servant classes. "Master, shouldn't we intervene before things escalate? As what will happen if one of them ends up killing the other?" questioned Rider, wanting to intervene in the fight and stop it before things got out of hand. "As much as I'd like for us to put an end to this, we can't interfere. While it is a fight between a master and a servant, it's also not in a direct violation of the rules, so we can only observe if things escalate," Jean replied, also wanting to stop this, but knew she couldn't without breaking the rules she's meant to enforce. "Then at least let us go and stop them. We're only regular servants, so we can intervene without worry, and if nothing's done, they could both end up killing each other," Lancer said urgently, being the one who wanted to go and put an end to the fighting, only for Jean to shake her head. "Neither of you can interfere either. You may not be rulers like me, I still summoned you both, so you'll have to follow the same rules I do, meaning, we only interfere if the rules of the Holy Grail War are being broken," said Jean, knowing how her servants felt, "but there's nothing they could do." "Well, I don't like those rules very much, if it'll just get people hurt," Ryder stated, not liking that they couldn't do anything. "This isn't right," muttered Lancer, looking at the fighting pair, wanting nothing more than to jump in and stop them. "I know neither of you like it, I don't like it either, but I believe that neither of the two will go far enough to truly hurt or kill each other," Jean said, seeing the way Naruto and Mordred were fighting and felt that they wouldn't go too far. While another spectator to the fight was Karen, who'd been alerted by Jack after she got the information she wanted on where Shiro's base was and relaying it to her, before she then summoned Jack back to her and now has her on standby, ready to assist Naruto if he needed it, even more interested in forming an alliance with the Uzumaki at seeing how well he could fight, especially since both she and Jack have taken a shine to him as well, along with her growing interest in him. It didn't hurt that it'd also give Karen more chances to mess with and irritate Rin, as well. Back with the fight, Naruto sent Mordred flying with a blast of wind, before swinging his sword and sending a wave of flames at her, with the servant jumping through the flames and bringing her sword down on him, with Naruto using flash air again to switch with another log, only for Mordred to be ready for him to attack her from behind, this time, and quickly turned around. Crimson lightning! Mordred shouted, swinging her sword, launching a blast of red lightning at Naruto, sending him crashing through a tree. Naruto groaning at the attack, still being able to feel the pain from it, despite using reinforcement and earth magecraft to strengthen his body. But more than that, he's also starting to feel tired and drained of energy. Despite how much magical energy and stamina he had, doesn't help that she's much stronger than she'd normally be, if she was summoned by a different master, Naruto thought while getting up, knowing Mordred's parameters were also higher than normal thanks to the magical energy she gets from him. But looking at his servant, he could see that he was starting to get through to her, seeing she didn't seem as angry as she was when he first arrived. Though Naruto quickly placed his hand on the tree he crashed through, transmuting it into several wooden spears when Mordred charged him again, before she was forced to jump back to avoid being hit them, leading to Naruto jumping over her and swinging his sword at her, only for the servant to quickly turn and block his strike, something Naruto counted on as he then pressed down on Clarent, forcing it down, before immediately forcing it up and knocking it out of Mordred's hands. Then before Mordred could react, Naruto pulled her into a tight embrace, much to her anger as she kicked at him to let go. "Let me go! Let me go! Let me fucking go!" Mordred shouted, kicking, punching, clawing, and even biting at Naruto to force him to let go, with the knight also headbutting him several times, only for the Uzumaki to not budge. "I'm not letting go, Mordred. No matter what you do, I'm not letting go," said Naruto, refusing to let her go. "Why? Everyone else has done it before. Why the hell would you be any different? You only summoned me to win this damn war for you. You didn't even mean to summon me. I'm just the one unlucky enough to have to deal with you," retorted Mordred as she continued to fight against his hold. "Yeah, I intended to summon a servant to win the Grail War, but I'm glad I summoned you, Mordred, and not just because of how powerful you are, but because I like having you around. Even when I first summoned you, I was happy to have you as my servant. You act like your own person, rather than just doing whatever I say like other servants would. That makes you special, along with getting to know you and about your life. It's why I came after you, because I was worried about you, Mordred, and wanted to make sure you were alright," said Naruto, while feeling Mordred's attack starting to slow down as he spoke. "I know you're angry at everyone in your life, your parents for turning their backs on you, the other knights for being able to experience being human and live their lives, as well as everyone else that pushed you away. But I'm not going to do that, Mordred. I'm not going to push you away or reject you. You can hate me and attack me as much as you want, but I'm not going to push you away. I'll always be here when you need someone," Naruto said as Mordred's attacks finally stopped, with the knight feeling her legs give out beneath as she started crying, with Naruto kneeling down and holding Mordred, with Mordred soon looking at Naruto and seeing the state he was in from her attacks. "Why? Why would you go this far for me? Even after I did all that?" Mordred asked, wanting to know why Naruto would let himself be hurt just to help her. "Because you're more than just a servant to me, Mordred. You're my friend, and like I said, no matter what, I'll never push you away," replied Naruto, smiling at her, much to Mordred's shock. "And I know you must be angry at having to be part of this Holy Grail War and working with Artoria, given your past with her, but it's going to be alright, since you're much stronger than you know and will be able to take down any servants we fight. And whether we win or lose, I'll be glad that I still got the best servant and friend I could have asked for. And I know you don't like it, so if you want, I'll stop putting Chan at the end of your name in class, if you want me to stop," said Naruto, not wanting to upset Mordred anymore if she wants him to stop calling her that, only for the Saber-class servant to shake her head. "And no. If you want, why you can still call me Mordred-chan and Saber-chan, if you want to, but only if I can call you by your name, instead of Master," Mordred said, wanting to Naruto still call her by those nicknames, as long as she can call him by his name. "Yeah, you can, and you didn't need to ask either," Naruto replied, smiling at her, which Mordred hesitantly returned, though their attention turned to Rin, Artoria, Livia, and Miyu when they ran up to them, seeing that the fighting had come to an end. "Thank goodness you both are alright," Rin said, relieved that they're both fine and stopped fighting. "We were starting to get worried that things were going to go too far, but we're glad to see you're alright, Naruto," said Livia, also relieved that Naruto was fine, and wasn't too injured from the fight. "I still think you're kind of annoying," stated Miyu with her tone being less cold, gaining some respect and admiration for Naruto at how far he was willing to go for his servant. while Artoria looked at the two silent, with many thoughts running through her mind at what she'd seen and heard. He's so different, Artoria thought, looking at Naruto and comparing him to Kiritsugu, seeing how different they are in how they acted and the lengths the former would go to for his servant. Before she then looked at Mordred and felt guilt and self-loathing, the same feelings she felt for turning her away before, having turned Mordred away, as that's what she believed was the best for her kingdom, that she couldn't let Mordred have the throne without playing into her sister's hands and causing a disaster, but now saw just how deeply that rejection has taken a toll on her, what it drove her to do, and the biggest being her own regrets and failures as a king, how she destroyed her own kingdom because she strived to be the perfect king, something that cost her humanity and resulted in her being unable to truly understand what it meant to be human. While Karen, Jack, Jean, Ryder, and Lancer were relieved to see the fight end with no one dying, before taking their leaves. But Mordred, Artoria, Rin, Livia, and Miyu soon became worried when Naruto suddenly passed out, only to sigh in relief at seeing he was still alive and fine, with it only being a result of his injuries and the strain he suffered from the fight, which lowered Mordred's mood along with feel guilty at being reason for this. I did this, I'm sorry, Naruto, Mordred thought, before she picked him up and looked at the others. Let's go, Mordred said, with the other girls nodding before they made their way back to the Tosaka residence. That's right, the king is selfless, he only takes what is needed, nothing unnecessary remains, he has no dreams, nor does he need them. Mordred though, looking up at Arthur standing up on a tower, having just returned from a battle to deal with some traitors, the knight having never understood why anyone would want to turn their backs on a perfect king, or who would be dissatisfied with the way the king of knights ruled. Mordred, tell me, just how long do you intend to play knight? Demanded Morgan as she appeared behind her son, getting Mordred's attention. And mother? Mordred said, surprised at her mother's appearance, and what she meant, given she's the one who wanted her to rise and become a knight of the Round Table. You are heir to the throne, so stop living in his shadow. You are his child, his living essence, Morgan revealed, having thought her son would have tried rising above her sister. Instead she settled for simply being another one of Artoria's lapdogs, while Mordred looked at her mother in shock as her words fully registered in her mind, and what it meant. You're saying, that King Arthur, is my father? Mordred said, smiling as she looked at the king in amazement and happiness, to learn that she's the heir to the King of Knights. The scene then changed to Mordred standing across from the king. You won't acknowledge me as your son? Is that your answer, King of Knights? Demanded Mordred, looking at her father, having just revealed herself to them, expecting to be welcomed and made heir to the throne, only for the king to reject her, refusing to hand over the throne to her. Something that Mordred believed was because she's the child of Morgan Le Fay. Though her anger and hurt only grew when rather than respond, Arthur simply turned their back on her and walked away. I was fine being in your shadow, but you never once even turned around to look me in the eye. Why won't you acknowledge me? Mordred shouted, wanting to know why her father wouldn't even acknowledge her as their son, if not as their heir. Instead, they simply walked away like they've always done, something that only angered and hurt Mordred, though all she felt was anger and hatred. I'm going to destroy everything you've worked for. Do you hear me? Arthur, screamed Mordred, swearing that no matter, she would kill the King of Night and burn Camelot to the ground, if it meant they would suffer. Then everything changed to a battlefield littered with dozens of corpses, with Mordred battling another soldier before cutting them down. Where is King Arthur? Show yourself to me, King of Night, demanded Mordred, wanting her father to come out and die already, before she cut down another soldier that tried attacking her, before she leaned on her sword, panting at how long she's been fighting, but refused to stop, not until she has Arthur lying dead at her feet. Mordred then sensed someone behind her and looked, only to see her father standing there. How's this? Do you see, King Arthur, your kingdom will end here. This is revenge for not relinquishing the throne to me, Mordred shouted, hoping to finally get a reaction from the king, with her anger only growing when all they did was hold up Excalibur. Do you hate me? Do you detest me that much? Is it because I am the child of a witch? Answer me, Arthur, Mordred shouted as she rushed her father, their swords clashing against each other, with Excalibur being knocked away. I have never once thought of you as detestable, Arthur stated as she summoned Rangominiad, much to Mordred's surprise that she actually spoke. The reason I did not relinquish the throne," said Arthur, as Mordred got ready to fight, though before the knight could even react, her eyes widened at a sudden pain in her chest, as Arthur vanished and reappeared in front of her, burying the lance in her chest. "Was because you do not have the capacity to be king," Arthur said, with Mordred's helmet shattering from the impact, revealing her face one last time with blood dripping down from her mouth. "FFA father," Mordred muttered as she reached out to touch the king at least once, but even that was denied, as Arthur turned her back on her again. Naruto's eyes opened up, the Uzumaki being shocked at what he just saw, seeing when Mordred first learned Artoria was her father, only to be rejected by her. Then the moment she was killed at Camelin and the last thing Artoria said to her, the last thing Mordred saw before she died. "We really are alike, aren't we?" Naruto thought, seeing the similarities in the lives they shared, how they both simply wanted to be acknowledged as people by their parents, rather than locked away or rejected by them, then lashing out in their own ways, Naruto becoming distant from his parents, while Mordred wanted to tear Camelot down and kill Artoria. "I really did get the best servant I could have asked for, didn't I?" thought Naruto, before taking notice of the Knight of Treachery herself, sleeping by his bed, before looking when the door opened and Rin walked in, the brunette looking surprised to see he was awake, before schooling her features, though had a small smile. "I'm glad to see you're awake, Naruto," Rin stated, relieved to see he was awake, with Naruto sitting up. "Yeah, I'm glad that I'm awake too," replied Naruto, with Rin nodding as she walked up to him. "She hasn't left your side, since we brought you back here, waiting until you finally woke up," said Rin before smacking Naruto upside the head, making him wince and rub his head. "What was that for?" Naruto asked, wondering why she just hit him. "For being reckless, you idiot. What were you thinking, fighting a servant when they're that angry and uncontrollable? What would have happened if she went too far? You'd be dead for trying to fight her, and then grabbing her like that. Do you honestly think there haven't been servants that have gone rogue before? They have, with the masters doing the smart thing and made them kill themselves, before using the remaining command seals to summon another servant, rather than risk keeping one that could kill them. And while I know you care about Mordred and wanted to help her, you also shouldn't needlessly risk your life," Rin said, lecturing him on how reckless he was, and what could have happened if Mordred went too far. "And do you really believe that? To just force your servant to kill themselves and summon a new one, like they meant nothing? Or is that just your upbringing and desire to live up to your father's legacy talking? If Artoria went against your orders, would you just make her kill herself and then summon a new servant? Or would you try to help her?" questioned Naruto, making Rin look at him in surprise. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm merely bringing up the fact that you were reckless and should have thought about what to do, rather than rushing into a situation where you could have gotten yourself killed," Rin said, crossing her arms and looking away, with Naruto not believing her for an instant. "I know about Tokiomi's reputation as a magus, that he did what was expected of a magus and passed that belief onto you as well. I also know about his death in the Fourth Holy Grail War and how it must have affected you, as well as the decline of the Tosaka family after it," Naruto said, making Rin flinch at his words. "I know you want to regain your family's honor, along with living up to your father's legacy and the Tosaka families as a whole, but you have to remember that you aren't Tokiomi Tosaka, you're Rin Tosaka. You're allowed to make your own choices on what you want, and decide your own beliefs, whether they fall in line with what a magus is supposed to be like, or not, as long as it's what you want," said Naruto, with the Tosaka heiress not sure what to say to that, while Naruto went over to Mordred. Putting a hand on her shoulder, Naruto began shaking her lightly to wake her up, with the saber-class servant soon waking up, annoyed at whoever disturbed her. But when she saw it was Naruto that woke her up, her annoyance vanished and was replaced by relief and happiness. "Master," Mordred said before glomping Naruto, relieved to see he was awake. "I'm glad to see you to Mordred-chan, and I said you could call me Naruto, if you want to," replied Naruto while returning the hug. "I know, I'm really happy to see you awake, Naruto," said Mordred, with Naruto noticing if she was shaking and crying quietly. "You don't have to cry, I'm not angry about what happened and you shouldn't feel guilty either. It was my choice to try and help you, and I'd do the same again, if it meant you were alright," Naruto said, smiling at Mordred, who quickly pulled back and wiped her eyes. "Shut up. I am not crying, because I'm sad. Hell, I'm not even crying at all. I had something in my eye, Mordred retorted, which only made Naruto laugh. Don't expect me to fall for a trick like that, Mordred-chan. I know you were crying, and it's so touching to know that you care so much about your master, said Naruto in a teasing tone. Whatever. Even if I was crying, which I wasn't, it's only because I have to put up with you even longer, when it was much nicer with you being unconscious and quiet, said Mordred, looking away as Naruto merely smiled at her. Well, I'm glad that you're alright, Mordred-chan, Naruto said, which only made Mordred lower her head. Whatever, I guess I'm glad that you're alright too, replied Mordred, while hiding the light blush on her face. Rin, meanwhile, watched the scene before her, once again seeing how unorthodox Naruto was as a magus and a master, before she pondered Naruto's words and what she was supposed to do with them. If making her own choices and choosing her own beliefs would be dishonoring her father's and family's legacy. By the way, you were unconscious for 3 days, which is surprising, given after that fight, I expected you to be unconscious for a lot longer, Rin revealed, having been surprised that he'd woken up already, while Naruto was surprised at how long he'd been unconscious. Oh, well, I've always been quick to recover, and the fight wasn't that bad, since it's not like we were trying to kill each other, replied Naruto with a shrug. Right, either way, Artoria, Livia, and I managed to come up with an excuse for why you both missed school, but you'll still have to make up for the time you missed when you get back, stated Rin, with Naruto nodding in response, while Mordred groaned in annoyance at the idea of returning to school. The trio then headed downstairs to the living room, where they were greeted by Livia and Miyu, who'd come by to visit Naruto when they had time and see how he was. Ah, I'm glad to see you're awake, Naruto. It was getting very tiring having to deal with Rin, here, Livia said, while smirking at Rin, who merely glared at her in annoyance. It's good to see you too, Livia, and you too, Miyu, replied Naruto, smiling at the sisters. You should be glad to be alive, Flaky, Miyu said while looking at Naruto for a moment, which made the whiskered boy sigh. It's also nice to see you as well, Miso, or do you prefer Mordred? Said Livia with a smirk, making Mordred and Rin tense, while Naruto was surprised that she knew. How do you know who she was? Naruto asked. You did say her name quite a few times during your fight. I already knew that she was your servant, and with her name, I was able to realize she was Mordred, the Knight of Treachery, and given the resemblance between her and Elise, I also figured that you summoned none other than the King of Night, Arthur Pendragon. Congrats, Rin, you actually managed to summon quite the powerful servant. It's only a shame that she had to be summoned by a half-decent master, like you, Livia taunted, though would admit it's impressive that they managed to summon such powerful servants. It's Artoria, actually. But yeah, she is the King of Knights, Naruto corrected since they already know, so it'd be pointless to try and lie. That is more fitting, given she's really a girl, but since I now know who you both have summoned, it has helped me decide on the offer to join your alliance, and I've decided that yes, I'd be happy to work with you, Naruto. And you as well, I suppose, Rin, replied Livia, making Naruto smile happily, while Rin gained a strange smile. That's great. We're really happy to have you join us, Livia said Naruto, glad that Livia's now with them. Yes, we're just so happy, Rin said through gritted teeth, while reluctantly glad that they had a strong ally like Livia with them now. But since you know the identities of our servants, it's only fair that you use the identity of what servant you plan on summoning, added Rin, wanting to know who Livia intended to summon. She isn't just going to tell you who her servant's going to be, Miyu retorted, not wanting her sister to give her servant's identity. Relax, Miyu, she does have a point for once. If we're going to be working together, it's only fair I share my servant's identity, since I already know theirs. But for the record, I already summoned my servant while Naruto was unconscious, revealed Livia, while showing her command seals, much to their surprise. You already summoned your servant? Questioned Naruto, not expecting that, with the blonde girl nodding. Yep, I just summoned him the other day, with the servant that I summoned being the son of the sun god, Karna, as the Lancer class, Livia said with a smirk as her servant manifested into the room, much to the trio's shock as Karna appeared. Karna is a young man with long and white unkempt hair that almost appeared transparent. His eyes were a greenish-gray color, and his gaze was sharp like a steel blade with a red stone buried in his chest. What drew their attention more than anything else was the set of golden armor he was wearing with a flowing red cape, giving off a divine radiance, with the servant also carrying an ornate golden spear. "You summoned me, master?" Karna asked, looking at Livia before seeing who else was present. "Yes, Lancer, these are Naruto Uzumaki and Rin Tosaka, along with Naruto's servant, Mordred Pendragon, who was summoned as Saber. They're going to be our allies in the Holy Grail War," Livia introduced, with Karna nodding at this. "I see, the Knight of Treachery. I look forward to seeing what you are capable of against the other servants. And for when the time comes that we'll cross blades," said Karna, sensing how strong Mordred is, and could tell she'd be a good challenge. "The same goes for you, son of the Sun God. I was hoping to get a proper fight during this war," Mordred replied with a smirk, knowing that Karna will be a powerful ally and a tough opponent when the time comes. "Wow, you definitely went for the best, didn't you, Livia?" stated Naruto, amazed at Livia's summoning such a high-tier servant, with the blonde girl smirking prideful. "Of course, I'd settle for nothing but the best, and any opponent that tried to defeat Lancer may as well be trying to stop the rising sun. It's simply impossible," Livia replied, knowing Karna was the best servant she could have summoned. "Yeah, he's certainly one of the strongest that'll appear," Rin muttered, reluctantly unable to deny that Karna was a powerful servant, along with inwardly concerned at knowing they'll eventually have to face him near the end of the war. But with Artoria's stats and abilities, along with Excalibur, I'm sure she'd be more than a match for Karna and come out on top, thought Rin, knowing Artoria was the strongest servant that could be summoned in the Saber class, and could come out the winner against Karna. "By the way, where is Artoria anyway?" Naruto asked, not seeing the King of Knights anywhere. "She's outside in the back right now, training with a shurnai that she bought," Rin replied, making the Uzumaki nod, though found it strange that Artoria would want to train, when servants are always summoned at their best. With Artoria, while said Saber-class servant was currently going through the motions that she's memorized since she was a child before she first drew Caliban from the stone. Not that she needed to actually train herself, but she needed something to take her mind off the recent events, as they brought up unwanted memories she'd prefer to keep buried. Only now they were throwing her off her game, going back to when she was king of Camelot, how she had forsaken her humanity in order to become the perfect king, and all the mistakes she made that lead to its fall. Mistakes she was forced to confront during the Fourth Holy Grail War with Lancelot, remembering how he became the twisted monster in black armor, a far cry from who was once her most loyal knight and supporter, as well as Ryder, who condemned her for her beliefs that a king should sacrifice everything for their kingdom, and Archer, who happily taunted her that her ideals and beliefs would crush her. Gritting her teeth, Artoria tossed the shurnai across the yard, before screaming in anger and frustration at how she couldn't even swing a practice sword without being distracted. "What's wrong with me?" Artoria screamed, wondering why she couldn't even do what's come naturally since she was a child, as all she could think about were her failures, before she then went back to the confrontation between Naruto and Mordred. Flashback. When they arrived to the sight of Naruto and Mordred fighting, Artoria immediately believed that Mordred had betrayed them, given her previous experience with the Knight of Treachery. But before she could go and stop the knight, Rin and Livia stopped her, with Artoria now sensing the negative feelings and grudges in the park, remembering it as the final battlefield for the Fourth Holy Grail War, wondering what happened after she'd faded away to have caused all this, though when her attention turned back to the fight, still wanting to jump in and stop Mordred before she killed her master in her anger, only being reminded of her anger when she first refused hand over the throne to her, believing it was just another trick from her sister to steal it. She hasn't changed, she still refuses to understand what's right in front of her, Artoria thought, believing that Mordred still refuses to see things, besides how she wants to see them, something that will likely end in her being killed and replaced with another servant if she didn't stop. But when she saw Naruto disarm Mordred and then actually hug her, the King of Knights was stunned into silence by what she saw and heard. "I'm not letting go, Mordred. No matter what you do, I'm not letting go." "Why? Everyone else has done it before. Why the hell would you be any different? You only summoned me to win this damn war for you. You didn't even mean to summon me. I'm just the one unlucky enough to have to deal with you." "Yeah, I intended to summon a servant to win the Grail War, but I'm glad I summoned you, Mordred, and not just because of how powerful you are, but because I like having you around. Even when I first summoned you, I was happy to have you as my servant. You act like your own person, rather than just doing whatever I say like other servants would. That makes you special." along with getting to know you and about your life. It's why I came after you, because I was worried about you, Mordred, and wanted to make sure you were alright. I know you're angry at everyone in your life, your parents for turning their backs on you, the other knights for being able to experience being human and live their lives, as well as everyone else that pushed you away. But I'm not going to do that, Mordred. I'm not going to push you away or reject you. You can hate me and attack me as much as you want, but I'm not going to push you away. I'll always be here when you need someone. Artoria could only watch as Mordred stopped attacking her master before she broke down and started crying for once. She didn't see just another one of her knights or a ploy created by her sister to steal the throne. She didn't see any of that. Instead, all Artoria saw was, "My son," Artoria thought, looking to see her hand reaching out to Mordred before she quickly brought it back to her side. End flashback. The King of Knights looked at her hand, remembering the strange feeling of wanting to go and assure Mordred that everything would be fine, a feeling she never had before, unaware that the encounter had caused part of her long-dormant humanity to resurface. Humanity that she forgot she even had in the first place, having only ever seen Mordred as one of her knights. Before learning the truth and seeing her as a potential ploy from Morgan to steal the throne, a suspicion she felt was proven right, after Mordred betrayed her and led a rebellion against Camelot. But the encounter between Naruto and Mordred showed Artoria another side of the knight, the vulnerable human side that she kept buried, the side that simply just wanted to be accepted and loved. She was so hopeful and happy, Artoria thought, remembering when Mordred first approached her and revealed herself as her son. The expression on her face was nothing short of pure happiness, joy, and hope that she was the son of the king she idolized and followed loyally, wanting nothing more than be accepted by her father, to be recognized as her son and heir. "But you didn't," said a voice, making Artoria's eyes widen as she quickly looked around, but didn't see anyone else. "Who's there?" Artoria said, ready to summon Excalibur, if this was an enemy servant. "You wanted to accept Mordred, to accept her as your son and family, but you didn't. Once again, you had to be the perfect king and reject an innocent child. A child who just learned the person she idolized and served loyally for so long was her father, only for you to turn your back on her. You hoped it would stop a potential insurrection, but instead, your actions were just the beginning of events that would lead to a rebellion that would destroy your kingdom," the voice said, as the king's eyes widened at realizing the voice wasn't coming from around her, but from inside her mind. "I did what I thought was best," retorted Artoria, only for the voice to seemingly laugh at her. "What was best for who exactly? Why don't you stop pretending and just admit it? You knew that Mordred would have been a better king. It's why so many followed her, because she would free them from you. She may not have been the best heir at the time, but Mordred was still young and misguided, capable of learning and growing into a far better king than you'd ever hoped to be," taunted the voice, making Artoria grab her head and close her eyes, before falling to her knees. "Shut up, shut up, shut up," Artoria muttered repeatedly. "But instead, all you did was bring ruin to your kingdom, your people, and your family. But isn't that why you seek the Holy Grail, to fix your mistakes and ensure a proper king, Drew Caliban?" the voice said before falling silently, leaving Artoria alone with just her own thoughts. Why? Artoria mentally screamed as she felt tears sting her eyes, wanting to know why it seems that no matter what she does, no matter how hard she tries, all of her actions only cause more ruin and destruction. No matter what I do, people got hurt and died. People that I was supposed to protect, but only lead all of them to their deaths. Because of me, thought Artoria, wondering if this was her punishment for her failures, to always be reminded of them. "Artoria?" Looking up, Artoria saw Naruto looking at her in worry, making the King of Knights quickly stand up and compose herself. "What is it?" Artoria asked, as Naruto approached her. "I came out to check on you and see if you were alright. Are you okay?" questioned Naruto, looking at her in worry at seeing the state she was in. "I'm perfectly fine. I just got tired from training longer than I thought, and needed a break," Artoria replied rather quickly, trying to hide her mental and emotional breakdown, with Naruto looking unconvinced. "But you're crying, are you sure you're alright?" Naruto asked, seeing she was crying, with the servant quickly wiping her eyes. "I said I'm fine. And it's nothing, my eyes were just stinging from some dust being blown into them," Artoria retorted, making Naruto's sweat drop. given how similar her response was to what Mordred gave him earlier, seeing that despite their gripes with each other, they really are similar. Like father, like son, Naruto thought, seeing how true that was for them. Why are you even checking up on me? I'm not your servant nor your responsibility. If anything, it should be my actual master that's here, while you should just worry about your own servant, said Artoria, knowing that it should be Rin who's here, since she's her actual master, not Naruto. Rin and Luvia are butting heads again, while Mordred-chan's egging them both on, making things even more heated, while Luvia's servant and Miyu are trying to calm things down and keep things peaceful. Naruto replied, much to Artoria's chagrin at what Mordred was doing. Of course she would, Artoria muttered, not surprised Mordred would enjoy causing more conflict and arguments. Well, her alignment is chaotic neutral, so it's expected she'd enjoy causing chaos whenever she can. Plus, while we're in the build-up to the Holy Grail War, probably the biggest one in history, this isn't the era you both lived in, so there will be some moments of peace, and they should be enjoyed while they can be, said Naruto, knowing it won't be long before they don't have any peaceful moments anymore. Clock Tower. Meanwhile, within the Clock Tower, the current Lord Elmeloy, Waver Velvet, could be found inside his office, one of the few survivors of the Fourth Holy Grail War, and now a master in the Fifth Holy Grail War, Waver thought, having seen the command seals appearing on his hand, with them looking exactly the same as they were during the Fourth Holy Grail War, and if he's meant to participate in a Grail War again, then Waver knew there's only one servant he intended to summon to fight beside. Though Waver was also worried, given he'd seen that both Gray and Rhaenys had also gained their own command seals. Even more worrying was that Gray's begun developing features similar to the King of Knights, now having golden blonde streaks in her hair and her eyes becoming a familiar green, meaning that another master has already summoned Saber from the previous war, with her having even momentarily summoned Rangaminiad, while out on a mission, something that left Ed brain dead, leading to Waver wishing to win and retrieve the Holy Grail, so that he could cure Gray and heal Ad, as while he was initially frightened of Gray and the memories her face brought up, he's grown attached to his assistant and wanted to help her, while Rhaenys's condition made him concerned about her abilities as a master, as well as her effectiveness in the upcoming Holy Grail War, but she wouldn't hear any of it and refused to be deterred, especially if it meant she could locate the rest of Kanatha's magical crest. I can only hope they don't get into too much trouble, Waver thought, but knowing that was a fool's hope, making him all the more glad he'll be summoning Ryder again. Though he was pulled from his thoughts, when the door to his office opened and in walked someone he's only vaguely familiar with. Is there something you needed, Cheyenne? Questioned Waver, looking at the one of the Clock Tower's resident seers. You're going to enter the Holy Grail War, aren't you? I thought it'd be best to inform you, Professor, that if you choose to take part in this Grail War, you're going to die, Cheyenne revealed, making Waver tense slightly, now concerned given that Cheyenne's visions were hardly, if ever, wrong. So if she said he's going to die participating in the Grail War, then he's likely going to die. I see. Well, if I'm going to die, then that just means I'll have to try harder for the sake of my students, and make sure that they'll at least make it out alive, Waver stated, not being deterred from entering, for the sake of his students and to fight beside his king once more. Ever since returning after the Fourth Holy Grail War, he strived to live up to the ideals Iskandar imparted onto him, and he wasn't about to run away at the chance of facing certain death. No, he was going to ride towards it beside his king, and make sure whoever kills him will have to work for it, before meeting his end. Tosaka Residence. Back at the Tosaka Residence, things had cooled down between Rin and Luvia, who still sent glares at each other occasionally, with Naruto and Artoria soon entering and rejoining the group, something that annoyed Mordred at seeing them together and standing so close, as well. Wait, why am I annoyed? I couldn't care less who she hangs around or walks besides, but why does it have to be Naruto? Mordred thought, believing her annoyance came from the fact Naruto is her friend and master, and was walking beside her archrival, before everyone's attention turned towards the door when they heard a knock coming from it, which Rin got up, before she went to open it, only to be annoyed at who she saw. What are you doing here, Karen? Rin demanded, annoyed at seeing Karen here, not wanting to deal with both her and Luvia at the same time. Well, I see you still haven't learned proper manners, Rin. Such a shame, but very well, I'm Master of Assassin, the same assassin that attacked Naruto and Mordred, revealed Karen, causing the group to tense while Mordred, Artoria, and Karna got ready for a fight, with Mordred also looking angry at seeing the one who sent assassin after them. Why are you a master? You're meant to be an overseer, so you can't be participating, Rin said, now wary of Karen, with it now being revealed that she's also a master, and is the one who sent her servant after Naruto and Mordred. Now, Rin, there's no need to shout. I know you can be rather slow, but that doesn't mean everyone else is, and I merely wish to get a feel for Naruto's abilities, as I already have an idea of your abilities as a magus from your father, and what mine had told me, chastised Karen, making Rin growl in annoyance, which only grew louder at her following words. And honestly, you aren't really anything impressive, Rin, which is a shame, as I was hoping for more from Tokiomi-san's daughter. But I suppose, not all of us can be as strong and impressive as our parents. But don't worry, Rin, Naruto's more than capable of defending you, Karen assured while putting her hands on Rin's shoulders in a comforting manner, with the Tosaka heiress practically feeling smug condensation. I believe we're going to get along just fine, Karen, stated Livia with a smile, seeing how Karen was able to get under Rin's skin. Oh my, I'm so happy to meet someone with far better manners than Rin. I also believe you even look prettier than Rin. As well, perhaps you'll also be a better friend than she was, replied Karen, which only made Livia's smile widen, while Rin looked ready to explode and strangle both of them. Hey! Why don't you start telling us what exactly your intentions are for coming here? Mordred demanded, glaring at Karen, who looked unfazed. If you're worried about me tricking you, don't be. I honestly have no interest in the Holy Grail, or winning the war. I was merely going to use my status as a master and one of the overseers to mess with the other masters. I believe it would have been quite entertaining to make them wonder who was attacking them or moving things around their homes. Perhaps even pushing them out windows, Karen stated, making both Rin and Artoria sweat drop, seeing she's definitely Kirai's daughter. But it's not just me that's a master. My uncle has recently arrived and is a master as well, with him being someone that Tusan and I don't trust. Both he and his allies possess several powerful servants, with Assassin having found where their base is and sensed the power of the servants they have. So, I wish to join your alliance and will share the information I know, as a sign of good faith, said Karen, bringing the mood down as they all turned serious. Well, I don't mind if you join us, Karen, since if your uncle is as big of a threat as you make him out to be, we could use all the help we can get, Naruto said, with Mordred looking at him in disbelief. Are you kidding me? She attacked us and would have killed us both if we didn't get away, said Mordred, not wanting Karen or Assassin anywhere near her master, in case they tried something. Technically, she said she only wanted to get a feel for Naruto, so I doubt she would have killed him or you. Plus, it would be useful to have her as an ally and get information about her uncle and his allies, along with the servants they've summoned. Plus, the fact that she's one of the overseers of the Holy Grail War makes her all the more valuable as an ally, said Livia, knowing it'd be good to have Karen as an ally, along with wanting to see her mess with Rin some more. And what if this is just a trick? What if she's working with her father and uncle to get information on us to give to them? Rin retorted, not wanting Karen around. Well, I haven't told either of them that I'm a master, nor about who Naruto's servant is, along with your own servant, Rin. Also, you all have me outnumbered, while I only have Assassin. Yet I still came here. Despite how we're no longer friends, said Karen, much to the brunette's annoyance. We're not. You know what, fine. If you want to join us, be my guest. I give up, Rin said, throwing her hands up in annoyance, not caring anymore and simply resigning herself to dealing with Karen and Livia, along with silently admitting any information she gives them would be useful, not saying it out loud, as she'd never hear the end of it, otherwise. Naruto looked at Mordred, who crossed her arms stubbornly, before grunting in annoyance. Fine, but if she tries anything, both she and her servant are dead, warned Mordred, narrowing her eyes at Karen, who simply nodded. Of course, and thank you. Now since I've seen all your servants, it's only fair you see mine. You can come out now, Jack, said Karen as Jack appeared beside her, surprising Rin, Artoria, and Livia at the sight of the little girl. This is Assassin, otherwise known as Jack the Ripper, Karen introduced, shocking them all at learning her servant was the infamous serial killer before Jack walked up to Naruto. Nice to see you again, Jack. And sorry again for shooting you, Naruto said, only to be surprised when Jack climbed onto his lap and curled up. You smell nice, like mommy, stated Jack, much to Naruto's confusion, before Karen sat down beside him. Don't mind Jack. After your last meeting, she's developed an interest in you, and so have I. In fact, I'm Jack's mommy, so would you wish to be her daddy, Naruto? Karen asked, taking Naruto's hand in hers, much to his shock and embarrassment. What? Said Naruto, only to blush when Karen put his hand on her thigh. Or do you want to be my daddy, so we can make Jack some siblings? Questioned Karen, with Naruto blushing at what her words and action. You pervert! Stop that! Rin said, grabbing Naruto and pulling him away from Karen, glaring at the white-haired girl. Oh, I see. You wish for Naruto to be your daddy, Rin, or perhaps you wish for him to call you mistress, with your attitude, Karen stated, making both Naruto and Rin blush in embarrassment. No. It's not ugly like that. Why you just can't touch him like that? Stuttered Rin, with Karen tilting her head. I believe he was touching me, and I didn't mind. Perhaps Luvia wouldn't mind either, due to her own interest in Naruto, Karen said, looking at the blonde girl, who actually hummed and thought before smirking at Naruto. Only if you don't mind, Naruto, I'm sure I'd be more fun than Rin ever could be, said Luvia, winking at Naruto, deciding to play along and mess with them as well. Not knowing that Karen was being completely serious. Perhaps it'd be best for you all to leave Naruto alone, before he faints, Artoria stated, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder, whose face was bright red at what was happening. Oh, would you all get off of him? Mordred exclaimed as she pushed Jack, Karen, and Rin away from Naruto, before pulling him up and towards her, glaring at all the girls for being near her friend/master. Oh my! It would seem Mordred-chan is getting jealous of us giving Naruto-kun so much attention, stated Karen, much to Mordred's embarrassment and confusion. What? I'm not jealous. I still don't trust either of you, and I'm simply making sure my master is safe from any potential traps you have. And only Naruto can call me that, Mordred retorted, not believing she'd actually suggest she was jealous. It's okay, we don't mind if you like Daddy too, we can share him. And I don't mind having another mommy, Jack said before hugging Mordred, much to her further embarrassment, confusion, and now horror. What? GGG get off me. I am and not why you're a mommy. And then I wouldn't share Naruto with either of you. Stuttered Mordred, while trying to calm herself down and push Jack away. Then you simply wish to keep Naruto-kun to yourself. That seems selfish. Unless you'd let us join in on your fun, occasionally, Karen said, tilting her head, making both Naruto and Mordred blush in embarrassment. Mordred screamed in frustration, before looking away to hide her embarrassment, only to turn into Naruto's chest. You're not doing a very good job of lying, Mordred-chan, Karen stated with a light smile and a hint of amusement in her tone. 2 days had passed since Naruto woke up after his fight with Mordred, with the day after having been a Sunday, allowing Naruto more time to recover and rest, with it now being Monday, meaning that both he and Mordred would be going back to school. Opening his eyes, Naruto went to get up so he could get ready, only to find that he couldn't move. What the hell? Naruto thought, confused as to why he couldn't move, before feeling the added weight at both of his sides and something holding his arms. Lifting his head, the Uzumaki's eyes immediately flew open while any remaining drowsiness vanished at seeing just what, or more specifically who, was holding him down. Seeing that both Karen and Jack had gotten into bed with him at some point, and were currently cuddling into him. With Naruto's face turning bright red at seeing Karen was in nothing but her underwear, consisting of a matching red bra and panties with pink lace and small bows on the front of both items, while Jack was wearing a much smaller black vest than the one she usually wore, leaving her entire midriff exposed, along with only her black panties and black stockings. What the hell? How did they get in here? Why are they even in here? Naruto thought in mortification and shock, not expecting to wake up with Karen and Jack in his bed, let alone dressed as they were, with the whiskered teen trying to force his hormones under control. Trying to calm himself down, Naruto looked around to try and think of something to do to get out of this situation, before either girl woke up, only to freeze at feeling them begin to stir as Karen and Jack sat up, opening their eyes, with them soon seeing Naruto was already awake. Oh, good morning, Naruto-kun, did you sleep well? Jack and I certainly did, Karen said, with Jack nuzzling into the Uzumaki's side. Daddy's really warm, said Jack, enjoying the warmth she got from Naruto, much to his further embarrassment. CCSA Karen, JJJ Jack, WH what you be both doing here? DDR dressed early like that? Naruto asked while motioning to their underwear, with Karen merely tilting her head. Why wouldn't we be here? Mothers and fathers do sleep together, do they not? While you and I are Jack's parents, it's only natural we'd sleep with each other, replied Karen, with her servant nodding in agreement. And Mommy says that kids tend to sleep with their parents too, and I sleep with Mommy all the time because she's always so gentle and nice. Now I want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy, to see what it's like with both of you together, Jack added, wanting to sleep with both her parents, while Naruto's face turned bright red at this revelation along with how Jack worded it, leading to his mind going to less innocent places, due to his high hormones and the way both girls are dressed. Am I a lolicon? Thought Naruto while lamenting on if he's a lolicon, given the effect both Karen and Jack were having on him, only for things to get worse when he saw the duo had taken notice of his morning wood under the sheet. Oh my Naruto-kun, look at how hard you've gotten. Are Jack-chan and I responsible for this? Karen asked teasingly, while even dragging her hand down Naruto's chest towards his crotch, making the Uzumaki yelp in surprise before gasping when the white-haired girl actually grabbed it through his boxers. Then I believe it'd only be right for me to take responsibility and help you. Besides, now we can also get to work on making Jack-chan some siblings. Would you like to start expanding our family, Naruto-kun? Said Karen with a seductive smile, with Naruto not getting a chance to say anything when Jack then climbed onto his lap. Let me help Mommy, Daddy. I can take responsibility and help you too. And I can show you what Mommy taught me, Jack said while moving around on Naruto's lap, with this only adding to his mortification and arousal. What did Karen teach her? Thought Naruto, not sure if he wanted to know or not, but also wanting to know just how close the master/servant duo are. Well, you've heard our baby girl Naruto-kun, we want to help you, and if you want, just let us do everything and simply enjoy, Karen said, smiling at Naruto while reaching a hand behind her to unclip her bra. Yeah, Daddy, let me and Mommy help you, then we can make lots of siblings. I want lots of sisters, so I can teach them like Mommy taught me, said Jack while undoing her vest. Emma maybe YOUSHSHSH show Naruto stuttered to try and get out of this situation, only to fall silent when Karen leaned in close with her lips brushing against his ear. Just relax, Naruto-kun, relax and let our sweet little girl show you what Mommy's taught her, Karen whispered seductively in Naruto's ear, with the Uzumaki seeing Jack moving down to his wood, about to remove his boxers and grab it. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on your point of view, their attention turned to the door when it opened with Rin and Mordred walking in, having wanted to make sure Naruto got up for school, only to freeze at the sight of Karen and Jack in bed with Naruto and were half naked. What the hell are you two doing in here? Rin shouted with her face turning red in embarrassment, not believing the two were actually going this far. And what the fuck are you doing to Naruto? Demanded Mordred with her face turning red as well, in both embarrassment as well as anger. Me and Mommy were going to help Daddy with his problem, then we were going to help him make more siblings for me, Jack said, sounding eager at the chance to have siblings. Jack-chan is right, it's our fault Naruto-kun's as hard as he is, we were merely taking responsibility, then we were going to let him have his way with us to give Jack-chan more siblings. Do you wish to join us, Rin-chan, Mordred-chan? I'm sure Naruto-kun wouldn't mind, added Karen, much to their further embarrassment at the offer to join them. Yeah. Mommy Rin and Mommy Mordred can help us. Daddy, can they join us? Asked Jack, looking at Naruto hopefully, which only embarrassed them even more, with Rin and Mordred's faces becoming bright red as they glanced at Naruto and saw his erection, making them actually tempted to join, before they quickly shook their heads, with Mordred shaking slightly and looking close to having a panic attack. No! I'm not like her, I'm nothing like her, Mordred thought, refusing to take advantage of her master/friend like that. THTH that's NNN no not SS so something YUUSH should teach AACH child. Aya and WWH ha have SCSC school. Rin stuttered, with Karen merely looking at her and tilting her head. Jack-chan didn't have any problem learning and she became quite talented the more we practiced with each other. And does that mean that if there wasn't school today, you would join? You really are a naughty girl Rin-chan, Karen replied, with the brunette's blush spreading to the rest of her body. That's not… Wait. Are you wearing my underwear? Shouted Rin as she took notice of what Karen was wearing, recognizing it as her own underwear. Oh yes, I didn't think you'd mind, especially since our boobs are the same size. Besides, I thought Naruto-kun would like to know what you wear under your clothes. By the way, you certainly are daring with the other set you have, Rin-chan, said Karen, much to Rin's mortification, embarrassment, and horror. That's… said Rin, before just covering her face and screaming into her hands. I'm sure you can't wait for Naruto-kun to make you scream like that, Karen stated, which only made the Tosaka heiress scream louder. Later, after things had cooled down, Karen and Jack had joined the others downstairs for breakfast. With everyone soon being downstairs and eating breakfast, though Artoria looked at Naruto, Rin, and Mordred curiously, seeing as all of them seemed to be blushing, while avoiding looking at each other or at Karen and Rin. Master, are three all right? You seem to be avoiding looking at each other and your faces are red. Did something happen? Artoria asked, wondering what could have happened. Everything is fine, Artoria, Rin said quickly, while she and Mordred immediately covered Karen and Jack's mouths, after seeing them about to try answering. Are you sure? As I believe that I did hear shouting and muffled screaming, earlier, said Artoria, having heard it while she was waking up. Yes. Everything is fine, you don't need to worry, said Rin, not wanting to be reminded even more of what happened earlier, or give Karen and Jack a chance to make things even more embarrassing, with Artoria's expression turning cold for a moment, before she schooled her features. I see, very well, you'd obviously know best if I needed to know something, Master, Artoria stated, with some bitterness at her master not trusting her with even unimportant information. No, Artoria, it's nothing important, really, just, please trust me, you really don't want to know, Rin said, not wanting her servant to think she was intentionally keeping information from her, while glancing at Karen and Jack a few times to hopefully send the message, her words making Artoria look up, while glancing at the duo as well, before remembering how they acted when they first arrived to join their alliance, with realization soon setting in, making Artoria see that she really didn't want to know what happened, the King of Knights also feeling slightly better that her master wasn't intentionally not telling her, merely saving her from hearing anything embarrassing. Once they'd finished eating, they all got ready for school, with Jack entering her spirit form, though while Naruto was getting ready and taking a shower, Rin and Mordred were making sure Karen and Jack couldn't try on anything, either of the girls trusting the duo to not try something after what they saw this morning. After everyone was ready, they headed off for Hamurahara Academy, though once they got there, Naruto and Mordred were suddenly dragged off by Karen towards another student. Come, I'd like you both to meet a new transfer student that's just transferred here while you both were gone, said Karen, surprising Naruto and Mordred at hearing there's another new transfer student, with them soon seeing the new student was a girl with long blonde hair tied into a braid that went down her back, amethyst purple eyes, a curvaceous figure, and wearing the female uniform. The girl soon taking notice of the trio approaching and smiled at Karen. Karen, it's nice to see you again. Who are these two? The girl asked, while looking at Naruto and Mordred curiously. These are Naruto Uzumaki and his sister Miso Uzumaki. Naruto-kun, Miso-chan, this is Laetitia Romi, our new transfer student from Paris, France, said Karen while introducing them, with Laetitia smiling at them. Hello, it's nice to meet you both. I hope you'll make me feel welcomed, Laetitia said, holding out her hand, which Naruto shook and smiled at her. It's nice meeting you, Laetitia. Miso-chan and I are actually pretty new here, ourselves, replied Naruto, with Mordred nodding slowly while looking at Laetitia critically. Yeah, nice meeting you, Mordred said, with Karen looking between the three before focusing her attention on Laetitia, already knowing she wasn't a regular student and that she's really ruler. Flashback. Jean entered the church, getting the attention of Karen and Kirai, both of them looking at the girl, guessing she must be another master for the Grail War. I take it you are another master, here to register yourself and your servant for the Holy Grail War? Questioned Kirai, only for Jean to shake her head. No, I am not a master, I am ruler. I was summoned by the Holy Grail in order to act as the mediator for the upcoming Grail War, though another ruler-class servant has also been summoned. Due to the number of masters and servants that will be taking part, 2 rulers shall be enforcing the rules and ensure all participants abide by them. I am merely here to inform you that you no longer have to worry of keeping track of the masters and servants, though you both are more than free to remain in the church as I have no need to be stationed here, Jean said, with neither of them reacting besides simply nodding. I see, it will be good to not have to worry about acting as mediator for so many participants, said Curie, while planning to seal away the command spells from the previous Holy Grail Wars somewhere secure. Thank you for the offer, ruler. But if you'll excuse me, I need to go do something, said Karen as she mentally sent Jack to go check on Naruto, since they wished to form an alliance with him and his servant, as well as stay at the Tosaka residence, when he wakes up. With both Karen and Curie being pleased that they're no longer bound by the rules of the mediator, though Curie was annoyed as the presence of two rulers throws another wrench into his and Gilgamesh's plans. All the while the King of Heroes was in her spirit form, watching Jean and intrigued by this turn of events, along with seeing how similar her face was to her dear Saber's, though Gilgamesh was also annoyed at the title Jean now has in the Holy Grail War. It doesn't matter what class you have. I am the only true ruler in the Holy Grail War, thought Gilgamesh, refusing to acknowledge Jean as anything but a replacement mediator, along with whoever else was summoned to help her, though she'll stay her hand for the time being, knowing this will also allow her and Curie more freedom without him acting as a mediator. End flashback. Laetitia is in the same homeroom as Shiruko and I, along with having the same classes as us, and it's certainly nice to have such a kind girl as a new friend. It helps to fill the void Rin left when she rejected our friendship, Karen said, making Naruto and Mordred's sweat drop. We should actually get to class now, Karen, or we'll be late, Laetitia said, with the white-haired girl nodding in agreement before they left, waving to Naruto and Mordred, which they returned. Though unknown to them, Jean's servants were also present, with one of them having their full attention on Mordred, unable to hide how happy they are, at how Mordred seemed happier than she's ever been before, along with noticing how much closer she and her master seemed to be as well, since their fight. Do you think she's another master? Naruto asked while looking at Mordred, wondering if Laetitia is another master that's arrived for the Grail War. I can't be too sure, she does seem to possess magical circuits, but I can't tell if she's a master or maybe a servant, said Mordred, having difficulty identifying Laetitia. Yeah, I couldn't be sure if she's a master or a servant, but she's definitely not just a regular student, said Naruto, being able to sense Laetitia wasn't a normal student. Well, whoever or whatever she is, she doesn't seem hostile and I couldn't sense any coming from her. I guess we just wait and see, Mordred stated, with Naruto smiling at her. You're getting better, Mordred-chan. You didn't instantly want to attack her. I'm so proud of my cute little sister, Naruto said teasingly while patting Mordred on the head, with the knight swatting his hand away with a faint blush on her face. I liked you better when you were unconscious, muttered Mordred before they headed off for class themselves. Later, the day continued on peacefully, much to Naruto and Mordred's relief that nothing has happened before they ran into Livia. Ah, Naruto, Miso, I'm glad to see you both are back and looking well, Livia said, smiling at the two, while keeping up the pretense that they're siblings. Hey Livia, it's nice seeing you again. Did you meet the new transfer student? Questioned Naruto, wanting to know if she sensed anything about Laetitia, with Livia nodding in response. Yeah, I did. I know she has magical circuits, but it's hard to tell if she's another master, as she just feels strange, replied Livia, having sensed Laetitia wasn't normal, but also couldn't tell who she was. We felt the same. We aren't sure if she's a master or a servant, only that she doesn't seem hostile to us, Mordred said, Livia nodding in agreement. Perhaps she could prove to be another ally, as while we have plenty of members already, it never hurts to be sure, given we still don't know how many other masters and servants there will be, Livia said, making the Uzumaki nod, since Laetitia could be a good ally. By the way, I heard that Karen and Jack are now staying with all of you. I'm sure that must be enjoyable, especially if you get a break from Rin's company with them around. Now, added Livia, not seeing Naruto and Mordred blush at remembering what happened this morning, along with how she worded it. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, Naruto said, making Livia look at him curiously. What? Did something happen? Did Karen embarrass Rin again? Livia asked with a smirk, eager to hear if her rival was embarrassed by Karen. No, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. And nothing will ever happen, Mordred said quickly, with the Edelfelt smirk only growing. Oh, that means something definitely happened, maybe Miyu and I will have to move in as well. It'd certainly be fun to see if something else will happen. We may even be able to join in to really get a reaction out of Rin, stated Luvia, with Naruto's blush intensifying at Luvia and Miyu moving into the Tosaka residence as well. I don't think there's enough RRRO room, Naruto stuttered, while trying to banish the images her words conjured. I have been there before, Naruto. I know there's plenty of room there, which is necessary to hold Rin's giant ego. Besides, it would be good for when we plan out our moves in the Grail War by being together, said Luvia, only to see Mordred grab Naruto and dragged him away. Oh, look at the time. We'll finish this conversation never, Mordred said, refusing to consider the idea of sharing her master with any more girls. Space. I meant space. I don't like sharing my space, Mordred thought immediately, while blushing slightly. Something definitely happened, Luvia thought with a smirk before giggling, seeing why Karen and Jack enjoyed teasing Naruto so much. It was really fun. Plus, it was nice getting a reaction out of him as opposed to being embarrassed herself, due to him messing up any more slang. Later, once their break came, Naruto and Mordred headed up to the roof to relax for a while, only to be surprised when Karna appeared in front of them. Karna? What are you doing here? Naruto asked, not expecting the Edelfelt-affiliated Lancer-class servant to be up here. I accompanied my master here, while taking up a position on the roof. It gives me a good vantage point for sensing any other servants and master that show up or spying on the ones here, replied Karna, wanting to be ready for any enemy masters and servants that may show up. The fact that they'd also sense a powerful servant up here would also help encourage them to stay away, unless they wanted to end up dead, Mordred stated, with the Son of the Sun nodding. That as well, Karna said. Well, that's pretty smart, helping to keep an eye out for any potential enemies that may be spying on us to see what we can do, while also deterring them from attacking unless they wanted to get taken down. And given that you're also a Lancer-class servant, you probably wouldn't even need to move and just throw your spear at them, said Naruto, knowing this would be the perfect spot for Karna to be. Indeed, though I usually prefer fighting my enemies up close, I'm more than capable of taking them out from a distance, Karna replied, with Naruto nodding at this. I was actually hoping that you could teach me how to use a spear, Naruto said, surprising and intriguing both servants that he'd want to learn to use a spear. You want to learn to use a spear? Why? Questioned Karna, given he'd think Magi would use only their magecraft rather than learning to use a weapon. Because I'm not the kind of person that'd just stand back and let my servant do all the fighting for me. Especially since we don't know how many other masters and servant will be taking part in this Holy Grail War. So I want to make sure I'll be fighting beside Mordred-chan, rather than relying on her to do everything, replied Naruto, refusing to let Mordred do all the fighting, while wanting fight alongside his servant and help her. I see, it's commendable that you wish to fight by your servant's side. Very well, I shall teach you how to wield a spear. But do not expect it to be easy, Karna said, willing to teach Naruto how to use a spear. I can help you with your swordsmanship too, Naruto, Mordred offered rather quickly before a small blush formed on her face, as she wondered why she suddenly offered to help Naruto like that. Thank you, both of you, I really appreciate the help, though we should be getting back inside. See you around, Karna-sensei, Naruto said as he and Mordred went back inside, while Karna chuckled slightly at the new title. Sensei, huh? I could get used to that, stated Karna, liking the sound of the title before he returned to his spirit form. Later, the day continued on, with Naruto and Mordred soon meeting up with Karen and Jack, the latter appearing once the four were alone. Hey Karen, Jack, Naruto said nervously, as he still remembered what happened this morning. You don't have to worry, Naruto-kun, Jack-chan and I understand we were making you uncomfortable this morning, and you have nothing to worry about us trying anything again, Karen said while bowing her head in apology, while Jack hugged Naruto. We're sorry, Daddy, we won't make you uncomfortable again, said Jack as she looked up at Naruto, surprising the Uzumaki. Better not try anything, Mordred muttered while crossing her arms in annoyance. Oh, it's no problem, really, you don't have to oppose, said Naruto, only to be cut off when Karen wrapped her arms around him and pressed herself against his back. Instead, we're more than content with waiting until you're ready, then we will let you ravage us to your heart's content. Whenever you are ready, we will be more than ready to satisfy your every desire, Karen added, causing Naruto's face to turn red at feeling her pressing against him. even more so when he felt Jack begin grinding herself against him. Don't worry, Daddy, me and Mommy won't care if you want us to do anything you tell us. We just want to make you happy. And I'll be happy if Mommy and Daddy are happy, Jack said, the sight making Mordred scowl and quickly grab Naruto. Stop doing that. He's not your toy, said Mordred, angry that they're still doing that. No, but we're offering to be Naruto-kun's toys to play with whenever he wants, though I'm sure you want to be more than his toy. Mordred-chan, do you perhaps wish to be Naruto-kun's lover? Questioned Karen while tilting her head, with Naruto and Mordred's face turning bright red, while the knight quickly pulled away from her master. WH what? No. We're Juju just FR friends. Mordred stuttered, while glancing at Naruto before looking away. I'm not like that woman. I refuse to be anything like that woman. Mordred mentally chanted to herself, while suppressing another panic attack. Mordred-chan, are you alright? Naruto asked, as he took notice of the state that the Knight of Treachery was in. I am fine, Naruto, just remembering something. I'd prefer to forget, Mordred said as she calmed down, while waving off Naruto's worries, though that didn't stop Naruto from worrying. But he also understood that while they are getting closer now, there are obviously some things that he and Mordred are still uncomfortable with sharing with each other. Oh, well, that's a shame, because if you wish to be Naruto-kun's lover, then Jack-chan and I would be your toys as well, letting you have your way with us as well, Karen stated, causing Mordred's blush to intensify. That's, said Mordred before feeling Jack hug her. Your face is all red, Mommy. Mordred, do you want me to help you with anything? Jack asked while reaching for Mordred's skirt, only for the knight to quickly swat her hands away. Dee, don't even think about it. And stop calling me Mommy, said Mordred, trying to push the assassin-class servant away, especially since this wasn't helping with her peace of mind. Nei-chan then? Questioned Jack, unperturbed at Mordred's attempts to remove her. Hell no! And let go of me, Mordred said. Mama, maybe I should you just leave, by Mordred-chan, Naruto said quickly before making a break for it. You bastard! You're going to regret that, thought Mordred, swearing to pay Naruto back for leaving her alone with these two, with Naruto. Sorry, Mordred-chan, but you'd have a better chance at getting away from them than me, Naruto thought, feeling very bad for leaving Mordred like that and planned to make it up to her, especially since the situation seemed to make her uncomfortable for some reason. But at the same time, what happened this morning was still fresh on his mind, and he didn't want to risk the chance of a similar event happening. Walking through the school, Naruto soon found himself outside the archery dojo, and heard what sounded like someone was practicing inside. Going in, Naruto saw that Shiruko and Sakura were inside practicing together. Wow, you two are really hot, Naruto said upon seeing how good they were, with Shiruko and Sakura quickly turning to Naruto, both of them blushing at what he just said. What? Stuttered Sakura, not believing he just said that. You're both hot, with the archery. You two must have practiced long time to get that good, said Naruto, as the two girls started to realize what he meant. Do you mean that we're on fire? Shiruko asked, wondering if that's what he meant. I'm not sure that's the right way to say it, but I guess so, Naruto replied, not understanding why they'd say they're on fire, while remembering when Livia said the same thing. Oh, we will, thank you, Naruto, and yes, me and Shiruko have both trained to get as good as we have, Sakura said, while her and Shiruko's blushes faded away at seeing he just messed up the slang. I'm sure, though, did you both join together or separately? Questioned Naruto, wanting to know more about the two girls, given he hasn't really interacted with them that much and wanted to change that, especially if they were going to be allies, but mostly so he could get to know them. I actually joined before Shiruko did, then not long after she joined as well, replied Sakura, glad that she and her friend were in the same club. That's pretty cool, you must have been on top of her a lot then, Sakura, Naruto said, which caused their blushes to quickly return. What? Said Shiruko. Well, if Sakura joined before you, then she must have been above you a lot in the beginning, though I'm sure you've managed to get above her once you got the hang of it, said Naruto, with the girls' faces only turning more red. And Naruto, ARRYUDD doing that on PU purpose? Sakura asked, wondering if he fully knows what he's saying. Doing what on purpose? I'm just saying you must have started out better than Shiruko and helped teach her what to do, so Shiruko must have managed to pick it up quickly, with a good teacher like you, enough to do better a few times. What did you think I meant? Naruto said curiously. And no nothing. And why yeah? Sakura did help me learn, and I picked it up quickly, said Shiruko, with the purplet nodding in agreement. Yeah, Shiruko is one of the best in the club, Sakura added, smiling at her friend, with Naruto seeing they were really close to each other. You two must have been friends for a long time, stated Naruto. Given the few times he's seen them, they were usually together. Yes, we have for almost 6 years now, Shiruko replied, making Naruto smile at seeing they were great friends to each other, before looked at Sakura nervously. Sakura, I don't want to sound rude or nosy, but is Shinji nice to you? Naruto asked. Given what he's heard about the Mato family, he wanted to make sure Shinji wasn't cruel or did anything to Sakura, and given how kind she was, he wouldn't put past Shinji to try something with her, and Naruto wasn't sure he'd be able to resist going after Shinji if he's hurt Sakura in any way, refusing to do nothing if he has. No, Nisen doesn't really go near me anymore, replied Sakura, while looking at Shiruko, knowing she had her friend to thank for making it so Shinji was basically terrified of going anywhere near her, something Naruto noticed as he looked at the redhead. Did you do something, Shiruko? Questioned Naruto, with the redhead looking at him blankly. I asked him to leave Sakura alone. Nicely, Shiruko answered, which wasn't technically a lie as she did ask nicely, right after learning he'd begun physically hurting Sakura and even touching her, before threatening to slowly break every single bone in his body, pull out each of his teeth, cut out his tongue, crush his nose, and then castrate him as slowly and painfully as she could. Then she asked him nicely to never go anywhere Sakura ever again, all while saying it with a blank expression on her face. While Shiruko wished to fulfill her adoptive father's dream to become a hero of justice, she also wasn't going to do nothing while her friend was being hurt. The redhead was just glad she got to Shinji before he could do anything else besides touch Sakura. Otherwise she would have likely snapped his neck if he'd done so. Good, as no offense Sakura, that guy seems like a giant asshole, Naruto stated, glad to know Shinji was staying away from Sakura, while both girls smiled slightly at his words. By the way, if you two aren't too busy, do you think you'd be able to give me some lessons? Naruto asked, wanting to learn archery as well, as while he may use guns, he wanted to also learn archery to have more ranged weapons to choose from. I think we can help you, replied Sakura with a small smile, with Shiruko nodding in agreement, with Mordred. Finally, I got away from them. Mordred thought relieved that she finally was able to escape Karen and Jack, not believing how shameless those two could be, which only annoyed her even more at their blatant attempts to seduce Naruto. Only I can be forward with Naruto. Wait, no. I refuse to become anything like her, thought Mordred, shaking her head along with forcing her blush down, knowing Karen and Jack's words were messing with her head, though Mordred was pulled from her thoughts when she bumped into someone, only to see it was her father. Hello, Mordred, Artoria greeted awkwardly. Hi, replied Mordred just as awkwardly, before the two fell silent. You look good, said Artoria, before mentally hitting herself while Mordred raised a brow. I look the same as I did when we left, Mordred stated, with the King of Night nodding slowly. Right. Artoria muttered, not sure what else to say, especially with her recent revelations about Mordred and her humanity beginning to reawaken. Aya, if it isn't a pair of lovely ladies all by themselves, said a familiar voice, making Mordred scowl as she saw Shinji approaching them. And now there's this fucking guy, Mordred thought, annoyed at seeing Shinji. And you are? Questioned Artoria, though already knowing who it was, but didn't officially meet him. Shinji Mata and you are Elaine Uzumaki, along Miso Uzumaki. You both are still rather new here. If you wish I'd be more than, said Shinji, eager to get them both alone, only for Mordred to cut him off. Okay, I'm just gonna stop you right there. For starters, you must be stupider than you look. Because in case you forgot, me and my brother were already shown around the school, and we've already been here long enough to familiarize ourselves with it, and so has our cousin. Secondly, any girl that falls for lines like being called lovely ladies is probably just airhead bimbos that you picked up off the street and more than likely paid them to be around you, in which case, you are really so pathetic that you'd need to pay anyone to be around you, though I'm sure anyone with half a brain would simply take the money and leave, as they'd be unable to stomach just being around you let alone hearing you speak, Mordred said, while Shinji's face turned redder with each word. You growled, Shinji, only for Artoria to speak. Miso, please, if you have nothing nice to say, said Artoria before stopping, much to Mordred's annoyance. Then don't say anything, Mordred retorted, annoyed that her father would actually stop her, only to be surprised when she shook her head. Oh no, just don't say anything nice, especially if it's to someone that clearly has nothing nice to speak of, Artoria said before looking at Shinji. I've only just met you, and I already feel sick to my stomach. I only asked who you are merely out of courtesy, nothing more, as I honestly don't even wish to speak to you, let alone know you. From what my cousins and Emran have said, you are a self-centered, arrogant, petty, selfish man-child that possesses an inferiority and superiority complex, while looking down on everyone else and believing you're better. Yet from what I've seen, the only thing impressive about you is the size of your ego, as you don't seem to really possess any real talents besides living in your own warped mind. I would say it's sad and that I pity you for it, but I also don't like lying, so I won't. And keep in mind that any retorts or insults you know doubtfully are already planning to give us would merely be proving us right. Also, we wouldn't really care for anything you say, because we don't really care about you, said Artoria, as Shinji was now frozen and looking at them with wide eyes, unable to think of anything to say. If that wasn't a hint, then we'll be more clear. Go away, Mordred shouted, startling the Mato before he immediately ran with his tail between his legs. Watching Shinji run away, Mordred and Artoria glanced at each other, either of them sure what to make of the fact they just worked together and agreed on something, before simply nodding as they made their way to their next class, with Rin. Meanwhile, Rin was heading to her next class before stopping when she sensed something nearby. Another servant? Rin thought while quickly hiding behind a corner and glancing around, only to be surprised by what she saw. Her homeroom instructor, Sutra Kazuki. Sutra had messy, short black hair, black eyes, and fair skin, while he's usually always wearing a dark green suit and a pair of glasses, along with having a stoic and expressionless look on his face, reminding Rin too much of Kirai for her liking. Though what was surprising that he was speaking with a woman who had long blue-purple hair with a braid on the left side, matching colored eyes, and pale skin, with her wearing an outfit that consists of a black top, a jean jacket, a long tan skirt, and dark brown boots. What stood out the most was that the woman had small, pointed ears. Is Kazuki-sensei a master? But how? I've never sensed a drop of magical energy in him before, yet this woman seems to be overflowing with it, far more than a regular magus would possess, Rin thought, watching as the woman handed Sutra what looked to be his lunch, before taking her leave. While Rin couldn't be sure if the woman's a servant or just an exceptionally powerful magus, something was definitely off about her. Knowing she should tell the others about this, she went to meet up with Naruto, Mordred, and Artoria for their next class. After getting his own bow and arrow, Sakura and Shiruko had begun instructing Naruto on what to do, finding that he already had a decent grasp on it, given his previous training in using firearms. Naruto found it easy to pick up using a bow. You're doing pretty good for your first time, Naruto. Are you sure you've never used a bow before? Sakura asked, doubting he could be this good without any prior practice. Yeah, I've just seen a lot of archery in games and shows, so I guess that helps me learn it, replied Naruto, not wanting to reveal he's been trained to use firearms, at least not until they become actual friends and allies, or at the very least trust each other more. Well, either way, you're doing pretty good so far, stated Shiruko, with Naruto smiling at them in thanks. Thanks, I just have some good teachers helping me, though where's Ayako? I would have thought she'd be here practicing with you both, but I haven't seen her, Naruto said, not seeing the brunette at all, having assumed Sakura and Shiruko just showed up early and she'd come around eventually. Ayako didn't show up, so it's just us today, Shiruko replied, with Sakura nodding in agreement. She was feeling under the weather, leaving me and Shiruko to practice by ourselves, until you came along, said Sakura, with Naruto nodding in understanding at this before they continued practicing, only for Naruto to look at Sakura when he saw her start shaking, along with feeling her magic circuits start acting up. Are you alright, Sakura? Naruto asked while looking at the purplet, wondering if she's alright, as Sakura nodded shakily. I am fine, Ju said Sakura, only to drop her bow as her face flushed, with the girl gasping as she gripped her chest and crouched through her archery uniform, much to Naruto's concern, while Shiruko paled slightly at the sight. Is something wrong? Do you need help? Said Naruto, going over to Sakura to check on her, only for Shiruko to stop him and get in front of the Uzumaki. It's nothing, really. Sakura can just get really exhausted a lot if she's not careful. Just head back to class, and I'll make sure she's alright. Besides, the break is almost, so you should get going, Shiruko said quickly, with Naruto still looking at Sakura in concern. Okay, but do you want me to bring her some water or something? Questioned Naruto, only for the redhead to shake her head. No, that's fine, really, just go on ahead. We need to go to the changing room anyway to get changed out of our club uniforms. Trust me, it's nothing to worry about, said Shiruko before going over to Sakura and quickly guiding her to the changing room, with Naruto looking after them as they left. The whiskered team being skeptical, knowing that whatever happened was nothing like Shiruko said it was, especially when he sensed Sakura's magic circuits, having been unable to sense it when they first met, due to how brief it was. But now he could see that something was up with them. He just couldn't tell what it was, only that they seemed off. Though while he wanted to check on Sakura and make sure she was fine, he complied to their request and exited the dojo. Given he's just started getting to know the girl and doesn't want to intrude on any personal matters, which would only push them away. I just hope it really is nothing to worry about, but I doubt that's the case, thought Naruto as headed back to the school building, but not before giving one last glance at the archery dojo, with Shiruko and Sakura. With Naruto, after returning to the school building, it wasn't long before Naruto met up with Rin, Artoria, and an unamused-looking Mordred, the latter making Naruto wince at the look she gave him. I promise that I'll make things up to you, Mordred-chan, Naruto swore, knowing he'll owe her for leaving her with Karen and Jack. Yeah, you will make it up to me. I'll see to that myself, retorted Mordred, still annoyed that he ditched her, before they headed to their next class. Once there, Rin set up a link with Naruto, Artoria, and Mordred to communicate telepathically, the three perking up at feeling the sudden intrusion to their minds, but didn't show any further reaction. Earlier I sensed someone possessing a large amount of magical energy. I saw that it was coming from a woman, who was meeting with Suchira-sensei. I couldn't be sure, but I think the woman may be a servant, Rin said, surprising and intriguing the trio at hearing this. Suchira-sensei is a master? But how? I've never sensed any magical energy coming from him, and he's never once reacted to any of us or our servants. How could he have summoned a servant? Questioned Naruto, finding it strange that their teacher could have summoned a servant. It's possible he could be descended from a family of magi that had forgotten or lost their ability to perform magecraft, leaving him with the potential to summon a servant, due to still having magic circuits that simply aren't active. And given this woman possesses a large amount of magical energy, then she's likely of the caster class, Artoria said, not liking the idea of this teacher having accidentally summoned a caster class servant, being reminded far too much of the Fourth Holy Grail War and the last master of caster. That is, if she's even a servant, this guy could just be aware of magi and the Holy Grail War, while choosing to ally himself with a powerful magi, said Mordred, since they couldn't just assume the woman was a servant, when she could just be a powerful magi. Both of those are strong possibilities, but whether she's caster or a powerful magi, we'll need to be careful. There's no telling what she's capable of, along with Suchira-sensei as well. If he's allied with her, said Rin, knowing they'll have to be careful if this woman and Suchira prove to be enemies. Yeah, the best we can do is wait and learn more about this. To see what this woman can do, we should tell Karen and Livia as well, so they can be on the lookout. And potentially see if Karen can get Jack to find this woman or follow her if she shows up again, Naruto said, wanting to make sure they were ready if this woman and Suchira were aware of them, and were planning something, with the girls nodding in agreement, knowing they needed to be ready as it seems more masters and servants were appearing every day. Also, I hung out with Sakura and Shiruko earlier, added Naruto, wanting to tell them about what happened with Sakura and see if they should do something to help her. With Rin and Mordred feeling slightly jealous at hearing this. And just what were you doing with Shiruko and Sakura? Rin demanded, feeling annoyed at Naruto spending time with her sister and her friend. Just getting to know them more, since they may be our allies eventually. I also asked them if they could teach me archery, since they're both really great at it, Naruto replied, not sensing the jealousy coming from Rin and his servant/friend. Oh, well, I'm so happy you spent your time with two girls, while I was left to deal with a shameless nun and an equally shameless, lowly serial killer. But by all means, tell us about your time with them, shouted Mordred, making Naruto wince, while Artoria looked at her with a raised brow. You sound almost jealous, Mordred, stated Artoria, making the knight glare at her father. I'm not jealous. I'm just angry. He left me to deal with the shameless nun and her equally shameless servant, just to go hang out with two girls. Who wouldn't be pissed off at that? Mordred retorted, while internally coming up with an explanation for why she's feeling jealous. It's just because he left me behind, that's all. I'm annoyed he left me to deal with those two, while he went to hang out with two girls. It's nothing to be jealous about, I'm just annoyed, that's all, thought Mordred, refusing to believe she actually likes Naruto, knowing that's impossible and would never happen. The knight refusing to be like that woman and just toy with her master/friend like that, knowing he'd only be hurt in the end, and she refused to be the cause of it. While Rin was wondering why she was feeling jealous, not realizing just how close she was getting to Naruto with how he treats her, having started liking how Naruto treated her like the real Rin Tosaka, not as the Tosaka heiress or the mask she uses around her peers. Instead, he treats her like anyone else and isn't afraid to tell her anything, even if she didn't like it. I can't be jealous that Shiruko and Sakura got to spend time with Naruto. We've only known each other a few weeks. It has to be because he's able to hang out with Sakura so easily while I can't, that's it. There's no way I could like someone as annoying as he can be, thought Rin, nodding to herself at her reasoning. There was something else, though. Sakura just suddenly dropped her bow and her face turned red. She looked like she was in pain or uncomfortable, while her magic circuits seemed to be acting strange. I wasn't sure what happened, but when I tried helping her, Shiruko stopped me and seemed to know what was wrong, but wouldn't tell me, Naruto said, pulling the girls from their thoughts. With girls becoming concerned at hearing this, especially Rin at hearing something could be wrong with her sister. What could be wrong with her? Could Sakura be in danger if this has happened before? Rin asked, worried about Sakura if something was wrong with her. I don't know, like I said, her magic circuits seemed kind of off and strange when it happened. I wanted to try and help, or at least know what was happening, but I also didn't want to push the issue since it seemed private, and I didn't want to push Sakura and Shiruko away by pushing for answers. They didn't want to tell us, replied Naruto, not liking that he couldn't help Sakura with her problem, but also didn't want to make either girl uncomfortable. With Rin sighing in frustration at hearing this, but knew Naruto was right in not trying to get answers, as even she couldn't go to Sakura to ask her about it, given she's only just started reconnecting with her sister, while Naruto is just starting to get to know her and Shiruko. No, you did the right thing. If we tried pushing the issue, especially if it's a personal topic, then we'd only end up pushing Sakura and Shiruko away, Rin said, knowing they had to wait until Sakura and Shiruko trusted them more. Fine, I don't like it, but I don't want to end up pushing them away either, Naruto said reluctantly since he still wanted to try and help them if he could. Fine, we won't do anything, Mordred said, as while she was annoyed at Sakura and Shiruko spending time with Naruto, she didn't like the idea of something being wrong with the former, especially if it was serious. I must protest this decision, Master, as if it's something important. Then it would be better to try and help your sister with it now than wait, in case it becomes worse. But very well, we won't do anything, stated Artoria, not liking the idea of doing nothing if someone needed help, even if they're potential enemies in the Holy Grail War, especially since her slowly returning humanity didn't like the idea of doing nothing. I don't like it either. Sakura's my sister and I want to help her, after not doing anything for over 10 years. But it's the best course of action we can take, right now, Rin exclaimed as she really wanted to reconnect with Sakura and help her. But she had to regain her trust first before she could do anything, no matter how much she didn't like it. Don't worry, Rin, we'll be able to help Sakura eventually. We just need to wait until she's more comfortable around us and trusts us, meaning it may be best if we also keep it a secret, as I doubt she'd want others to know about whatever's wrong with her, though we should still tell Livia and Karen about Suchira-sensei and the woman he's with, said Naruto, assuring Rin they'll help Sakura when they're able to, with the girls nodding in agreement at telling Karen and Livia about the woman with Suchira. Later, eventually, the day came to an end, with Naruto going to check on Sakura and Shiruko, finding the girls just leaving the archery dojo. Hey! Are you two alright? Naruto asked once he got a closer look at them, surprised to see they looked rather tired, yet also having a strange glow about them. What? Oh, Naruto, yeah, we're fine, nothing to worry about, like I said. Shiruko replied hastily, with Sakura nodding quickly. Nothing to worry about, and sorry about earlier, I just don't do too well with the heat, it makes me really exhausted, even while inside, I just needed a cold shower. But I guess I ended up falling asleep while Shiruko stayed with me, said Sakura just as quickly, given they ended up spending the entire day having sex in the changing room, much to her embarrassment, with Naruto not looking convinced, knowing they were hiding something, but decided not to push the issue. Alright, I'm just glad you're fine now. I just wanted to check on you both to make sure you were fine, so, see you both tomorrow. Hopefully at the dojo again for more lessons, said Naruto while waving to the girls, which they returned. Thank you, Naruto, and yeah, see you tomorrow, and hopefully with longer lessons too, Shiruko replied, the purplet nodding in agreement. Yeah, I should be fine tomorrow, so no worries about cutting our lessons short, Sakura added, with the Uzumaki nodding in response before they went their separate ways. Heading for the exit, Naruto met back up with Mordred, only to see Rin and Artoria weren't around. Where are Rin and Artoria? Naruto asked, wondering if they were still inside. They went on ahead. They also told me they may be skipping class tomorrow, given how they still don't have the best relationship as master and servant, something that Rin wants to fix, Mordred replied with a shrug, something that Naruto can understand given they would sometimes clash against each other, along with remembering how Artoria acted when he went to check on her before, with how she commented it should be her master that should check on her, not him, yet also seeming to not be surprised that Rin didn't check on her either, as if already expecting her to not care about her, only seeing her as a servant to be used to win the Grail War. Do you think it's possible Artoria was summoned in a Holy Grail War before? And that she had an abusive master? Naruto asked, thinking Artoria could have been summoned in a previous war, which would explain how she acted sometimes. While servants usually didn't remember past Holy Grail wars they'd been summoned in, there had been some exceptions, with Naruto guessing that Artoria was one of those rare cases. Then they'd better hope they're already dead, snapped Mordred, angered at the idea of her father having been summoned by an abusive master before, only to stop in surprise at her reaction, wondering why such a though got that kind of reaction from her. Mordred was willing to admit that she retained begrudging respect for her father, despite her hatred for her, but she didn't think it would warrant such a reaction from her. Why am I so angry at the idea of that? Thought Mordred, recalling her interaction with Artoria earlier today, and how they actually got along for once. The night unaware her interaction with her father, and learning she might have had an abusive master, caused her true feelings to come out momentarily. Thankfully, Mordred didn't have to think further on this when they were approached by Karen and Jack, who was now out of her spirit form. Hello Naruto-kun, Mordred-chan, Jack-chan and I were hoping to walk home with you both, Karen said, making Mordred scowl while Naruto looked at them warily. That shouldn't be a problem, Karen, but could you both please not try anything? Naruto asked, not wanting them to try anything again, especially now that they're outside. Yeah, the last thing we need is a scantily clad lowly grinding against Naruto in public, added Mordred, knowing the kind of reactions that would get. Don't worry Naruto-kun, we won't try anything, besides such actions should only be performed while we're alone, said Karen, with Jack nodding in agreement. Yeah, Mommy said we can only help Daddy when we're alone, Jack added, making Naruto's sweat drop while Mordred growled. I guess that's the best we'll get, Naruto stated, before spotting Livia and Miyu approaching them. If you're returning home, then would we be able to join you? Livia asked with a somewhat eager smile, with Naruto nodding, much to Mordred's annoyance before they started walking. Not that we couldn't go ourselves, but Nei-chan thinks you're good company. Flaky and his servant are at least decent, you two are just annoying, added Miyu while looking at Karen and Jack. Well, you are certainly rude. Are you sure she isn't Rin's sister, Livia? They both seem to enjoy rejecting their friends, Karen stated, making Livia sigh. Don't worry, Miyu's a really nice girl, just give it time, replied Livia, knowing Miyu was only just starting to come around to Naruto and Mordred, though Karen and Jack were a different story. As long as she stays away from Daddy, Jack said, looking at Miyu with narrowed eyes, which she returned blankly. I'm sure you like being with your daddy, pervert, Miyu said, making Jack start reaching for her knives. Anyway, Rin told us that Suchira-sensei could potentially be a master or has allied himself with a powerful magi, said Naruto, not wanting a fight to break out between them, with Livia, Miyu, Karen, and Jack looking at him. Suchira-sensei? He's not a magi though, there's no way he could summon a servant, Livia said, doubting their teacher could be a secret magi. That's what we thought, Rin said. A woman showed up and met with him, apparently one with a lot of magical energy, making it so she's either a caster class servant, or a powerful magi. Either way, we need to be careful, said Mordred, with the others nodding in agreement. You forgot the other idea, which isn't surprising since you don't seem to really think things through, Miu stated, making Mordred growl and look at her with narrowed eyes. I believe what my master's sister means is that if this woman is a servant and yet Citra isn't a magi, then it's likely she's formed a contract with him to keep herself anchored here, said Karna in his spirit form, surprising Naruto and Mordred at this. If that's true, then what could have happened to her former master? Naruto said, knowing they had to be dead for the woman to need to form a new contract. Either they were killed by an enemy master who was hoping to gain control of another servant, or at least take out some of the competition early, or she killed them herself, for any number of reasons. No matter what, it seems like she's the real threat, while Sutra-sensei merely got pulled into the Grail War, said Livia, the others nodding in agreement, knowing that they now had another possible answer, but still no evidence. So, they'd stick with their original plan to simply wait and see, with Shiruko and Sakura. Meanwhile, Shiruko was walking Sakura home, wanting to make sure her condition didn't suddenly act up again. Thankfully, it didn't, with them reaching the Matu residence, where they saw Sakura's grandfather, Zoken Matu, outside to greet them. Zoken was an old man with a rather frail appearance, being completely bald and hunched over, making him even shorter than Sakura and Shiruko, and had strange white and black eyes, while he walked with a wooden cane and was wearing plain green robes, a black kimono top over it, white tabi socks, and sandals. Despite his frail appearance though, Shiruko could never shake the feeling that something was off about Zoken, despite how he usually presents himself. Ah, Shiruko, thank you for bringing Sakura home. It's good to know my granddaughter has such a reliable friend, like you to help her, Zoken said, acting the part of the kind and loving grandfather, with the redhead nodding in response. It's no problem, sir. I just want to make sure Sakura gets home safe, replied Shiruko, with Zoken returning the nod. Of course, though I can't help but notice you both arrived later than usual. Did something happen to hold you up? Questioned Zoken. And no, nothing much. We were just saying goodbye to another student, Naruto Uzumaki, who's recently enrolled along with his sister and cousin, Sakura said, with her adoptive grandfather humming in thought. Ah, it's good to hear that you're opening up more, Sakura, and making new friends besides Shiruko here, though I've also heard from an old friend of mine that works at the academy that you've also been opening up to Rin Tosaka as well, Zoken stated, making the purplet wince, being able to tell he wasn't amused by her interacting with her former sister, as he likes to call her. But I'm sure there's no harm in you spending time together. After all, it must be lonely for her, after she lost her family 10 years ago, added Zoken, with Sakura gulping slightly, knowing if he's letting her continue to interact with Sakura, then it's only because it would benefit him in some way. And with the Holy Grail War coming so soon, she had no doubt he's planning something. Though unknown to Sakura, Zoken was also interested in Naruto as well, having been watching him with his insects, and was impressed at his ability to hold his own against an enraged servant, especially when the servant was of the saber class, regarded as one of the strongest servant classes. But granted, he was only able to barely do so, though was still able to hold out long enough to soothe his enraged servant. The fact it was the Night of Treachery showed it was no small feat to fight her. While Zoken was also aware of Naruto's true nature, given how long he's been alive and who one of his former associates were, he knew exactly what the boy was. Now then, I'm sure you have to get going, Shiruko, and thank you again for walking Sakura home. I'm sure we'll see each other again, Zoken said, with the redhead nodding slowly before exchanging farewells with Sakura and heading home herself. Once Shiruko was out of sight, Zoken dropped his mask and looked at Sakura. Let's go, girl, it's time for your training, ordered Zoken before walking inside, with Sakura wordlessly nodding and following him. Having grown numb to the crest worm training at this point, and knowing it was useless to try and fight it, with Jalter, while in an unknown location, Jalter was fighting against another servant and their master. The servant was a 12-year-old girl with orange eyes, long blonde hair, and pale skin, as well as having a keyhole marking on her forehead, with her wearing a large black witch hat with numerous black and orange bows and 2 reddish-orange teddy bears. several black cloths cut into the shape of columns of butterflies acting like a dress that barely hid her decency, black and orange bows around her neck, black panties, a thigh-high black sock with orange bows on the back on her right leg, black and orange bows tied around her left ankle, and black Mary Janes. The girl was also wielding 2 large black keys as her weapons, while her master is a man wearing a dark green jacket, a blue shirt that's tucked into a pair of black jeans, with a belt tied around his waist, as well as a pair of white sneakers, with him having dark green hair, the same shade as his jacket, and purple eyes. Jalter had learned that the servant was Abigail Williams, who had been summoned in the foreigner class, with her master being Aoi Rokusho, with Jalter having located them with the intent to make them submit to her, knowing Abigail would be a useful ally, given how no one really knew about the foreigner class or what kind of servant would be summoned under it, only for them to reject her initial offer, leading to them fighting each other, which Jalter actually preferring to force them to submit. Abigail conjured up a swarm of butterflies from a portal, sending them to attack Jalter before using her keys to open up 2 gates, with several tentacles shooting out, and firing multiple laser beams at the Avenger/Ruler class servant, the sight making Jalter grin darkly as she summoned her flag and stabbed it into the ground, causing a ring of fire to come to life around her, the flames burning away all of Abigail's attacks and empowering Jalter. All evil is here. The time for revenge has come. This is the roar of my soul that was polished by hatred. La grandement du haine, Jalter said, unleashing her noble phantasm, as the flames rushed towards Abigail before erupting around her in a large firestorm burning her, with Abigail crying out as the flames burned her, with Jalter soon cancelling her noble phantasm before the flames could kill Abigail, still wanting to recruit her, with the foreigner class servant hitting the ground, alive but thoroughly burned. Walking over to her, Jalter looked down at Abigail with a smirk. Now then, will you finally submit yourself and join me? Jalter said, with Abigail weakly looking at her before turning to her master. My master, said Abigail, looking at Aoi hopefully that he'd help her, only that hope to be dashed at his next words. What are you doing? Get back up and fight now. By my command seal I order Aoi said, about to use a command seal to force Abigail to keep fighting, only to scream in pain when Jalter cut off his hand. See that? Your so-called master was just about to force you to keep fighting, despite seeing how you were clearly outmatched. He clearly doesn't care for you and likely would have tried escaping when he had the chance. That is all you were to him, a tool to be used and cast aside to protect his own worthless life, said Jalter, seeing the hurt on Abigail's face that her master would toss her aside so easily. But if you join me, you won't have to worry about such a thing, as I see your value and your strength, and by joining me, you'll become even stronger than you ever could have by serving this wretch, Jalter said while kicking Aoi down when he tried crawling away, before looking back at Abigail. Now then, one last time, join me or fade away after I kill him, said Jalter as she placed her sword against Aoi's neck, knowing that either way, she was going to kill him. I will join you, master, Abigail said, accepting Jalter's offer to join her, her response making Jalter smirk as she looked at Aoi for a moment, before swinging her sword and decapitating the fool. Gillis! Come out! Jalter said as she walked over to Abigail while calling out her other servant, who she personally summoned, with the shadows rising up and revealing Gillis de Rice, her old friend and companion, having summoned him as caster. Gillis has a young face without a single crease, deathly pale/grayish skin, huge, rolling eyes and oily, glistening cheeks, while still having a muscular build from when he was a knight. Along with his tall height, his attire consisted of a luxurious robe of ancient design. Sanguineous scarlet patterns adorned the pitch-black fabric. You summoned me, Jalter? Gillis said eagerly, before quickly correcting himself when Jalter glared at him, having learned it wasn't wise to call her by her original self's name. Yes, I require your assistance in forming a contract between myself and dear Abigail, here, especially given her abilities seem similar to the ones you gain from that book of yours, replied Jalter while pulling Abigail up and carrying the girl bridal style, with Gillis being intrigued to hear she had abilities, like Prelatai's spellbook. Of course, Jalter, I'd be happy to help you in forming a contract with her, said Gillis, always eager to assist his friend/master in her plans, with Shiro. Meanwhile, within his base in Fuyuki, Shiro looked at Atlanta and Frankenstein, having summoned them back after learning that ruler has been summoned. Archer, Berserker, I have discussed this at length with both your masters, and we have agreed to send both of you on an important assignment. Both of you will be going after ruler, and eliminate her, Shiro ordered, knowing ruler would be the biggest obstacle to his plans. Fran merely grunted and nodded in response, while Atlanta frowned that they would be going after ruler. If I may, isn't ruler meant to ensure the rules of the Grail War are followed? Would it not be better to try and have her join us, rather than eliminate her? Questioned Atlanta, with Shiro shaking his head. No, as you said, ruler is merely here to enforce the rules of the Grail War. They do not take sides or cooperate with anyone, only interfering if anyone is violating the rules, which is why it would be better to eliminate her now, than risk her interfering in our own chances of victory, Shiro replied, with the huntress nodding slowly, still not liking it, but couldn't argue if her master was in agreement, with Atlanta and Fran setting out to locate ruler and eliminate her, with Jean, while Jean was currently stood in the forest around Mount Enzu, working on trying to locate all the masters and servants that were currently in Fuyuki, only to frown in annoyance when she couldn't. It's no use, there are too many masters and servants already present for me to find all of them, even with Rider and Lancer helping me. I doubt I'll be able to get to all of them and make sure they obey the rules of the Holy Grail. Hopefully, the other ruler will appear soon to provide some assistance. Even better if they'll have summoned servants of their own for more help, thought Jean, knowing she'll need all the help she can get, if she's going to make sure all the masters and servants follow the rules. Though Jean's eyes widened, before she quickly transformed as she drew her sword and flag, blocking an arrow that would have shot through her head. Looking, Jean saw Atlanta jump down from her perch, seeing her position was already exposed. You have impressive reflexes, ruler. It's a shame I must eliminate you. I would have enjoyed the chance to see how good you truly are, Atlanta said before she began rushing around Jean and fired several arrows at the ruler-class servant, with Jean doing her best to block them with her sword or flag, before jumping back at seeing how many arrows were being fired at her. Archer, what reason would you have to come after me? Demanded Jean, wanting to know why a servant was trying to kill her. It is not my desire, but my master has ordered it so no matter what, we will eliminate you, said Atlanta before jumping up and firing 3 arrows at once at Jean, who deflected them with her flag, only for her eyes to widen at what the huntress just said. We? Thought Jean, before grunting in pain when Fran appeared behind her, slamming her mace into the saint's back, sending her crashing into a tree. Seeing the 2 servants that had been sent after her, Jean mentally cursed, knowing this only further complicated matters. Rider, Lancer, come quickly, thought Jean, summoning her own servant back to her to help, with Atlanta and Fran about to attack again, only to stumble when their minds started getting cloudy, the 2 servants trying to shake it off the strange feeling, before they soon heard an enchanting and mesmerizing melody. Is this a noble phantasm? Thought Atlanta, finding difficulty in concentrating or even wanting to try fighting against whoever was singing, though both of them were knocked out of their trance when another servant appeared and knocked them aside with their weapon, sending Atlanta and Fran crashing through a few trees before they both got up and saw who else had arrived, seeing that Jean had summoned Rider and Lancer, with them having discarded their cloaks, revealing themselves. Lancer was a teenage girl with short blonde hair with 2 black feathers on either side of her head, fair skin, and dark green eyes, while wearing white and gold armor on her upper body, arms, and legs, dark brown leggings, multiple blue strands hanging from her back acting as a cape, and an armored skirt, with her weapon being a large cavalry lance, while Rider was also a teenage girl with long silver-white hair, pale skin, and bright blue eyes, while seemingly having the greatest body and good looks any of them have seen, with her attire consisting of a very short white dress, detached sleeves that had long flowing cloth from them, armored gloves and boots, and a large hat/crown on her head with cloth flowing from it as well. These were Sir Gareth, a member of the Knights of the Round Table, and Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France. Master, who are these 2? Gareth asked, not taking her eyes off Atlanta and Fran. They are Archer and Berserker, unfortunately. I don't know who their masters are, only that they've been sent to eliminate me, replied Jean while standing beside her servants. Well, that's not very nice. Why would your masters wish to eliminate ruler? Questioned Marie, looking at Atlanta and Fran with a smile, one that seemed to make the two momentarily drop their guard before shaking it off. I do not question our master's reasoning, only doing as they have ordered us, Atlanta replied before firing multiple arrows at them, only to be surprised when they were stopped by multiple crystals shooting out of the ground. I'm afraid we can't let you do that. Ruler summoned us to help her, but we also choose to protect her from anyone that would harm her, so forgive me, but we must stop you. I hope you understand, said Marie while smiling at Atlanta and Fran, the sight making them lose focus for a few moments. With this leaving them open as Marie blew them a kiss, launching a pink magic ball at them, sending both servants flying back and separating the two of them, with the attack also making them regain their focus. With Atlanta jumping up into a tree and began firing arrows at the trio, while Fran growled before shouting and charging them with her mace held up. Gareth in turn charged Fran, while summoning her shield to block Atlanta's arrows, before raising her lance to deflect the berserker's mace, the knight then bashing Fran with her shield, followed by swinging her lance at the other servant before thrusting her lance forward, knocking the redhead back. Seeing this, Atlanta fired a barrage of arrows at Gareth, only for Jean to jump in front of her and stab her flag into the ground with a magic shield forming around them, blocking the arrows. Please don't hurt my friends. You can target me if you must, said Marie, turning the huntress's attention to her, before feeling her focus waver again, leaving her open once again as Marie created multiple pink lights that shot into the air and rushed towards Atlanta, the archer-class servant's eyes widening at the sight, before she quickly jumped out of the tree, just as the lights impacted and exploded, running around the three. Atlanta began firing multiple arrows at once, sacrificing the strength of her attacks in favor of speed to fire more arrows, with Jean and Gareth deflecting the arrows, while Marie conjured more lights and fired them at Atlanta, only for them to hear a shout, before looking up to see Fran jumping into the air right above them, forcing the trio to jump away as Fran crashed down, slamming her mace into the ground. Lancer, come join me for a ride, said Marie while summoning a crystal horse and jumping onto it, with Gareth getting on behind her before Marie had the horse charge towards Fran, ramming into her multiple times, before getting in Atlanta's path, forcing her to slow down to avoid crashing into the horse, this giving Gareth a chance to jump off towards Atlanta and thrust her lance towards the huntress, the attack managing to strike her in the chest, sending the archer-class servant crashing into a tree, while Fran recovered from being rammed into, and shouted as she charged Jean, swinging her mace at Ruler, with Jean blocking it with her flag, before spinning it around and slamming it into Fran's head, then kicking her away. Surrender now and tell us why your master sent you after Ruler, said Gareth, with Atlanta and Fran getting back up and holding their weapons. I'm afraid that won't happen and we will not betray our master's confidence, Atlanta replied, even if they still didn't fully understand why they needed to eliminate Ruler. That's so kind of you, remaining loyal to your masters in such a way, but it's sad that you still choose to keep fighting, especially since you both seem really nice. So sorry that I have to do this, Marie said before waving her arm as she launched a blast of pink wind and flower petals at the two servants, throwing them back, before the queen jumped in front of them. Hopefully, this will stop you, said Marie before a large pink vortex shot up below Atlanta and Fran, throwing them into the air with Marie launching a magic ball at them, knocking them out of the vortex as they hit the ground. Are you both ready to stop now? I'd much prefer it if we all could stop fighting and simply talk with each other. It would help us better understand each other that way, said Marie using her alluring euphony skill to get through to Atlanta and Fran. SSD, stop that, Atlanta said, shaking off the feeling Marie's voice was giving her, while Fran grunted in agreement before being knocked away by Gareth. Tell me, why is it your masters are trying to eliminate me? What would they gain from eliminating the ruler summoned by the Holy Grail? Questioned Jean, wanting to know what the purpose of their mission was. But before any one of them could do anything, they were all forced to jump back when Ivan came crashing down from above, between the two groups. Ryder? What are you doing here? Demanded Atlanta, wanting to know why Shiro sent Ivan here as well, before all three of them were blinded by a bright light, as Jean used her noble phantasm luminosite Eternel to cover hers, Marie's, and Gareth's escape, doubting they'd be able to do anything against these three together, especially now that she and her servants know there's likely a faction in the Holy Grail War that's trying to take her out for whatever reason they have, before the war has even begun. I'll need to investigate this when I have the chance, thought Jean as she, Gareth, and Marie escaped, now seeing that more was going on here than just a bigger Holy Grail war, with Naruto and Co. Meanwhile, Naruto, Mordred, Livia, Miyu, Karen, and Jack had soon arrived back at the Tosaka residence, where they were greeted by an unamused Rin, the reason being the large manor that was now directly across from the Tosaka residence. Surprise! Miyu and I are now your new neighbors. I had my family's Fuyuki Manor moved here. This way we'll be much closer to each other for when we're ready to plan out what we'll do when the Grail War begins, Livia said with a smile, before smirking at Rin, whose eye twitched before she looked at Naruto. I don't know, but I know this is your fault, so I'm blaming you, Rin stated, before turning around and marching back into her home. How did she even move it here, and in such a short amount of time, no less? Thought Naruto and Mordred, unable to help but sweat drop, though the Uzumaki couldn't deny that this would definitely make things easier for them, as well as a lot more interesting. Oh, you aren't going to draw it? A man asked before Artoria walked forward towards the sword stabbed deeply into the stone, already knowing what she was going to do. Before you actually grab that, try to think things over carefully. Once you pull Caliban from the stone, you will no longer retain your humanity, said the man, letting the girl know what will happen if she chooses to still go through with her decision of becoming king. No, people were smiling in the vision you showed me, which leads me to believe that this path isn't a mistake, Artoria said, not caring what happened to her, believing that this was the only choice she could make. If she became king, then she would be able to make that vision a reality, to help create a prosperous kingdom where her people wouldn't suffer and live in peace. If drawing Caliban meant she would lose her humanity and become something else, then she saw it as a small sacrifice to make for the good of Camelot. And she's long since been prepared and accepted the fact that becoming a king means no longer being human ever since she was born. With that in mind, Artoria grabbed Caliban before pulling the sword free from the stone and held up in the sky. The moment the sword was freed, the field was covered in a golden light, while Artoria felt something in her change, now feeling more focused and determined than she ever had before. So, now what will you do? The man asked with a smile, with Artoria turning to look at him. I thought you perverts weren't going to try anything? Mordred shouted, waking Rin up from her sleep, the Tosaka heiress shooting up in bed from the sudden shout, before she fell back with a groan at realizing what happened, with Mordred finding Karen and Jack in bed with Naruto again, something that annoyed Rin more than she thought it should. She better not be wearing my underwear again, Rin thought in annoyance, not wanting Naruto to see her underwear unless she let him, before immediately freezing and shaking her head with a growing blush. And not that I'd want him to see my underwear at all. Just that I don't want him to think it looks good on Karen. No wait, I don't want him to see her in it either. Only I can let him see it, not like that either. Thought Rin as her blush grew before covering her face in embarrassment, while mentally telling herself that dealing with Karen and Jack being here is just messing with her head, making her think perverted stuff. Shaking her head and pushing those thoughts aside, Rin sat up and got out of bed before frowning as she recalled the dream she just had. That must have been a memory from Artoria's past, before she became king, and that man, could that have been Merlin? The legends depicted him as being much older than he looked in that memory, Rin wondered while thinking about her servant, having seen the moment just before she pulled Caliban out of the stone. She'd known she would lose her humanity when she did, yet still did so if it meant she could help the people of her kingdom, sacrificing her own chance at a normal life, all just so they could have a chance at a peaceful life in Camelot. I still don't know a lot about her, thought Rin while looking at her command seals, hoping that she'll be able to get closer to Artoria today so they can become a better team, and maybe even friends as well. Getting up, Rin headed to the bathroom and got the shower ready before stripping out of her pajamas and getting in, sighing contentedly as the water hit her and dripped down her body. Remembering what Karen said yesterday, the brunette looked down at her breasts with a smirk soon appearing on her face. We do not have the same bra size, thought Rin while seeing that she had CC cup breasts, nearly D cup, while from what she saw yesterday Karen looked to only have a low C cup, pleased at knowing she had the more mature figure. Not that she'd ever say that to Karen, knowing how the nun would take it and turn it around to embarrass her, but Rin could at least enjoy a small victory over her, though Rin was pulled from her thoughts when she heard the door open, making her look only to freeze in shock and embarrassment when she saw an equally shocked and embarrassed Naruto walk in. The Uzumaki, not having heard the water running, still being partly asleep along with the embarrassment of waking up to Karen, and Jack being in bed with him again. Are Rin? Naruto said, blushing brightly at seeing the Tosaka heiress naked in the shower, unable to help but look her up and down, admiring the way the water droplets fell down her body and the foamy bits of soap foam covering it, with Rin blushing in embarrassment before quickly covering up her breasts and crotch. Pervert! Get out now! Now! Rin screamed while feeling her entire face glowing red that her crush just saw her naked. FR friend. I meant friend. I would never like someone like this annoying perverted idiot. Rin thought while shaking her head. Sorry. I didn't hear the one, Naruto said, only to suddenly stop when he started coughing and clutched his chest in pain, the sight causing the brunette's embarrassment to fade, being replaced by concern. Naruto? Are you alright? Questioned Rin, forgetting her lack of clothes as she rushed to his side to see if he's alright, much to Naruto's growing embarrassment at seeing her naked body being this close to him. I am fine. Naruto stuttered, his blush growing when Rin leaned in close and put her hand on his forehead, unintentionally pressing herself against the whiskered teen. You don't look to be having a fever, but it certainly didn't look like you were in pain, Rin stated, not believing him before wrapping her arms around the Uzumaki and pulling him close, much to his growing embarrassment, closing her eyes to check his condition and see what was wrong with magic circuits, or see if he's running low and needed magical energy transferred to him, only for her eyes to snap open in shock when she felt just how much magical energy was coursing through him, along with how powerful his magic circuits felt as well. The brunette not believing he had so much power. Oh wow, no wonder he was able to hold Mordred off before. It feels like he's just magic circuits with a human form. Rin thought in surprise and amazement at how powerful Naruto seemed to be before that line of thought caused her to remember a few things. Remembering how Kushina Uzumaki wasn't able to have children, along with there being no record of her and her husband ever adopting a child from a Magus family with a spare heir. The fact that they seemed to go out of their way to shelter Naruto from the world and do anything to make him happy and content, and how strongly Naruto reacted when she reminded him that servants aren't technically alive, as if she just insulted him personally. Rin? Naruto said, noticing how she seemed to fall silent before she let go and gave him a strange look, one that made him worried and nervous. Naruto, are you said Rin, wanting to ask Naruto to confirm what she's starting to suspect, only to be cut off when Mordred, Karen and Jack ran into the bathroom, having heard the shouting and came to see what was happening, only for them to be greeted to the sight of the naked and wet Rin standing very close to Naruto, much to Mordred's growing annoyance. Are all of you just shameless perverts? Mordred demanded, annoyed that now it seems like every girl here was trying to seduce Naruto. I swear if father tries something next, I'm sleeping in Naruto's room to keep them away, for his safety. It'd just be to keep them away and for his safety, nothing else, thought Mordred, shaking her head rapidly, telling herself she just wanted to keep her friends safe. Oh my Rinchan, you really are a shameless and naughty girl, trying to seduce Naruto-kun in the shower, and you didn't even invite us. You are a terrible ex-friend, said Karen, much to Naruto and Rin's embarrassment, along with the latter being mortified at remembering she's naked. And I was just rubbing myself against him, Rin thought, realizing she'd practically rubbed her naked body against Naruto when she checked on him. No fair, I wanted me and mommy to be with daddy first, Jack said with a pout and crossing her arms, while Karen patted her head. Now, sweetheart, we can still help mommy. Rin please daddy, Karen assured, making the assassin class servant perk up and smile happily. It's not like that. And Naruto Jeju just started coughing and looked like his chest was causing him pain, nothing else. I was just checking on him to make sure he was fine, Rin said quickly, causing the three girls to look at him in concern. Oh, that's disappointing. I would have loved to see Naruto-kun's face when he's in pain, thought Karen as her sadism came out momentarily before she felt disgusted at wanting to see someone she cared about in pain like that. Are you alright, Naruto? Is there anything you need? Mordred asked in concern, looking her friend over to see if it was some kind of injury. He seems fine now. I think it might have just been some latent damage from his fight with you, Mordred, Rin replied, not wanting to reveal her suspicions in case she was wrong, though she did feel bad when Mordred winced in guilt that it could her fault. It's alright Mordred-chan, it's not your fault, said Naruto while smiling at his servant, assuring her it's not her fault. He's right, and it should go away in time, so nothing too concerning, Rin added before looking at the four of them. Now would all of you kindly get out of the bathroom, so I can finish my shower in peace, shouted Rin, starting out calmly before yelling at them at the end, making the four exit the bathroom, with the brunette closing it behind them. And don't think this'll get you out of taking responsibility either, Naruto, Rin added before blushing and shaking her head rapidly. And not like that. He just ssa saw me and naked, so it's only now natural that he'd take responsibility. And nothing more, thought Rin before getting back in the shower to finish cleaning up and getting ready. Later, Naruto opened the front door, smiling when he saw Livia, Miyu, and Karna standing there before letting them in. I'm glad you three could make it. I was actually just getting breakfast ready, said Naruto, getting Livia's attention that he was cooking. Oh, you can cook as well. You're certainly full of surprises, Naruto, Livia said while winking at him, making him blush lightly and scratch the back of his head. Why don't you go help Naruto in the kitchen, Miyu? I'm sure he could use some help, said Livia to her adopted sister, knowing she's also talented in the kitchen, with the Ravenet nodding in response. Okay Nei-chan, let's go Flaky, Miyu said before heading to the kitchen, with Naruto nodding slowly before looking to Karen and Jack. Okay, Karen, Jack, could you find Artoria? Naruto asked, with both girls nodding in response before they went to find where the King of Knights was, the two soon finding her in the backyard, practicing with a wooden bakken again before she took notice of the master and servant duo. Is there something you both needed? Questioned Artoria as she looked between them with a slightly guarded expression. No, Naruto-kun just sent us to get you since breakfast will be ready soon, and that Rinchan should almost be done in the shower, Karen replied, with the blonde servant nodding at this. Very well, thank you for informing me, I'll be in shortly, Artoria said as she sat her bakken aside and followed Karen and Jack back inside the manor. While in the kitchen, Naruto and Miyu were working on making breakfast for everyone, with the Uzumaki being impressed at seeing Miyu really knew what she was doing. You're doing pretty good, Miyu. I'm sure Livia helped you get really good at cooking, Naruto said, thinking Livia helped teach Miyu how to cook, only for the younger girl to let out a huff. Livia Nichan didn't teach me, I taught myself from watching her and Shiroko Nichan. I want to do my best to help them by being the best little sister that I can for both of them, stated Miyu, having been taught herself how to cook along with performing several other chores, wanting to show how much she cares about her big sisters by helping them in any way she can. Besides, there's no way I'm losing to Sakura, Miyu thought to herself, having always been annoyed with how close Shiroko and Sakura were, especially after that time she accidentally stumbled upon them, while they were intimate together, the memory causing Miyu to blush before she furiously shook her head of that memory, while being glad that Shiroko and Sakura didn't notice her peeking on them, with Naruto being surprised at hearing this, before smiling at the young girl upon seeing how much she cared about Livia and Shiroko a lot. That's really kind of you, wanting to help Livia and Shiroko like that. But I'm sure they wouldn't mind doing everything themselves, rather than you having to help. Though they're probably still happy to have an amazing little sister like you to help them, said Naruto while smiling at Miyu, who looked at him for a moment before nodding. What about you? How did you learn to cook? Miyu asked, figuring it wouldn't hurt to get to know Naruto better. My parents taught me how, along with everything else I'd need to know to do to take care of myself. Though I haven't really been able to put what I learned to the test until recently, since they always did everything for me, Naruto replied, making Miyu look at him again. I'm sure it'll turn out fine, it smells good, so the others may like it, but Nei-chan will like my cooking more, said Miyu, with the whiskered magi nodding at her words. I hope so, and I'm sure she'd be happy with anything you make her, Miyu, Naruto stated, glad that it seems Miyu's finally starting to open up with him more. The two soon finished making breakfast and setting everything up, with Karen and Jack coming in with Artoria, while Rin came downstairs now dressed and done with her shower, with Naruto and Miyu telling everyone breakfast was ready, leading to them all sitting down and started eating. So Naruto-kun, should Jack-chan and I start sleeping nude with you now, rather than in our lingerie? Karen asked while looking at the Uzumaki, causing Naruto to choke slightly, with Mordred and Rin narrowing their eyes to the two while Livia and Miyu were shocked to hear this. What? You sleep with him? Livia asked in shock and disbelief, not expecting to hear that, with the blonde Edelfelt now starting to see there may be more to it than them simply messing with everyone. Yes, me and Mommy love sleeping with Daddy. But we promised not to try anything until he wants to take us first. But now he's seen Mommy Rin naked before us, Jack said with a pout, making Naruto and Rin blush in embarrassment at the reminder. That's right, so it seems only fair that from now on, Naruto-kun can see Jack-chan and I naked as well. Would you like that, Naruto-kun? Karen asked while looking at Naruto with half-lidded eyes, with the whiskered teen looking anywhere by the white-haired girl. Oh my, Rin, I didn't know you were so daring, throwing yourself at Naruto completely naked. So much for being a prim and proper heiress, Livia taunted after recovering from her shock before smirking at her rival, who glared at her. I didn't throw myself at him. And look who's talking, you've been flirting with him just like those two have been doing. At least I can show some restraint, retorted Rin, with Livia's smirk merely growing. It's not my fault that Naruto's a rather handsome and kind young man, and at least I'm not scared to go for what I want. Just something to know in case you ever want to visit, Naruto, said Livia while winking at the Uzumaki. As while she sees that Karen and Jack weren't just messing with the others, she won't deny that she did find Naruto attractive. Plus, that didn't mean she still couldn't flirt with him to mess with Rin. Absolutely not, said Rin, narrowing her eyes at Livia, while her jealousy flared at the idea of Naruto visiting her. Yeah. Daddy can only see me, Mommy, and Mommy Rin naked, Jack added, refusing to let anyone take her daddy from her. You really love your daddy, huh, you shameless pervert, Miyu stated, making the assassin narrow her eyes at her. I love Mommy and Daddy, and will do anything to make them happy, just like you love your Nei-chans, retorted Jack, causing Miyu's eyes to widen before she blushed. Pervert. I don't like Livia Nichan and Shiruko Nichan like that, Miyu said, with Jack merely smirking. I never said you did. But thank you for admitting it. Now you can't say anything about my relationship with Daddy, Jack said, causing Miyu's blush to intensify, even more so when Livia patted her on the head and kissed her cheek. It's okay, Miyu-chan, you don't have to be ashamed, Shiruko and I love you no matter what, our precious Amuro, Livia cooed, always enjoying to tease her sister, knowing she really did love her and Shiruko a lot. And Nei-chan, said Miyu in embarrassment, making the Edelfelt giggle at her expression. And you call me shameless? Rin said, narrowing her eyes at Livia, who merely smirked at her. I never denied it. I'm just honest and go for what I like. While you seem to be in denial, Rin, unless there's something you want to confess besides the fact that I'm the better magus and master, said Livia, making the Tosaka heiress growl with her face turning red in embarrassment and anger. Fitting, a master in denial, with a servant in denial, Mordred muttered, making Artoria look at her with a raised brow. Fitting, a hot-headed master that doesn't think things through, with a hot-headed servant that also doesn't think things through, said Artoria, with the Knight of Treachery narrowing her eyes at her father. At least I get results and don't sit around, retorted Mordred. You mean after I sent you out to fulfill your orders, so I actually get results by knowing where to send you, Artoria stated. And yet I still did all the work while you stayed inside your safe little castle, Mordred said as the two looked at each other with narrowed eyes. Which helped me think and act rationally, Artoria retorted, making Mordred scoff and cross her arms. Whatever helps you sleep at night, King of Knights, stated Mordred, with Artoria taking a deep breath to calm down before saying something they'll both regret. While they were starting to open up with each other, it didn't mean that they'll end their rivalry at a drop of a hat. Thankfully, things were able to calm down as everyone soon finished eating, with Rin and Artoria standing up once they were finished. Artoria and I will be going now, though don't expect us to be at school the rest of day, Rin said, wanting to start bonding with her servant. Okay, have fun, Rin, Artoria, Mordred-chan, and I will make sure to tell the teachers something, said Naruto, glad that they'll get the chance to hang out and get to know each other better. Yeah, that the dutiful King of Knights is playing hooky and breaking the rules. I guess miracles do exist, Mordred said with a smirk, with Artoria rolling her eyes before she and Rin took their leave. Jack-chan and I need to go as well. I promised Tusan I'd help him around the church, so we'll either see you all at school or afterwards, Karen said, standing up along with Jack as they left as well. Well, we still have some time before school begins. Would we be able to get started on training Mordred-chan, Karna-sensei? Naruto asked while looking at the two servants, who nodded as they stood up. Yes, we can begin now, replied Karna, curious to see how Naruto will do with a spear. If you're training, could Miyu and I watch? questioned Livia, having heard from her servant that Naruto asked him for training to use his spear and was interested in seeing how it went, along with wanting to take the chance to get to know him better. Sure, you can stay if you want, Naruto said while smiling at the sisters, much to Mordred's annoyance. Great! And if you want, I can even help you with your hand-to-hand combat training as well, Livia offered, making the Uzumaki nod. Yeah, that'd be great, replied Naruto, interested to see what Livia knew and how good she was. With the Edo felt smiling before, to Naruto's shock and embarrassment, she began taking off her uniform. What were you doing? Naruto said, starting off loud before being confused when he saw Livia was wearing a blue leotard with gold edging and straps, as well as long black leggings, though was still embarrassed at how it showed off her body. I just prefer being prepared, since you never know when other masters and servants could attack us, or whenever I feel like training, Livia said with a smile, loving his reaction to her suddenly stripping like that. Why yeah, that makes sense. Were you wearing that the other times we met? Naruto asked, unable to keep himself from asking, with Livia merely smiling slyly and leaning forward, giving him a view of her cleavage. Oh, interested in finding out, maybe later I'll show you what else I have hidden underneath, said Livia with a wink, making Naruto blush brightly while Mordred scowled in annoyance. Stop ogling Ne-chan, Miyu said, annoyed at Naruto looking at her sister, before taking off her own clothes showing she's wearing her own blue and black leotard like Livia's, minus the leggings. Yeah, I've trained Miyu as well and she just looks so cute in her uniform, Livia said while hugging her sister tightly, much to Miyu's embarrassment before she broke free and grabbed Naruto's arm. Yeah, Ne-chan's been training me, so focus on watching what I do, said Miyu, not wanting Naruto stare at her sister, making the Uzumaki smile at the girl. Don't worry, I'll make sure to follow all your instructions, Miyu-sensei, Naruto said while patting her on the head, making Miyu pout and swipe his hand away, though she did have a faint blush on her face. That's right, Flaky, I'm your sensei and you'll do what I say, Miyu stated, with Livia cooing at her sister's cuteness. Can we just get to training now? Said Mordred in annoyance, making the others look at her, with Naruto's eyes widening in shock when he saw that the knight's attire had changed, with Mordred now wearing her usual attire she wears under her armor. And Mordred-chan? Naruto said before Mordred grabbed his arm and started pulling him to the backyard, while hiding her red face. DD, don't think too much about it. This is Jeju, just the usual attire I wear under my armor. And it's MMO more comfortable for training, said Mordred, also telling herself that it's just for training, not her annoyance from Naruto looking at Livia and Miyu in their own attire. Oh, okay, but are you alright, Mordred-chan? Naruto asked while looking at her in concern, having noticed how uncomfortable she's been recently when getting close to him, or in the embarrassing situations they've been getting into since yesterday. I am fine, Mordred replied while trying to keep herself calm before Naruto stopped and made her look at him. Mordred-chan, I won't try making you talk about it, but I just want you to know you can talk to me about anything. We're friends and I'm here if you have anything you want to tell me. I promise that it won't change anything. I just want to make sure you're alright, said Naruto while smiling at her reassuringly, with Mordred looking at him unsurely. Okay, thank you, Naruto. But please, can we just get to training? Mordred asked, touched at Naruto's concern for her, even tempted to pull him aside and tell him. But she wasn't ready to talk about that woman yet. Yeah, whatever you like, Mordred-chan, and whenever you're ready, I'm always here, Naruto replied before they all headed to the backyard to start his training, with Rin and Artoria. Meanwhile, Rin and Artoria were walking through Fuyuki, the two of them wearing more casual clothing than their usual attire, with Rin wearing a red hoodie with a silver cross on it, like her usual sweater, a pleated black skirt, and her normal brown shoes and thigh-high black socks, while Artoria was wearing white tennis shoes, a black skirt with white lines going down the sides, a white hoodie, and a dark blue jacket over it. So, what are some of the things you like and dislike? Rin asked while looking at Artoria, wanting to start off with some basic details. Well-structuredness, training to improve oneself, and loyalty. I dislike disorder, violence, and a certain mage of flowers who enjoy mischief, Artoria replied tersely, with Rin nodding slowly. Okay, well, I like practicing magecraft, polishing my jewels, and working to learn more about magecraft. I dislike unexpected accidents, traitors, and Kodo mine. What about your childhood? What was that like? Rin asked, wanting to know what she was like before becoming king. You should already know that from my legend. I was raised by Sir Ector as his adopted child and Sir Kay's adopted sibling, acting his squire until the day of selection, and I pulled Caliban from the stone, where then I became king after slaying Vortigern. Nothing more, nothing less, Artoria stated, making the brunette sigh, knowing this will be difficult. Artoria, I know I haven't shown to be the best master and I am sorry for that. I'm sorry if I made you think I saw you as just a tool to be used and discarded, once the Grail War was over. But I don't. At least not anymore. It was just the way I was raised, said Rin while sighing again, making Artoria look at her curiously. My Tusan had always taught me about what it meant to be a proper magus, what to do and what not to do, how to act, who to interact with, and what servants in the Holy Grail War were meant to be, and his approval meant everything to me. That if I didn't try hard enough or do my best, then I wasn't living up to his expectations as his heir. Then after the Fourth Holy Grail War, my family fell on hard times and I feel like now I have to do my best to restore my family's name and honor, while also upholding our traditions as magi, that if I don't, then I'll be failing my Tusan, Rin explained, with the King of Knights looking at her for a moment before gaining an understanding look. I know the feeling. When I was with Sir Ector, he wished for me to grow. But I never needed to be told as such. Every day I trained myself to grow stronger, even before I learned who I was. I wished to be stronger than anyone else, believing that only a king can save a ruined country headed for death. Even when I was born, I had believed that becoming a king means no longer being human, that a king is someone who kills everyone to protect everyone. I thought about it every night, shuddering until morning came, but I was never afraid of that fact. It was just something I accepted and that it was something I was meant to do, no matter what my feelings were, said Artoria as began thinking about her past, though now seeing them in a different light with her humanity beginning to reawaken, wondering what she could have done differently, tried doing better, while Rin looked at her in amazement upon seeing how strong Artoria really is, that she did all of that on her own, fully accepting what would happen when she became king and the burden it would come with. Well, for what it's worth, I think you're incredibly strong. Being willing to accept such a burden for the good of others, Rin said while smiling at Artoria, who looked at her in surprise before slowly gaining a small smile. Thank you, Rin, said Artoria since Rin insisted she call her by her name after they left. The two soon headed for a movie theater to see a movie, seeing that both of them enjoyed with the action it had before leaving, with them then heading to the nearby swimming pool, with Rin buying them some bikinis before pulling the protesting Artoria to the locker room. Artoria, come on. You can't stay in there all day, Rin said while tapping her foot impatiently, having already put on her own bikini, having picked out a red one that had 2 straps to tie around her neck, along with 2 that were tied around her back, while showing off a good amount of cleavage, while also having picked on that she felt suited Artoria rather well, yet the servant seemed to be taking longer than was needed. This clothing is rather revealing. Isn't there anything else I could wear? Artoria asked, embarrassed at what Rin picked out, making the brunette roll her eyes. You'll look fine. It's not like there aren't dozens of other girls wearing the same thing, said Rin while looking around the large pool area, seeing plenty of other girls and women wearing bikinis. Now come out or I'll go in there and pull you out, Rin said, wanting Artoria to enjoy the day. Fine, Artoria said before exiting the locker room, with Rin freezing at the sight of her. Seeing she was wearing the bikini she chose for her that consisted of a small white tube top and matching bottoms with 2 blue ribbons on either side. Wow! Rin thought while blushing at how beautiful Artoria looked, even better with the shy and embarrassed look on her face. As satisfied? Artoria asked with an embarrassed blush on her face, with Rin quickly shaking her head and smiling at her. See, you look great, now let's go, said Rin before taking Artoria's hand and running towards the pool, only for Artoria to stop before they could get in the water. I'm fine just sitting on the edge, Rin. But you can enjoy yourself in the water, Artoria said, not really interested in swimming, making the Tosaka heiress look at her in exasperation. Come on, you need to lighten up and have some fun, and it's relaxing to go for a swim, along with being good exercise, Rin said, only to see the blonde servant wasn't budging. I'm perfectly fine exercising another time, plus it would be better for me to stay dry and ready, just in case something should happen, replied Artoria, given the chance of them being attacked by enemy masters and servants, with Rin sighing before gaining a mischievous smirk. All right, if you insist, said Rin, making the king nodded in thanks. Thank you, now please enjoy your CP. Artoria said, only for Rin to suddenly pull her into the pool along with her. Artoria flailing around a little before managing to catch herself, giving her master an annoyed look while Rin just laughed and grinned at her. Ha 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 ha. See, I told you it's relaxing, Rin said, enjoying seeing the normally serious and stoic expression break, with Artoria's eye twitching slightly before she smirked. You're right, it is, but not as relaxing as this, said Artoria before suddenly splashing Rin in the face, getting a surprised shriek from the Tosaka heiress. I'm going to get you for that, said Rin, looking at her servant, only to see her swimming away. You'll have to catch me first, Artoria taunted as she swam away from Rin, who began chasing after her, smiling as she did so, with the two girls chasing and splashing each other for a few moments, laughing and smiling the entire time, something that made Rin happy at seeing Artoria finally relaxing. That was, actually rather enjoyable, Artoria stated with a smile after they got out of the pool, while grabbing their towels to dry off. I told you it would be fun, Rin replied, pleased that she and Artoria were growing closer, only for their moods to immediately drop when two guys suddenly sat on either side of them, each of having matching smirks on their faces and openly leering at them. And what are two hot girls like you doing all by your lonesome? Said one of the guys. Probably talking about us. I saw the way you both were staring, the second guy said, either of them noticing Rin and Artoria trading a look, silently conversing with each other, both being tempted to simply knock them both out and be on their way. Before Rin caught sight of the volleyball court set up near the pool, making the Tosaka heiress mentally smirk at getting an idea. Follow my lead, Rin said mentally to Artoria, with the servant nodding and watched as her master gained a cute smile on her face. Oh, we're sorry, we didn't mean to stare, it's just, me and my friend saw how strong you both looked, and we're hoping you could teach us how to play volleyball, if that's alright? Rin asked while biting her lip at the end and pushing her chest out slightly, feeling annoyed and disgusted at how they were shamelessly staring at her breasts. Anything for you, cutie, but what do we get in return? Said the first guy, neither of the girls needing to read their minds to know what they were thinking and wanted. Anything you'd like, just ask, Artoria said with a wink, despite wanting to simply knock them both out. Then let's go. And later, we'll show the both of you some other moves we know, the second guy said with an excited smirk before leading them over to the volleyball courts. The two once again missing Rin and Artoria looking at each other, both girls smirking, knowing this was going to be fun, for them anyway. Once at the courts, the guys began giving the girls lessons on playing volleyball, while showing off as they did so, with Rin and Artoria acting the part of admiring and thanking them for their lessons. Oh, thank you so much for your help. But what do you say to a game to see how good we are? Rin said once the lessons were over, with both guys nodding. Sure, but don't feel too bad if you lose too quickly, said the second guy. Yeah, but if you do, don't worry, we'll be sure to make it up to you later, the first guy added, leering at them, with Rin and Artoria looking at them blankly, both of the girls knowing they'll enjoy this immensely. After getting a ball and letting the guys serve it first, before either of them could react, Artoria bounced it into the air followed by Rin spiking it back onto their side. How was that? Rin asked while smiling in enjoyment at their dumbfounded expressions. Be beginner's lucks, said the first guy before retrieving the ball, while Rin and Artoria smirked at each other before switching places. The game continuing on for several moments, with Rin and Artoria getting point after point on the guys before they even had a chance to return the ball. The girls no longer trying to hide their enjoyment as they embarrassed both of the delinquents. So, was that 60 rounds of beginner's luck still? Or are you two just that terrible at the game? Rin asked, crossing her arms with a smirk on her face, as both of the guys glared at her while feeling angry and humiliated at being played. Whatever. Let's go, Dumbai, said the second, only to be cut off when he was suddenly hit with a jet of water on his crotch. Oh, it looks like your friend had an accident, probably embarrassed at losing so badly, said Artoria, making Rin look at her to see her servant now holding a water gun and had an amused smirk on her face. Maybe you should go before you have one too, Artoria said while aiming the water gun at the first guy, causing both of them to immediately running away, making Rin laugh at the sight. That was awesome, Rin said, not believing the saber-class servant actually did that, only to be cut off by Artoria squirting her in the face. And that is payback for pulling him into the pool, plus, You looked like you needed some help to cool your ego, Artoria said while smirking at her master, with Rin simply looking at her with a disbelieving smile on her face. You! Rin said before chasing after Artoria, who laughed and ran away, spraying her the entire time before the brunette got her own water gun, this leading to the two chasing after each other all over the pool, squirting the other once they had a chance, only stopping once they were both completely wet and needed to dry off, but were still smiling and laughing as they did so. Guess you're finally starting to lighten up, Rin said while smiling at Artoria, who nodded and returned the smile. I guess I am, and I must admit, I was hesitant about doing this, but I've really started enjoying spending time with you, Rin. It's been really fun, replied Artoria, starting to see that Rin was a different master than Kiritsugu, and not in a bad way, making the King of Knights happy at having a master she can work with, even better with it being one that she could be friends with. Well, we still have the rest of the day to spend together, and from now on, please just call me Rin, said Rin, wanting Artoria to stop calling her master, surprising her for a moment before she smiled again. All right, Rin, and please call me Artoria as well, Artoria said, with the Tosaka heiress nodding and smiling, while unable to help but look at the king in awe. She's so beautiful, Rin thought, having seen when she first summoned Artoria that she was inhumanly beautiful, though seeing her now, laughing and smiling, Rin didn't think she could resist look at her even longer, with it only help with the bikini she was wearing, showing off her figure. The brunette seeing the strong muscles she had beneath her soft skin, something she felt only added to Artoria's appeal, while still having a feminine body, with Rin blushing when she felt her eyes drawn to Artoria's chest, believing they had to be at least a high C cup low CC cup. Are you alright, Rin? Artoria asked, snapping Rin from her thoughts. What? Why yes, I'm fine, Rin said quickly, with the servant looking unconvinced but decided to let it slide, knowing that if Rin wasn't telling her something it's either not important or embarrassing. Alright, but if we're going to be friends then I want you to know you can tell me if something is wrong, said Artoria, wanting Rin to tell her stuff if they're friends, with the Magus nodding. I know and we are, don't worry, it's nothing important really, replied Rin with a smile, not wanting to tell Artoria what she was thinking in case she'd be put off by it. Rin wasn't even sure what to think, given she wasn't sure if she's simply admiring Artoria or if she genuinely finds her attractive, before mentally shaking her head, not wanting to ruin their day together by thinking about her complicated feelings and thoughts. Come on, we still have the day to ourselves and more to do, Rin said with them heading back to the locker room to get showered and dressed, before continuing with their day. Later, Rin and Artoria soon found themselves at an arcade, something Artoria is intrigued by, with Rin feeling out of place with all the games and technology, along with her own hatred for technology due to not understanding how any of it worked. Artoria though seemed to be a natural at the games, winning several of them and gaining dozens of prize tickets, even managing to play a motorcycle game and get the high score, something Rin had to admit was impressive, but also annoyed at how easily it seemed for the King of Knights, even with the knowledge implanted into her mind by the Grail and her B-rank riding skills. While Rin did try playing several games before forced to stop when she started becoming agitated at several of them she kept losing at, not wanting to end up breaking any of the machines before deciding to settle on skee-ball, and after failing to get a ball into a hole she simply threw the last one, the ball breaking right through the game, making Rin quickly walk away before anyone noticed, with the Tosaka heiress deciding to try something simple with the prize grabber, doubting it'd be difficult to use or grab a simple toy. This is fucking impossible. Rin screamed in frustration and anger that she's yet to be able to grab a single stuffed animal from the damn machine. What's impossible, Rin? Questioned Artoria, making Rin look at her, only to freeze at seeing the king carrying several prizes after cashing in all her tickets. The sight making Rin's eye twitch at seeing how many things Artoria had won, while she'd yet to win a single thing. And no nothing. And nothing's impossible. This thing is merely BBR broken. It doesn't work, Rin stuttered while trying to save some of her pride, with Artoria looking at the prize grabber before zeroing in on a stuffed lion. Let me try, Artoria said while walking up to the machine, wanting to get the lion. And no. Really it doesn't work, said Rin, not wanting her to see that she simply failed, only to stop as Artoria started it up before moving the claw and had it grab the lion, smiling as it dropped it down the chute. Seems fine to me, stated Artoria before putting in more coins to get more prizes, with Rin's eye twitching with each prize her friend won. I don't know what you mean, Rin. The machine is working just fine. It also doesn't really seem that hard. You just need to have a good eye on where to grab, the Artoria said before hearing the sound of something breaking. Looking, the blonde servant's sweat dropped when she saw Rin tip the prize grabber over and broke the covering, taking a stuffed fox with a triumphant grin. You're right, it is easy, Rin said, pleased at finally winning a prize. Hey! What the hell did you two do? Shouted one of the workers, making Rin and Artoria pale before both girls immediately ran out of the arcade. Though despite that, the two couldn't help but laugh and smile at each other as they ran away, with Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto and Mordred were at the archery range, having head there for their break, the Uzumaki practicing with Sakura, Shiruko and Ayako. Wow, you've gotten pretty good at archery, Naruto, Ayako stated, impressed at seeing how good he's gotten, having heard Shiruko and Sakura just began teaching him yesterday. Thanks, I just had some good teachers, replied Naruto as he smiled at Shiruko and Sakura, which they returned. We just gave some pointers, you already seem to be a natural at it, Shiruko said, knowing Naruto seemed to be pretty talented at archery already. Yeah, it took us a lot longer to get as good as we are. You're already doing almost as good, added Sakura, believing Naruto will be as good as them soon enough. Well, you three still have more experience, and that's not something you can train, so I'm sure I'll still be needing lots of help in getting better, said Naruto, knowing they were more experienced than him and believed it'd be a while before he's on their level. Though Naruto had to stop when he started coughing, making the girls look at him in concern, while Mordred looked away in guilt. Hey, are you alright? Sakura asked upon seeing Naruto coughing heavily, looking like he's in a lot of pain. Yeah, I'm fine, guess I just overworked myself, replied Naruto while trying to catch his breath. You could at least try coming with a better lie. Seriously, is something wrong? Ayako asked in concern, doubting he's just overworking himself. Do you want me to take you to the nurse? Questioned Shiruko, which Naruto waved off with a smile. No need, but thanks for the offer, Shiruko. I think I'll just rest for the remainder of the break, Naruto said, setting aside his bow and quiver before sitting beside Mordred. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, muttered Mordred, feeling guilty that she caused him more pain, with Naruto taking her hand in his. It's not your fault, don't blame yourself, Mordred-chan, said Naruto while smiling reassuringly at his servant, with Mordred looking at him before squeezing his hand and scooting closer to him, with Naruto relaxing for the rest of break. Before they all heard the bell ring signaling the end of break, the group exiting the archery range. Ayako, I know it may be short notice, but I'm going to be leaving the archery team. I'm just having a hard time focusing on it with my jobs and other responsibilities, Shiruko said while looking at Ayako and Sakura, with both of them frowning in disappointment at hearing this. It's fine, Shiruko. I understand you have a lot to do already, but we'll miss you at practice, said Ayako, understanding that Shiruko had a lot to do already and didn't have a lot of time to focus on archery. Yeah, but you'll still be welcome to come train with us whenever you like, Sakura said while smiling at her friend, which the redhead returned. Thank you, and I will, and we can still hang out with each other at other times, Sakura, replied Shiruko, silently telling Sakura she'll still help with her problem when she needed her. With Rin and Artoria. Back with Rin and Artoria. After escaping from the arcade, the two had walked around for a while, talking and getting to know each other better before arriving at a food court for lunch. This has certainly been an interesting day, Rin, in a good way, Artoria said while smiling at the brunette, which she returned. Definitely, even better than I expected, and I'm really glad we're friends, Artoria, replied Rin, feeling especially happy they'd grown closer. As am I. It's nice to have you as a friend, said Artoria, not remembering the last time she had a genuine friend that really knew her, the closest having been Irisville, and even she didn't know as much about her as Rin now did. This made Rin's smile widen before she got up to go get their food, with Artoria watching her go, before suddenly tensing at a sudden feeling behind her. My dear Saber, it's been far too long, said a female voice, making Artoria tense before watching as Gilgamesh walked around her and sat down in Rin's seat with a pleased smirk on her face. Though I must say, the clothing does little to flatter your beauty, Gilgamesh added, with Artoria looking at her warily, being able to tell she's another servant. Who are you? Demanded Artoria, wondering how quickly she could summon Excalibur to kill her, with Gilgamesh gaining a mock surprised look. You don't remember? And after all our time together, especially when I made you the offer to surrender yourself and become my wife, said Gilgamesh, making Artoria's eyes widen as it finally registered for her. Gilgamesh, Artoria said, now remembering her, since most of her memories of the Fourth Holy Grail War were still fuzzy. How are you still here? Were you summoned by a new master? Artoria asked tensely, wondering if she'd been summoned by a new master like her. No, as if any of the mongrels of this generation could have the power to summon my magnificence, especially now, with the destruction of the catalyst that idiot Tokiomi used to summon me with. No, I have continued existing, thanks in part to when that fool Kiritsugu had you destroy the Grail, covering me in the black mud, giving me a true physical body, while I gained a new source of magical energy to keep me sustained, as well as using a potion of youth to regress to a younger age. And now here I am, once again in all my splendor, explained Gilgamesh, making Artoria's eyes widen along with wonder at what else happened, after Kiritsugu had her destroyed the Holy Grail. Why are you here now then? Demanded Artoria, wanting to know why Gilgamesh was here, with the King of Heroes smirking in amusement. Is it not enough that I merely wished to visit my dear Saber, who's now returned to me? Gilgamesh asked, making the King of Knights glare at her. I'm not your anything, King of Heroes, Artoria said, refusing to be another one of her possessions. Now that's just not nice, my dear Saber. But if you don't value my company, perhaps I shall pay a visit to that human you're staying with, the one with the whiskers. I'm sure he'll certainly enjoy my company. Perhaps his own servant as well, Gilgamesh said with a smirk, with Artoria's glare turning murderous. If you go near them, I will finish what I started and end you, permanently, said Artoria lowly, refusing to let Gilgamesh near Mordred or Naruto. There's that fire I love so much? Such intense passion and rage, it only makes my desire for you grow, though do make sure to keep a close eye on him. After all, you don't want him to end up like the last meat doll you were so fond of, now do you? Gilgamesh said, smiling eagerly at getting such a reaction from Artoria as she looked ready to draw Excalibur then and there, both at the threat and hearing her talk about Irisveal in such a way. Thankfully, they soon noticed that Rin had gotten the order and was on her way back to the table. Don't worry, my dear Saber, I'll not lay a hand on either of them, at least not with the intent to do harm, since the boy would make a fine consort for us. He certainly is pleasing to look at and has power, though make no mistake, said Gilgamesh while going over and cupping Artoria's chin, her red eyes shining with desire. I will make you my wife, Artoria Pendragon, mine and mine alone. Remember that and then dream of our time together, what we shall do together, Gilgamesh purred before taking her leave, with Artoria looking around rapidly only to see the King of Heroes had vanished. Sorry for the wait, but with how big our order was there were some mistakes, Rin said, taking her seat and setting down the trays, with Artoria looking at her and waving it off with a smile as they began, the two eating while making small talk, before soon finishing and making their way home.